Oh, fellas, ladies, and gentlemen, July 1 is here. The ink will start flying on the contracts in 58 minutes. July 1, NHL Free Agency has begun. Wow, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed today in Devils land, but it is what it is. Welcome back, Devils fans. It is your host, Ace, without a voice. Here I'm running with the Devils, where we are talking New Jersey Devils hockey all year long. Please hit that subscribe button, smash the like, share with a friend. Thank you very much. And we're going to be here all day, guys, from every twist and turn. If there are any, excuse me while I pop a cough drop. We'll try to soothe the throat. And it looks like our beloved New Jersey Devils are going to re-sign Jake Allen. How much is it going to be? How long is it going to be for? I'm not a fan of this move. I love Jake Allen. Would love to have him. Given our cap situation and all the holes up front on offense, I am a firm believer that every penny should be spent on upgrading the offense. But it seems as though the organization has a little bit of goaltending PTSD and are scared beyond belief that in the event Markey goes down, is unable to play, they don't want to trust Dawes. And it seems like the rumors of them going out in the free agent market or trade market and getting a veteran was maybe smoke and mirrors. They want Jake Allen back. They're going to pay him. I do think this is a grave mistake given all of the needs up front. And I thought any cap dollars you could free up should be used towards upgrading the offense, but we're going to find out. I would love to see if that is in fact the case, and it seems like it is. It doesn't mean that we can't make some meaningful moves up front. It would require obviously trading Dougie or Palat. Let me put my fan on here. Dougie and or Palat, but we got to wait and see. We're going to find out, but I'm expecting Allen. And I'm expecting some kind of obscure bottom six ads, if I'm being honest. I don't have a lot of faith in anything substantial being done. I know a lot of you are going to be disappointed. A lot of people seem like they are looking for the big name, if you will. And while I'd love to see that, I just don't see that as being realistic. I don't see a Robertson coming in or something in that kind of stratosphere. But maybe Fitz has something up his sleeve that no one knows about, but it has been very quiet on the Devils front leading up to free agency. This is obviously a very lackluster free agent class. A lot of the big names came off the board already. Not a lot of guys out there that would move the needle for a lot of teams. Obviously some good depth pieces and, some okay guys, but in terms of a free agent class, given where we are now heading into the day with some of the, Marner went in the sign and trade, guys re-signing, Florida re-signs all their guys. It took a lot of the potential drama out of the day and left a lot of the free agents to, not too exciting names really. But as I said last night, for those of you that saw the live, shout out to my special guest, the Uncle Puckers. Go check those guys out, watch their videos, subscribe to them. I was talking to Tim and Chris, and the reality is with these deals we're going to see, with the insane dollars flowing because of the increased cap, where the cap is projected to be heading to, guys getting signed in free agency are going to be paid handsomely. And the best deals, in my opinion, that you could possibly get, especially for the Devils, is to go make a trade with some of our assets to pick up a guy that has years left on his deal. Obviously, Kyrou is a shining example of this. If he is truly available, he has 6 years left at $8.125 million. I mean, that is an absolutely amazing value long term. So if a guy like him is truly available, would love to see Fitz get in the mix. I have no idea what type of package that would require to get him, but if he's being shopped, you should be in on him. 6 years at $8.125 million is a phenomenal value. Just seeing if there's anything else coming across the line here. Canucks re-signed Garland and Demko. Yeah, wow. Demko took 3 years. Wow, 8.5. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's see what you guys are talking about in the chat here. Ernest says, what is the situation with Bastion? He can go too. A guy that many people have talked about. I think that I see Bastion kind of as a coin flip. I wouldn't be devastated if we move on from him. If he is brought back, I wouldn't be devastated. I think that's kind of one player that Fitz kind of has in the wait and see bucket potentially, where he might be looking to get some other guys instead, but very well may end up circling back and re-signing Bastion if he cannot get a guy that he feels would be a better fit. So I think there's a very good chance you see Bastion back, and there's obviously a chance he's let go. Des fan Josh, top 6 guys is out the window for re-sign Allen. I'm calling it now. I don't think Fitzy has the balls to trade Dougie. So I can see that logic, but the reality is there is still a path to bring in a top 6 guy, even while paying Jakeallen. Now, obviously, look, I love Jakeallen, thought he was awesome, but I just think every dollar of cap that is freed up should go towards the offense because we have a lot of needs. Obviously, a top 6 winger, I think, is one of the most important things. A serviceable third line center would be nice to get. We have some other bottom 6 pieces to address. And so I just feel like even if we could free up Palat and Dougie's money, you could easily spend that money on upgrades to the offense. Now, there is a world where, again, Allen could be brought back, which it seems like he will be, and you could still get a top 6 guy, but it's going to require one or multiple trades to make that happen. We're going to find out. I'm not expecting it. I know a lot of people are kind of waiting in the wings, and a lot of people have been killing Fitz, in my opinion, a little prematurely. For as many complaints as I have about Fitz, I think people, for whatever reason, were expecting something of a fairly large magnitude, and I think they're all going to be disappointed when it doesn't happen. I've said for months all I really expected was a Luke Hughes extension and some bottom 6 pieces kind of swapped around. And it's looking like that very well may end up being what we see today, but we're going to find out, guys. 51 minutes. The fun begins, and we're going to see. But I thought it was time to, move away from Allen, start grooming Dawes, give him his shot. He signed for pennies. Very good, cap usage, in my opinion, but seems like they're going to pay Allen. And I'm thinking even with a team-friendly discount, it's going to be like probably, $4.25 million times 2 years. I can't get behind it personally. I think a lot of people are going to melt down about it. James Israel, Allen is such a bad signing. I don't know if it's a bad signing. It's a horrible usage of cap dollars given all the other needs, I think. But yeah, Dawes is cheap and solid. I thought so too. This makes no sense, Fitz. I thought it was time to give Dawes his shot, but for whatever reason, the organization clearly does not trust in him, and they rather spend $4 million plus, I'd imagine, to bring back Jakeallen. The PTSD surrounding the goaltending position is a very real thing, guys. For so many years, the goaltending was abysmal in New Jersey, pretty much since Corey Schneider, up until we got Markey. It's been a carousel of underwhelming goaltenders, journeymen, veterans. Never had a real legit starter until we got Markey from the Corey Schneider days. And then we obviously drowned in 23-24 when the defense was very Swiss cheesy. Vanacek and Schmid kind of melted down behind that defense. Fitz got rightfully crucified for it because I do believe that team could have clawed into the playoffs had they had a decent NHL goalie at any point during the season. It didn't happen. I think he's a little scarred from it, and this could be an overcorrection where we now pay, Jakeallen somewhere north of $4 million for a couple of years and don't give Dawes his chance because of that traumatic incident surrounding goalies. Doug Fitz is afraid of Markey getting hurt and liked Allen's time as a starter last year. Yeah, absolutely. I understand why the team would want Allen back. And in a perfect scenario, in a perfect world, I would love Allen back too. But given what the offense looked like last year, given all the needs we have, I personally think you have to take the calculated gamble and say, can Dawes be the backup guy now behind this defense? And I think he can. I believe almost any average NHL goaltender could perform admirably behind the defense the Devils now have. I do believe that. And so for me, I would not sign Allen. Obviously, we've talked about this in depth, but the team is petrified what would happen in the event that Markey goes down. And they're going to pay Allen, maybe 8.5, 9 million bucks over 2 years as insurance. I understand the logic, but I just can't get behind the cap usage there just because there's just so many other needs. And every penny, in my opinion, should go towards the forwards. James, Ace, Fitz should be removed from the building for bringing back Allen. This is a joke. We need this money. I agree. Antonino says, Palat still on this team is crazy. Well, Antonino, he might not be in a couple hours. He might not be in a couple hours. His contract gets modified today. He has a 10-team pre-approved trade list that goes to the Devils. And so that means there's 10 teams that he would readily already have signed off on for him to be sent to. We will see if Fitz looks to make a move and clear out that $6 million bucks. That would obviously be a good start. But I joked about it a couple nights ago, and it looks like it's coming true. I said, guys, imagine if Fitz finds a suitor and a new home for Palat and then basically gives a large chunk of that money to Allen. And it's looking like that very well may happen. I do not like Ehlers. Way better usage of money. I'm a hard pass on him, to be honest. Jason, you do an awesome job, Ace. Thanks for having this special cast for us all today. Thanks, man. Thanks for watching. We will either celebrate or commiserate. You already know the deal. We'll all be here. Antonino, after paying Dougie $10 million today, doubt the team doesn't do anything. Well, that's just money, though. That's not anything cap related. Maybe there is a correlation. I don't think so. They already have that budgeted and planned for. Obviously, his contract was signed years ago, and the team knows on what dates they're going to have to pay, what bonuses and whatnot. But to that point, a team looking to acquire Dougie, because of the way the contract is structured with those bonuses, while he still has 3 years left at a $9 million cap hit, the actual money that would be paid to Dougie by a new team in the event of a trade is far less than that $27 million over 3 years. So that could make Dougie an even more attractive target to a team, aside from now in this new cap era with all these guys getting paid. Dougie at $9 million bucks is nowhere near the perceived bad contract or overpaid contract that it was even, a couple weeks ago, because with that cap going up now, it's not a terrible number for a guy like Dougie. Stickfig says, yes, Ace, I really hope today's the day we trade you. Oh man, I hope I get traded too, Stickfigs. Doug, only way a blockbuster happens if we see Dougie or Palat go. For sure. And now with the news of Allen probably getting re-signed, if people are expecting a blockbuster, it would almost certainly require both of them being dealt, because if they do free up Palat $6 million, 2/3 of that, call it $4 million, it'll probably be a little bit more. 2/3 of that's going to go to Jake Allen. So you're talking about, if that's the case, you would have roughly $11 million left from the extra left over from Palat plus Dougie would give you about $9 million bucks, which still would give you some flexibility. So, re-signing Allen doesn't completely preclude you from making a bigger deal, but it's going to have to be something in a trade for sure. NJ Devils UK, we can't get our hopes up today. If you do, you're going to be disappointed. I've been saying that for a while. Desfan Josh, Dadonov, Armia, Suter, Rodriguez, those should be the names we see signed by the Devils. Maybe not all of them, but definitely some of them. I wouldn't mind some of them. Rodriguez at 2 years left for $3 million bucks. I don't think he's going to be some massive impact player, but for a guy that comes from a winning program at $3 million bucks a year, I think he could probably contribute. But again, is there better? I don't know. Richard says, Ace, I don't like it, Allen, but I understand it. That snake bitten feeling must be there. Yeah, the PTSD is real. It's real. The goaltending situation has Fitzy very cautious. Jason, no, today's going to be super underwhelming. I totally agree. Why are we re-signing Jake Allen? Because the team is scared that if Fitz goes down, that we're going to be cooked. I think it's time to give Dawes his shot, but I don't know. Stick things. I'm just going to my coffee shop and chilling. I'm expecting the most Fitz is getting out of me today, some golf claps and pleasant surprise. Stanley, as much as Booze Face pisses me off, I'd not be upset with Allen being signed as long as the contract is not insane. We do not need a repeat of 2024. Dawes is not the answer if Markstrom gets hurt. I mean, but why are the people that are talking kind of negatively about Dawes, what is it about Dawes that doesn't make you believe. I mean, he looked very good in a very small sample size last year. I'll give you that. Very small sample size. But he showed flashes of being a very good goalie in that 23-24 season as well. Obviously, it wasn't consistent, but that was a couple years ago. He has aged, hopefully matured a little bit. But the main thing is the defense is much better than it was on that team. And again, last year in a small sample size, he played very well behind this defense. And I think any average NHL goaltender would do the same, which is why I am, was firmly of the belief that it's time to give Dawes a real crack at it. Doug, I don't even think Fitz wants to overpay on free agents. Fair point. But again, the trade market, go make a move. There's guys with term out there that are signed to beautiful numbers. Jackson says Ehlers or Besser. I'm out on both of those. I think that would be, squandering money. I think Besser's a little bit of a one-trick pony. He scares me a little bit. I think if there's going to be any real kind of answers here, it's got to come from a trade. James says free agency apparently means everyone stay put. A lot of guys staying where they ended the season. Lobster, we just need to fire Fitz. That's all we need. I think after today, I expect you're going to see a lot more people kind of on that wavelength, but I'm hoping he surprises us all. Justin says, I would like to see Sprong back with the Devils. I mean, again, I can't get excited about it. Sorry. I mean, it is what it is. He's not going to move the needle. Could he potentially be an okay bottom six guy? Maybe. But is that what we're settling for? I mean, we should be looking to significantly improve. And I don't think that's, a step in the right direction. Samuel, not looking for a big name, just a few, I guess, small moves. Re-signing Allen is stupid. We were looking at a carbon copy of last season. Maybe I'll move back to Florida. Yeah, when Fitz came out and said we're not bringing the same group back, I mean, realistically, as it stands or as it seems it's going to go, it largely will be the same group. Minus Eric Halla, maybe minus a couple bottom six guys, plus a couple new bottom six guys. But in the end, that is by and large the same group we saw last year. Some minor tweaks, but nothing significant. It's not like he did this major overhaul. Nick Gallo, this is going to be a rough day. Fitz needs to move some contracts and shake things up. I'm not expecting it, but we will see. Jay Snow, always watch the Devils. I'm just not going to have big expectations for this team next year. I think that's a lot of us. Here we are. NJ Devils UK. If Nate Bastion is on this team next year, I'm checking out early. I think there's a chance. I really think there is a chance that you might see it. But, I can't judge. Wow, guys, this just in. This just in. Wow. I don't even know what to make of this, guys. Get ready for it. This one's a bit of a shocker. I got to get a better way to do this on here. This is all annoying, but bear with me 1 second. And here it is. Breaking news just moments ago, guys. You guys may have got to it in the chat. Elliot Friedman. Jakeallen. I am stunned. 5 times 1.8 AAV. This is just crazy. 5 years at $1.8 million. I got to take a minute to digest this. I don't really know what. Wow. Wow. Super interesting. This is a nice deal considering. I mean, 1.8. I don't understand the 5 years. This is a little bit wild, but Jake Allen will be back for 5 years, 1.8 mil. Well, you guys are, that is some cunning stuff. Yeah, I know I'm super far behind. Sorry, I was going off on a tangent. I don't think he's going to play 5 years, obviously, and I don't know. Yeah, Justin, I know, Jeff. Sorry, you guys are $1.8 million for 5 years. I can't see him playing the 5 years. The 1.8 cap hit is great. I do think, as you point out, Stick Figs, on one hand, 1.8 is great. On the other hand, Dawes is never getting a shot. It seems like he's done, and I agree, Jeff. Trade him now. What is his value? At this point, it doesn't even matter. Trade him. He has no future here. And Ryan, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I guess Markey's not coming back, and the tandem will be Jake and Dawes. I suppose that could be the case. I just don't know what the goaltending plan is, and maybe nobody knows, right? But if you get Jake Allen at 1.8, it's an interesting move. That is you have to give Fitz credit. That is a nice move to be able to pull that off. But wow. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious how this plays out. But listen, like Jake Allen, 1.8, I didn't see a deal like this coming. So you have to give Fitz credit here. I think a lot of us would have liked Allen back, but just said we were against it because of the money. But at this type of structured deal, 5 times 1.8, I can't say that was anything short of a genius kind of solution here. That was a master move by Fitz. Now, is that alone going to get me excited? No, but that is some nice work to get creative to keep a guy as an insurance policy. Again, I said I wanted Allen back. I didn't want to pay him, but I never saw this coming. I didn't see this coming, and you have to give Tom Fitzgerald credit. Being able to come up with a little bit of an outside of the box type of situation that would satisfy Jake Allen and still keep him here. Justin says, I think Dawes will have some trade value, and Markstrom said he was opening to sign an extension with the Devils. Well, I'm curious now, given this Jake Allen deal, what is the situation with Markey? Do they see him here beyond this year? Maybe he was talking about it, that he was open to it, which obviously he would be. This very well could be the end of 1 year. This could be the last year of Jacob Markstrom here, which I would like to see him play well and get another year. Why do you think the Devils wanted to keep Jake Allen? Do you think it was a strategy for long term? No, it's more so the short term. If Markey goes down, they don't want to trust or feel like they can't trust in Dawes or any other guy they have. You saw what Jake Allen did last year when Markey went down. And to his credit, we don't make the playoffs without a strong showing from Jake Allen when Markey went down. And likewise, I don't think we make it without Markey's good play at random times throughout the season. It's just it's a safety net. If Markey goes down, they didn't trust in Dawes. I would have taken the gamble, but given this contract, $1.8 million, it's pretty much a no-brainer. And so the strategy is you now have 2 goalies where if one goes down, you have another one that is capable of playing, period, and still winning and hopefully not skip a beat. John says, didn't want Allen back, but 1.8, you like it. Fitz gets credit here. Dawes must be on his way out in a trade. You would think. Tasha says, Allen has a bunch of kids. So that makes sense. He wanted to stay. That certainly makes sense. Obviously, family and off the ice stuff always plays a part in guys' decisions of where they want to play. LJ says, nice start, Fitz. Let's see what the day brings. Justin Fitz gets credit for that Allen signing. Really pretty team friendly, though. Absolutely. I completely agree. It's a great move by Fitz. Let's see if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. Pro Bolt Forever, do you think the Devils could get Alex Tuch? I made a video where he was one of the 3 guys I mentioned. If I'm Tom Fitzgerald, I'm calling Buffalo and I'm trying to twist their arm. Alex Tuch would be an absolutely beautiful addition to this team. He would look beautifully on the side of Jack on the top line, and I would love to see it. I don't know if he's available, but if I'm Fitz, I'm calling and certainly trying. Jersey Roots, how you doing, Paisan and all the other dirty barbarian animals? What's going on, Jersey Roots? Stanley, Markstrom will be back as well. This is a solid tandem that works well together. Get another 2-3 seasons from them and then transition. Oh boy, 2 or 3 seasons. Stanley, these guys are already planning their funerals because they're, oh my God, 34 and 35. In 2 or 3 years from now, I can't imagine what the people will be talking about in terms of their age. Samuel says 1 more year of Markey than Dawes and Allen. That very well may be the case. Or maybe Dawes is not even part of the equation. Maybe, beyond this year, you see, I mean, it's interesting. How many years does Allen think he's really going to truly play? It's very interesting, but at some point, Yegorov is going to push and command either, at a minimum, the backup role or the starting role. I do believe he is the next franchise goalie, but I don't know. That's probably at least a few years away. And so we have to wait and see what the goalie succession plan is. But Allen here for 5 more years if he wants is very interesting. Jason, great deal on Allen, which was done so we could sign an extension for Markey. Man, I don't know. Now I'm super curious. Is Markey going to get an extension? I don't know that we're going to see it yet. The Devils might want to wait and kind of be like, show me what you got, Markey. David, a goalie being good enough for that price, even at age 39, final year contract is far from crazy. Great deal, no trade protection either. We came in second. 1.8 is a soft hit. Can't complain with that. Wonder where Markey sits with that. Same. That's kind of the first thing is like, all right, what does this mean for Markstrom? Kyle, thinking about the 5 years, the cap going up, this deal will be around league minimum towards the end of it. Yeah, true. The money's getting crazy. I mean, this is a no-brainer. So I can't do anything other than give Fitz credit here. Super creative solution. And you have Allen for up to 5 years, kind of a guy that you feel could take the starting net if he has to, or could be a good backup goalie if you don't have a true starter in position. And so I do like this move, obviously. $1.8 million. I mean, what are we talking about? Malik and Yegorov, you have 2 of the young studs. Malik will be interesting to see what becomes of him. It's kind of a crowded crease prospect pool, if you will. Lots of young goalies in the mix, but I do believe Yegorov is fully the guy of the future. Tasha Markey's 100% getting an extension, but if Fitz decides to go with Allen as his starter, that would be bad. I can't see that yet. Anything could happen beyond this year, I suppose, but Devils Mets fan, this seems to be a new way to get around the cap. Florida did it with Marchand. Oh, Devils Mets fan, this is not new. These types of deals have been going around forever. Look no further than the New Jersey Devils extending Ilya Kovalchuk, which we were punished by the NHL, which was crazy, and charged with cap circumvention. Cap circumvention, completely crazy. Pyro, if we got to take on a bad contract in a trade, use Dawes as a trade chip. Or maybe they keep Dawes. I mean, at this point, I don't know. Big Cheese make me. Whatever Fitz does, people will complain. Fitz said the bottom 6 needs work, so I think that's what he's going to concrete on. Well, we need the bottom 6 must be fixed. But this was a great move. Allen at 1.8. I don't think anyone saw this coming. Doug, Markey and Allen is going to be the tandem till Yegorov and whoever. You think it's going to be a full tandem swap with no kind of transition? I mean, it's possible. Justin Markstrom was outstanding last year. I love me some Markey. Jeff, keep Jake, trade Markey, bring back Yager and Elias for some depth and really shake things up, Fitz. Jason knows the problem isn't our goaltending. Our forward group is super weak. Completely agree. But the day is not even begun yet. Perhaps we see some shakeups to the forward group. Brendan places Jake did buy a house here this season. Yeah, it all makes sense. He's looking to, end his career, plant some roots. Samuel, how many goalies do we have in the system? No trust in any one of them. Well, I guess the only ones who would be truly considered for the big club for this season probably would be limited to Dawes and potentially Malik. So I get it. If you don't trust Dawes, it's kind of dicey from there. But we came in second. Perhaps a sign and trade with Allen. That's an attractive cap hit for teams that are quite thin in net. I know we're not oozing talent, but Markey Dawes isn't a bad combo. There's no way they're trading Allen. No chance. That's to keep him here. That is a funny thought, but there's no way. Ernad, I really hope Fitz is on the phone with Buffalo now. So do I. Alex, Allen gives good interviews. I bet he's great in the locker room. Yeah, he's got a little bit of old school in him. He's been around the block. He's been part of a cup-winning team. He's seen greatness. He's been around the sport a lot. And I think veteran guys like that are a great presence on and off the ice. And he does give a pretty good interview. Justin Smith would love Alex Tuck. Would love to see it. Jason says, talk never happening, not with Fitz. Doug, these are moves you should be able to make, though, Ace. In my opinion, it also should be expected to move a terrible contract like Plotz, being that the Rags got Gaudreau, Trouba, and Kreider at no retention. I agree, but let's just wait. The 10-day pre-approved trade lists for Palat and Dougie kicked in today, so they can be sent to 10 teams apiece. We're going to see. Jay Snow, what has Fitz done to make you think he got big moves planned? I don't necessarily think that he does, but the chance, there's obviously a chance that he has something planned. There's also a chance he has nothing planned. That's what today is for, guys. Stanley says it's true, but they're trying not to let goaltending become a problem again. 2024 is flushed down the toilet because of goaltending. Completely agree. That was a glaring kind of mess up, in my opinion. Egregious to not get a goalie, and he heard about it for a while, as he should have. Had we gotten a goalie, this group could have made, a push for a playoff appearance. Now, do I think we would have went out there and did damage and won a cup? No. But as I've said a million times, there is a value in making the playoffs and the team getting this experience and going through the playoff wars as a group. And they didn't get that opportunity. That was a massive couple steps backwards after setting a franchise record with 112 points and beating the Rangers in a beautiful 7-game series the season before. Mike says, I'd rather have Yegorov than Dawes. Well, Yegorov's super young. He'll be here eventually, and he's going to be a monster. Tasha, I'm so excited for Big Mike, though. He seems great and a fantastic personality. Absolutely. I saw him play several times on television. I saw him live at BU. There's a couple Yegorov videos on the channel. If you haven't seen them, check them out. I have some warm-up stuff, some game action. Love some Big Mike. I think he's going to be a great one for this team for a very long time. Stan, why can't we be like the Panthers and have a win-now mentality? I wish we would. We're going to find out. We will find out how win now this team is. But I firmly agree. The chips got to start getting pushed towards the middle, and you got to really make a run at this thing. Michael, the only real blockbuster deal I want to see is signing Cam Jansen 8 times 2.5. Mason, I think they wait on Markey extension until next offseason. I can see that. Walt, what's up? Shocked to see Allen sign so cheap. Not expected, but zero complaints. Completely agree. I don't think anyone saw this type of creative structure of a deal coming out. And yeah, how can you complain, right? I mean, listen, like I said, I would have loved Allen back. I thought we were going to have to pay him over $4 million, which I had no interest in. And Fitzy finds a way around it. You got to give credit where it's due. This was a little masterclass by Fitz. Let's see what he could follow it up with. World's worst gamer. If Dawes is going, I want him buried in the West on some bad team. Completely agree. Would hate to see him come back and haunt us potentially down the line. Richard, I mean, Bob did just win back-to-back cups at 36, so Markey isn't exactly done, especially if they get split the workload a bit more to lighten his load physically. Tasha says, not the Kovalchuk deal. The curse is over now. Yeah, that penalty or whatever finally came off the books. Stanley, I really wish we could keep Dumoulin. He was brilliant over the 5 playoff games. Yeah, he was a very pleasant surprise. Very solid. Obviously, the blue line is a little crowded, but with the Kovacevic kind of injury, we don't really know what the status of that is, how much time he's going to miss. With the potential of moving Dougie, I mean, I do think there could be a world where we see a Dumoulin or another veteran-type defenseman signed. I wouldn't be shocked. Fitz likes his vets. He especially likes him on the blue line. Last year, he got Dumoulin and Chalowski, and I think he's a little scared to trot out a bunch of young kids if you could avoid it. I wouldn't be shocked if we do see a veteran D-man brought in at some point. Metalander says the only thing Fitz can do given the cap is bring in undervalued dogs. There will be no stars. Start the doom argument. Brett, I know we were all in PTSD mode from the trade deadline, but I'm excited for the offseason Fitz magic to make a return. Good start so far. Agree there. I've liked Fitz's off seasons. My biggest gripe with him is the lack of in-season moves, which have cost us, I believe, for the past 2 seasons. Now, last offseason was phenomenal. Pesci, Dillon, Markey trade, Nason, Cotter, steals Kovacevic. Obviously, given the cap situation, there's not going to be anywhere near that level of, deals being done this summer, but can there be a few that are meaningful? And he starts off with a great one. Getting Allen at a ridiculously low figure. Also, the defense was atrocious in 23-24. Yes, it was. Mark, happy Bobby Bonilla Day. Oh, that's hilarious, Mark. Yeah, Bobby Bonilla, what was it, like 30 years ago or something? Signed that crazy deal with the Mets where every July 1st he gets like, what is it, like $1.2 million or something? And I think he gets it for like another 10 years. Bobby Bonilla Day. It is funny. World's worst gamer, SJ could use a goalie. They got a few guys in Wenberg and Toffoli that are 30 or older. Is there a deal to be made there? Well, I mean, they obviously have tons of cap space. I'm not sure that the Devils are going to deal Dawes, though. I mean, maybe they just say, you know what, this is a nice piece to have, but it seems like, I don't know, with all the other guys in the system, he's on a one-way deal. I mean, it just might be one of those things where your hand is kind of forced. Yeah, Askarov would have been a nice guy for us to get, but I'm hoping Yegorov ends up being better than him. I think it's very possible. Josh, patiently waiting for someone like Robo to come join us. I wouldn't be mad at it. I would rather Tuck. We could get him in a trade. Michael, guys, you know why Ace's voice is so raspy? He was standing outside Fitz's house screaming "Scrit." Bring back Vernon Fiddler or Jacob Josephson. Oh, those are some two blasts from the past. Michael Russell, smash that like. Yeah, thanks, guys. Hit the like for your boy. Michael says Allen deal is good because it shows us Fitz is trying to keep the cap hit down while still paying Allen his due. It could be a sign that we are hunting for a serious player. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not going to look too much into it because in the end, even without hunting for a serious player, we're still tight against the cap. So we have plenty of needs. I can't say, he was going to try to keep Allen's number as low as possible no matter what. There's a lot of guys that we need to sign. But it is a nice move by him. Again, I'm not going to look too much into it and say that I think something big is looming. It could be, but it very well just could be him trying to, still have some money to address all these other needs. Because without any other big contracts getting moved out, we're very, very tight against the cap. You're going to see a bunch of league minimum type maneuvers. Morkel, this may be due to NJ's attractiveness as a place to live. Great schools, public services, proximity to cities, relatively safe, etc. Thank you, Jake. Yeah, there's far worse places to live than New Jersey, that's for sure, in terms of NHL markets. Tasha, this has been a theme of pending free agents re-signing for crazy discounts. It is true. The Panthers guys, especially Ekblad, I feel like left a ton of money on the table. Bennett likely left a good amount. Obviously, Brad Marchand, but that makes a little more sense. They're in a tax-free state on a juggernaut team in great weather. They talk about riding golf carts to practice. I mean, Bill Zito has essentially assembled a freaking paradise down in Florida. And if you were on that Panthers team, you would be crazy not to give a discount and beg them to keep you. Beg them to keep you. And Jake Allen, this just has to come down to family. Didn't want to uproot his family. There are reports out there that teams like Edmonton and some other teams would have thrown a ton of money at him. So credit to Jake Allen. That is a, sizable discount that he gave the Devils in a uniquely crafted format to keep his team here, to stay on the Devils. And obviously Jake likes it here. Metalander, does anyone know if the Jim Dowd Jr. that's playing at the development camp is related to Jersey Jim Dowd? Yes, it's his son. It's his son on a tryout. Jimmy Jr. of Penn State University. Floody boy, when will we find out if Dawes is traded? After he's traded? I'm not fully expecting it. I wouldn't be surprised. It's definitely a possibility. Louis, is Tuck rumored to be on the block? As far as I know, there's no strong, credible rumors. I think there's been a lot of speculation. Obviously, Buffalo is a little bit of a disaster. Tuck only has this upcoming season remaining on his deal. And so I have to believe that, guys don't necessarily need to be available to get them, right? I mean, everybody has a price, and maybe Buffalo's not actively shopping him. But again, if I'm Fitz, I'm calling up and I'm saying, what is it going to take to get this guy? And I'm throwing out some offers. Tuck would be a tremendous add to this Devils club. One of my top guys I would love to see. Jason, now would be the time to move Dougie or Palat before free agency starts. You might see something today. Des fan Josh Amoya just posted that if Allen fades in his later age, his salary cap buyout would be $600K per season. Yeah, chump change. Relative chump change. Tasha, you can't say Fitz does nothing during the trade deadline. Look, he got Chalowski last season. He does nothing during the regular season. Let's be fair. I don't know if I'm being trolled right now. You're going to count Chalowski as doing something during the season? That's a like a real trade deadline move to you? It was one of the worst deadlines I've ever seen. Samuel, I seriously want a new third line, or at least play guys that belong in the third and not forced to play up. Yeah, well, that comes with having pieces, having depth, having true bottom six guys, and having top six guys. A lot of guys had to play up, obviously, because we have a top four. Michael, bottom line, though, if something big comes up, we'll have to dump contracts. Who is legit on the short list? I mean, Palat. You could find a home for Palat. I'm not too I think, especially if you sweeten it, you'd be surprised. Someone could take Palat. Obviously, Dougie's the other one. And then if you're talking about a trade, I think Mercer's more than likely Mercer would be a piece that you could see featured in a trade just because of his potential, what he's shown already in his young career, and the relative value of him with 2 years remaining on his deal at $4 million. I think if you're looking to make a splash up front, Mercer's probably a guy that goes the other way, which I'd be fine with. And I've said, I do like Dawson Mercer. I do think he's gotten some unjust criticism from a lot of this fan base. I think, again, expectations were way too high. A lot of people expected way too much out of him. I really do like Dawson Mercer, but if you are able to package him in a deal to get a true upgrade for your top six, I think it must be done. And so if there is going to be any sort of splashy trades to bring in a true top six guy, I highly suspect that Dawson Mercer would, in fact, be part of that deal. Just scanning the comments here. Tasha, not saying now I believe Fitz is doing something big, but now I believe he's doing something at least, and Allen is proof. Yeah, but again, is that alone going to make you, sing his praises? It's a great start, but if that's all it is, it's going to be underwhelming for a lot of people, but it's off to a great start. Pyro says, has to be something special for Allen to not take the $5 million he could have gotten. Agreed. I think he does like the team. He likes the guys, and obviously his family played a huge role in this. He does have children. I'm sure he didn't want to uproot them. He probably likes, the school system and the lifestyle and everything about it. New Jersey really is, aside from the excessive cost of living, New Jersey is a pretty damn good place to live. Samuel, Panthers players staying at a discount to all about being in a winner. Marlin players run at the first chance. Yeah, you got to want a winner. You got to be on a winner. When we find out when Dawes is traded, after he's traded. It's true. We'll find out after it happens. You got anything good for lunch? Oh, man, I'm kind of hungry. Nancy says trade Palat for future considerations at this point. I mean, listen, if you could get rid of Palat with no retention, you don't even think about what's coming back the other way. Similar to the Haula thing, you're happy to free up that $6 million. Devin says Dawes Mercer in a second for Tuck. I don't think that would be enough to get it done, but I do that without thinking about it. If that was on the table, I just can't see that being enough. I think you'd have to give more but I certainly would be okay with, something along those lines, or even a bit more going their way, because I do think Tuck could be a game changer. Trade Mercer for Aces push lawnmower. You guys are crazy. Taze went home to Winnipeg. That was like a couple weeks ago, Ryan. You're behind. Josh says, people are saying Oilers are cooked because we signed Allen and they're still searching for a goalie. I mean, that's the position they put themselves in. It's unfortunate for them that, they got to the finals again, and goaltending was kind of a glaring weakness in the armor. Well, there are teams with a ton of cap space that need to reach the cap floor. Palat has the ability to play the bottom six elsewhere. I think it can be moved. It's just a matter of getting it done. Agree. Does he move on today? Does he move on today? Oh, shit. Does he move on today? Alex says, trade Mercer to Seattle for McCann. They love mediocre forwards. McCann's a guy I would have loved last year as well. It didn't happen. Supposedly the prices were sky high for everybody. Maybe this offseason is where we see some guys moved for real reasonable prices. Dan's Hobby says we ain't getting nobody. You might be wrong. Listen, Fitz is off to a good start. Let's keep the faith. No one saw Jake coming back at 1.8 million. Daniel, what's up? 48 likes, 208 watching. Smash the like, you lazy bastard. Thanks. Hit the thumbs up for your boy. Appreciate you, Daniel. I always forget, but it's you. Find folks like you that always have the call to action on my behalf. Appreciated. Ryan says, damn, I was hoping the Devils would get Taves. Yeah, so was I. But it was never realistic. But it's nice to dream. Dennis, get us talking. I'll even take Sturm for bottom six. Oh, man. I mean, if both of those happened, I would be pretty well pleased. I mean, Tuck in itself would be great. Tasha, get someone in trade, not via free agency, the cap space. Completely agree. Those contracts in place, especially for some of the guys whose names have been floating around, straight up steal contracts. Very, very good deals. Very, very good deals. We came in second. It's evident this fan base has PTSD because some people are melting down already. Free agency hasn't even hit yet. Chill out and remember last year's free agency. Fitz did well. Let's just take a breath. That's kind of where I'm at. And he's off to a great start. I mean, listen, you guys know I speak my mind about Fitz for sure, but when he does something good, you got to give it to him. 1.8 times 5. Nobody on the planet saw that coming. No one. I thought they were going to announce like a $4.25, $4.3 million deal times 2. And I think he would have got roasted for it. But 1.8 times 5, I mean, wow. What a beautiful play. SST chimes in, says, bye-bye Markstrom. My boy Jake is going to be a starter next year. Fantastic news. Do you mean for 25-26 SST? You're calling Allen the starter? I understand that was the obvious answer, but I meant more so a date. You never know with those things. Could be today, could be never. NJ Swamp Fox, Dawes, Mercer, and Casey for Tuck. Ooh, that seems a little steeper, Swamp Fox. And I would have to consider that, I think. But I think I would, in a situation like that, I would try my best to swap in either lower level prospects or picks in place of Casey, because having Casey still either with the organization or as a potential trade chip, I think would be nice. Trading all three of those for Tuck with 1 year left on his deal, you're emptying, you're taking bullets out of the chamber to do something else. And while I would love Tuck, I think I would have to try to bring that cost down a little bit to be able to have another potential bigger move to make. Nick Robertello, trade for Ryan Lomberg would be a real team changer. Should have picked him up last year. Guy's a real motor. And he's got some fist too. He beat the brakes off of poor Bastion when he was pinned against the glass. Tasha, I think Fitz got the qualifying offer for Cody Glass because the free agency market is so small and not that great. Everyone's going to get overpaid like crazy. Yeah, and again, with the cap going up, I've told everybody for a long time since this was announced that you're going to see reckless deals. I mean, Romanov from the Islanders just got like 6.5. Kevin Ball got like 5.35. And so again, another rare Fitz defensive Fitz moment from me is that I told you guys in October that I fell in love with Johnny Kovacevic. I hadn't fallen in love with the player that quickly in quite some time. I loved Kovacevic, loved what he brought. I was talking about extending him back then, and then Fitz did it. 5 years at $4 million. A lot of people talk smack about that. And what do you have to say about that now? Obviously, he's hurt and it sucks, but hopefully he comes back, doesn't miss a beat. Johnny Kovacevic at $4 million for 5 years is a phenomenal deal. Furthermore, there was some people talking smack about Pesce once upon a time. Brett Pesce's getting $5.5 million. Some of the contracts we have are going to age like those Bordeaux's from Napa Valley. Just fine wine in the cellar there. 5.5 for Pesce? Robbery. Justin, seriously, hit that like button. Hit it for your boy. Megan, Peterka and Tucker, basically the same guy, and the Sabres traded Peterka for a bag of chips. Yeah, but we're not going to get lucky with a total theft. And I don't need to steal them. I'm willing to pay a fair price, but make it happen. Rabid Monkeypox. So the Devils have the top 5 goaltending tandem in the NHL. Oh, SST, you're saying for 26-27 he's going to be the starter? That's interesting. We came in second. I'm realizing why this live stream is so pleasant. Where the hell is Woodson? Must be shopping for his shine box. Floody boy, imagine Dawes gets traded to the Edmonton Oilers. I don't know. I can't see Edmonton being like, our goaltending situation has been such a mess. Let's go trade for another hopeful in Dawes. I think they're certainly looking for something a little bit more of a sure thing, but it might not be out there for them. Doug says we don't need any draft picks for the next 5 years. Trade those, huh? I'm trading first rounders for the foreseeable future. Win now. This team should be all in on win now. The core continues to get older. Nico's got 2 more years. Start pushing those chips in the middle. Win now. I have zero interest in drafting in the first round for the foreseeable future. Dire Straits says Bastian is done here, right? I don't know that that's I don't think that that's a foregone conclusion. Like I said earlier, I think there's a very good chance we see him come back, depending on what else shakes out. Stay tuned. Free agency starts in 6 minutes. Trade Palat and do not re-sign Bastian. I mean, I think a lot of people are probably on board with both of those sentiments. Hold on one second, guys. All right. David Ace, what do you think about signing Jeannot, Schmidt, and Besser? Obviously, Besser would cost at least $8 million. We need a bottom 6. I don't want to see Lazar, Bash, and Dowling anymore. Interesting names you throw out there. Schmidt and Jeannot, I wouldn't mind. Besser, I think, is going to cost way too much, and I just think he's a little bit of a one-trick pony. I think we could find a better option with a trade, personally. I think I saw a projection of Besser getting like $9 or $9.5 million. I'm a firm pass on that. Artie says maybe Fitz might surprise us with the Quinn Hughes trade. That would be the interesting one that would kind of break the internet if that came out of nowhere. If the Quinn thing just out of nowhere is like, boom, Quinn Hughes to the Devils, I think people would go lose their mind. Mike, I don't get why we signed Allen. Fitz must have no trust in Dawes. Clearly, but at the price, I can't complain. I thought we were going to pay a lot for him, and I would have been upset because I wanted that money to go to forwards. But when you have the option to get Allen at that price, it's a no-brainer. Khalil says, so Allen has all that money. Luke getting a bridge deal or a 6-year deal, $7 million. We wait and see on the Luke deal as well. a bridge. I would like to see a long-term, not a bridge for him, but who knows? We're seeing guys sign shorter-term deals, I think, because they're anticipating the cap just getting crazy where they're like, all right, screw it. I'll sign a 4-year deal, be a free agent again, and then get super paid. Brian J. Fitz is incapable of bringing in a high-priced player. I don't know if that's necessarily true. But obviously it's a fair question. Can he bring in a big fish? He did bring in Timo, but really outside of that, that was the main kind of, in terms of a trade anyway. Ted says, Biz crying about the Panthers re-signing all three, Marchie, Ekblad, and Bennett. I mean, listen, when you build a juggernaut in a tax-free state, to the victor goes the spoils. Guys are giving discounts to stay there, and can you blame them? I thought Ekblad might be the odd man out, but all of them, Bennett, Ekblad, Martian, they all want to be there, and they all showed it. They put their money where their mouth is. They signed team-friendly deals, and they're built to contend for a long time. NJ Swamp Fox says, how about Dougie and Dawes for Tuck? Dougie's best year was with Lindy. I mean, that's an interesting one, I suppose. I'd have to really think about that. That's an interesting one. I mean, in the end, I'm doing anything remotely reasonable to get Tuck here. I do think he would transform that top six immediately. But we came in second. Here's a question. We need bottom six depth and one top six guy. I mean, really, we need two top six guys, but that could be pipe dreamy. Would it not be beneficial just to keep Mercer slotted in the bottom six and trade for a top six with Dougie, Palat, Nemitz? I like Nemitz, though. I guess in the end, what do you value more, Mercer or Nemitz? And, I could see that going both ways. But I do think if you're going to get a top six guy, you're going to have to part with either Mercer or one of those, Nemitz, Casey, first round picks. It's a fair question, but I think if you need to send Mercer and you're getting a clear top six piece, I think you got to do it. Obviously, if you could do it without trading Mercer and keep him in the bottom six, that would be great as well. But then it just comes down to, like a preference. Would you rather keep Mercer or would you rather keep Nemitz? I think most people are going to say they rather keep Nemitz. I think I'm in that camp as well. I like Mercer and what he brings, and I've defended him all year long. But, redundant type of players. We have a lot of these small guys. Dire Straits Ace, your comments about Jack Hughes and the Boucher pictures last night had me rolling. Wait, what are the Boucher pictures? The bouncer, I guess that's supposed to say. I mean, dude, it's true. Look at the photo. Quinn would be a win now move. I would like to see other things done in conjunction, but for sure. Let's see what my man Friedman. Oh, it's 12 o'clock, guys. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Ernad, you guys think Jack makes it through 25, 26 with an intact shoulder? I certainly hope so. Dire Straits, the Devils getting rid of the third jersey anytime soon. Oh, the old jersey. I think we heard the rumors. Who knows what's really going to happen? But I would love to see a better third jersey rolled out. Justin says, Bratt, Mercer, and Casey for Tuck or Thompson. No, I mean, that's a vast overpayment for Tuck. Bratt, Mercer, and Casey for Thompson. Now, I think that's something you'd have to consider. I'm not saying it's a definitive yes, but that's something you have to look at. Thompson with a lot of years left on his deal. He's only making $3 million, Rodriguez, for 2 more years. I mean, am I going to be ecstatic about it? No, but I wouldn't complain about it either. Doug says we need a culture change, and Dougie is the guy who would shake up the locker room without destroying the core. I could see that. Dire Straits says some GM will fall for the good old Canadian boy with Mercer. I mean, listen, he's a valuable player. Dennis says if you trade Bratt for Tage, I'm game. Critter Chronicles, what do people see in Nemitz that I don't? I see him as a huge bust so far. He had a little bit of a rough start to the year, but if you watch the playoffs, I mean, he showed you saw what he could do at this young of an age, this age. And he's only going to continue to get better. Defensemen take a while to develop. I can't kill the kid. Is he a stud defenseman right now? No, but will he become one? I think so. Sorry, I don't know how much this works. What happens at 12 o'clock? Teams can start signing guys. As of right now, you're going to start seeing a bunch of deals be announced. Feels like the deadline day all over again. Ted says goalies are at a premium. Ask Edmonton. The Uncle Puckers. What's up, fellas? Let's go Devils. Pucker, Tony. Hopefully we see some moves. Tony, maybe next time you guys come on, you could join as well. Always like bringing in outside folks to hear their opinions on this New Jersey Devils situation. NJ Devils, we want the cup. Bratt for Quinn is what's going is what's going to happen when it's time. Calling it now. There's zero chance we trade Bratt for Quinn, knowing that we could get him in 2 years for nothing. That's psychotic talk. Chris, Mercer, Casey in a first round for Robertson. I could see something like that potentially happening. I think Robertson only has 1 year left on his deal. He's going to want a ton of money afterwards. And so that's why I firmly want to trade for a guy with lots of years left on his deal at a good number. A guy like Kyrou. There's some other guys out there as well. Jay Snow says the league is going back to big and physical. Yeah, no shit. Physicality matters, guys. Watch the playoffs. NJ Swamp Fox, hate the prison jerseys, but they do fit in our home base. Metal Amber says the way the goalie situation is in the league, I'm surprised someone didn't hand Allen a bag. They tried. He wanted to stay here, and all the credit in the world to Fitz. He got it done. Michael says if Dougie's not scoring on the power play, he's useless. He gets burned way too much on the breakaway. Trade Dougie. Dougie has value. It is crazy to me how many people hate on him. Now we just wait. Phil's on his lunch break. What did he miss? Fitz pulled off a genius move, signing Jakeallen to $1.8 million times 5 years. What a crafty move, especially considering teams were going to give him $4.5, $5 million. What a move by Fitz. Jason says Mercer had an off year. Stupid to trade him now, then see him blow up somewhere else. For me, if it's a clear upgrade, you got to do it. You can't have that kind of thought process of FOMO. Like, once you trade a guy, never look back. I don't want to trade him, like I said. But if there's a deal on the table where we get a clear top 6 guy, you got to do it. Justin Smith says, go back to the red and green jerseys. No thanks, man. Those were the painful years for the Devils. The red and black is when we were Cup champions. Doug says, I don't see the point in trading an Iron Man like Mercer when our forward group is already thin and injury prone. I agree. Only trade him, though, if you must to get a clear upgrade and a top 6 guy. Then you have to do it. But I'm not like trying to trade him for the sake of trading him. Phil says people just want the nice new shiny toys. I completely agree with that. Sweb, I think a Dougie trade could get us some good bottom 6 depth. Yeah, I'd be interested, given, again, where the cap is and where these crazy deals are going. For 3 years of a guy like Dougie at a $9 million cap hit, which isn't terrible by any stretch, especially now, what could he get you back in a trade? I would be curious to know where his value is at the moment. NJ Devils, we want the cup. I would trade Dougie for a traffic cone. I think that's a little drastic. The Dougie kind of hatred is a little surprising to me. Like, we saw how much we suffered without him in 23-24. He went down, and it was just a disaster. People, I've said this for a while, though. Sometimes people don't know what they got till it's gone, and I do believe when eventually the team does move on from Dougie Hamilton, people will see in not too short of a time that he did have a value, and he was a contributor for this club, and we will feel his absence. Stanislav says, what's up, all? Let's go, baby. Free agency. Jason, I agree. Only trade Mercer if it's a top 6. No stupid move. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be a trade that makes sense. Walt, NJ had interest in Brandon Tanev prior him getting traded to Winnipeg. I wonder if they pursue him as a UFA now. He's got that script to play the middle 6. That could be an interesting one. There's some guys out there for sure. I'm sure Fitz is burning up those phone lines right now. What is the old Fitzy working on? What is the old Fitzy working on? And as the, I'm thinking, will we hear something by 2 p.m.? Scott, will we see Casey play this year? I think there's a lot of things that we don't know that will affect that. Is Dougie Hamilton traded? How much time does Kovacevic miss? I don't think it's a guarantee that we see Casey play this year, but I definitely think it's a possibility as well. Joe and Majo, I don't want to lose Dawes, though he was solid in his games the last 2 years. We played him 9 games straight, even back-to-back 2 years ago, which brought some of his numbers down. I agree. He did kind of get thrust into action, maybe in too intensive a workload out of necessity because of everything that happened that year. But in the small sample size last year, he did play well, and I credit a lot of that to the revamped defense. I really do like this defense, and I do think most average NHL goalies could perform behind them. I believe in the defense that much. Tasha says the Dougie hate is crazy. People really do just want the new shiny toys. Justin, I don't think the Devils keep Casey and Nemitz. I think one of them is gone. I mean, it seems like, those are obviously 2 of our most valuable trade chips that if we were looking to make a splash, teams would be very interested in them. And so, yeah, I mean, just like last year when the rumors were out, one of them definitely could be moved in a deal. Doug says Dougie went down and gave Luke the power play 1 spot, and our power play got better. I mean, the power play was good pretty much all year. NJ Swamp Fox, I think Dougie's shot is shot. Better to trade him before everyone sees it. But what if he was still kind of nursing that pec injury that he was recovering from, and all of a sudden we see the Dougie bomb from 22-23 come back, and he starts lighting it up and is another 70-point guy. I mean, it is possible. Obviously, there is the concern that the Dougie bomb is gone forever, but he still has a nice wrister snapshot kind of situation where he could pick corners and stuff. It's still lethal. Samuel, take Dougie's point production out of the blue line. What you got? Not friggin' much. Dan's hobbies. When it comes to Quinn, do you want to wait 2 years, risking injury within those 2 years? I've talked about this a ton as well. There obviously is a value in getting him sooner than later, and really pushing for it. Now, I don't want to give up a ton of things to get him, but getting him 2 years earlier would certainly require a good amount of assets. But that's a win-now move. Totally a win-now move, and I wouldn't mind seeing it, but the price can't be outlandish. And I think it would, even a deal that the Devils would consider would still be expensive asset-wise. And yeah, I'm of the mindset that the next 2 to 3 years, probably 2 years, is our best chance to win a cup. And there's no guarantee Nico's even going to be here beyond then. Push the chips to the middle and get it done. Kyle says, I think Henry can be had. I think he's pretty much almost done, but as a 4C, I mean, you probably could do worse. Ghost Mob Gaming, yo, Ace, I'm hiding in the back room at work watching. Shh, I like it. Cape Dweller, wouldn't want to lose Nemitz. Really don't want to lose Casey. I've kind of flip-flopped. Originally, I preferred to keep Casey over Nemitz. After last season, I flip-flopped. I do think Nemitz is the guy to keep if you can. Now, I do like the potential of Casey, his puck-moving ability, but I think he is a little bit further away from being an everyday NHL defenseman. And again, I am a bit down on undersized guys. We did see aggressive forechecks give him some trouble in the D zone. Overall, I think Nemitz is the safer kind of two-way defenseman. Casey probably has higher offensive upside, but I think overall Nemitz probably will be the better defenseman, and I would love to keep him if we could. Now, again, if a deal presents itself where you're getting good value and it's a win now type move for a big piece, you got to consider everything. I'm not against trading anybody if it makes the team better. I'm all about improving the team no matter how you got to do it. JJ says, can anyone name a better defenseman the Devils have had than Dougie Hamilton in the past 10 years? Henrique, it's over. And the championship to New Jersey, two of the best calls ever. Doc Emmerich, what a legend. What a legend. Jay Snow says, Fitz is always afraid to lose a deal. That's the thing. I feel like he always feels like he has to win. Sometimes you got to make those deals that you're like, maybe that wasn't the best deal, but in the end, it benefits you and pushes you closer to a cup. I'm not suggesting to go make bad trades, but you can't always feel like you're overwhelmingly winning a trade. It's just, you're not going to make game-changing trades if that's the mindset. Doug says, Brett Pesce as a defenseman is the best we've had on the team in years. Love me some Brett Pesce. Jace No Fitz, don't have the stones to move Dougie. Kovalchuk officially off the books today. What a saga that was. Jason says, I don't think Dougie was the reason we struggled in 23-24. And him getting injured was part of it. The defense was terrible. The goalies fell apart, et cetera, et cetera. Dougie is too involved in the team's media and was our first big free agent for this core. Fitz won't move on from him unless he has to. In the end, who cares about that stuff, though? That shouldn't have anything to do with it. Like, he's involved in the media. Get someone else involved in the media. Again, I like Dougie. I don't want to trade him yet. But if something sensible comes up, you got to do it. And in terms of being the big free agent, the first big free agent, like, who cares about that too? What are we going to hang on to guys forever for sentimental reasons? Tasha says, now I prefer Nemitz over Casey, also using that second-round pick on Nemitz. I guess second overall you meant on Nemitz. Just to trade him would be too much of a Fitz move. Nemitz is also a proven playoff performer. Well, I mean, let's not get crazy. He played in however many playoff games in this season alone. I'm not going to call him a proven playoff performer, but the potential is definitely there. Mark says the right D market is light. Put Dougie on the market. Keep Casey and Nemitz. Not mad at it, but for everyone that just assumes we're not going to feel Dougie's absence, at least in the short term, I think you might be in for an unpleasant surprise. Cody Skills, Jake Allen for 5 years times $1.8 million is a crazy steal. It certainly is. It certainly is, and you got to give him his flowers on this one. Master move by Fitz. Let's see what he follows it up with. My buddy Goody, what's up, Ace? I'm tuning in from work, and it's awesome. It's July, and I'm jonesing for NJD hockey. I just hope we make the necessary moves and keep the heavier, edgier, more violent mentality, but with more scoring. That would be nice. Would love to see some feisty scrit, that skilled grit, especially in the top six. Did we get Kovalchuk? No, Kovalchuk got us. Oh, man. Doug, Fitz does it. Fitz does. It's like you guys were saying on the pod last night. Fitz is all about keeping the family together and blah, blah, blah. You know, we need some outsiders that can help. Supposedly the Devils in on Connorbrown. Huh. Connorbrown. Looks like Connorbrown could be one of the first bottom 6 new pieces. Justin Smith says Nico and Jack Devils for the rest of their careers. Maybe not. It's very rare you see that in sports nowadays. Would it be nice for both of them to do that and raise some Stanley Cup banners together? Absolutely, but Kyle says Friedman says Ehlers probably won't sign today as market's going to play out. I have no interest in him anyway. Personally, many other guys out there I'd rather have. I just really want this team to win. Way too many more downs than ups since 2012 been rough. Absolutely. It's been a mostly brutal 13 years. Painful. Andrew, we should go for Corey Perry. At least that means we would make it to a cup final. I would take Corey Perry. A lot of our fan base would riot and be like, he's so old. He's so old. Why did we sign an old guy? Christian Dvorak goes to Philly for 1 year at $5.4 million. Wow. What will the next domino in the market? How do you feel about Hurdle and his $8 million if we can get a steal since Vegas probably needs to shed salary? Again, does he make the team better? Yes. Is there a better usage of the money? I think potentially there is. NJ Swamp Fox, Bob McKenzie warned on TSN that a number of deals won't be announced right at 12 because teams have been warned about tampering. They're still tampering, but trying to avoid appearance. Knowles, didn't Brodeur trade at the end of his career with us? You're right about the Hughes brothers. No, he just wasn't re-signed. And then he eventually signed with the Blues. He was never traded. He just left the Devils. Select the boy. We don't need the Corey Perry curses. Listen, I'll take my chances. Doug, as a youngling who missed the glory days of the Devils, it's hard to watch as the Panthers and Lightning have their glory days. I can't imagine seeing the Devils win and then enduring 25 years of pain. Well, I mean, they made it. They had a beautiful run in 2012 and made it to the finals. So, I mean, that obviously they didn't win, but that was somewhat of a good season. But, you know, the last cup was 22 years ago, which is crazy to think about. I was a senior in high school, and now I'm an old man yelling on the internets with all of you, but it is wild. I never foresaw the types of seasons that we would see after that, and such a long wait to be a true perennial playoff contender. Dun, dun, dun. The tampering stuff is stupid. Like, it's never going to change. So, what? Wait longer to report the deals to give the false impression that they just brokered this deal after 12 o'clock. Joseph, what do you think about Allen for 5 years at $1.8 million? Genius move by Fitz. Genius move. Nothing short of genius. Teams were going to pay him $4.5 million, $5 million. We get him for 1.8. I can't complain at all. What that is a great move. Dire Straits, the Devils win 4 in a row next year. I'm going to say that they do. I think they do. I think they finally get that monkey off their back after, at that point, it'll be nearly 3 calendar years. It was last done in January of 2023. So even if they do it in the first month of the season in October 2025, you're talking about 33 months. Just a few months shy. Oh, no. I don't know what happened here, guys. We're having technical difficulties. It wouldn't be, I don't know what's been going on lately. I'm sure it'll pop back up in a second. I did nothing. Bear with me. Bear with me. I don't know why that did that. Yeah, the 2012 run is all I have with this team. Our best moments can't be schooling the rags in 2012 and 2023. That's completely true. Just resetting the camera. I hate technology. Sometimes the camera just like gets a mind of its own and turns off. It's really not what I'm doing, but 2012 run is really all that there's been on. And again, the 2023 season was great, but we have to be a perennial playoff team and start winning rounds. Justin says Devils will win 4 in a row next year. I completely agree. Jay Snow, we are dumpster diving for players. It's possible, but it's also possible. Hear me out. It is possible that Fitz is working on something big. He started off the day well, guys. A lot of you are it is funny because I've overall been pretty critical of Fitz. But in the past coming days, I do think some fans have unrealistic expectations. And I think a lot of people are kind of in a position where they're certainly going to be disappointed. Now, I wasn't expecting much. Hack. They're hacking me. Fitz hacked me. The Quinn deal announced today would certainly be wow. I'm not expecting that either, but something like that could come out of left field. If the Quinn deal got announced, it'd be crazy. We need another Jason Arnott. Gary, to that point, I've talked about wanting a big hulking center for years. It's been entirely too long since we've had a big boy down the middle. I would love even a poor man's version of Jason Arnott. It's been entirely too long. I do think there is a value to big, powerful centers, and Arnott was the absolute man. I was just talking about this with my buddy Steve the Maniac the other night. Shout out to Steve the Maniac. We were looking at clips from the finals in 2000 of just Arnott punishing Joe Nieuwendyk. He body slammed him, was cross-checking him on the ice. Arnott was a big, nasty man with a lot of skill, a scritty man to his core, and would love to see another version. So far, so good for Fitz. It hasn't been much, but we're going to see. Good move, Connor Brown. Good move. Is Connor Brown rumor true? We don't know. Brown is almost official. Bring back Bobby Holik. Yeah, the big physical centers. Arnott and Bobby Holik. Centers on cup-winning teams. Bobby, a 95 and 2000 champion with the Devils. Arnott, a 2000 cup champion. And yeah, that 2000 team, that's 2 big boy centers. And Bobby Holik and Arnott. I mean, my God. I would love to have one guy like that. Never mind 2 at the same time. Jason, I love Corey Perry. He can still park himself in front of the net and be the worm. Yeah, guys that have been down the road before in playoff battles. He's a warrior. Came up with some massive goals in the playoffs. He still has a little bit in the tank. I can't see him wanting to come here, but I certainly would take a shot. Are not a hero in the 2000 finals. Yeah, the A-line, baby. The A-line was just beast mode. The crash line in 95. Oh, man, what a line. Justin, I don't know if you saw it, but I did an interview with Randy McKay last week. It's on the channel. Check it out. Randy dropped some gems. Love talking to the old school Devils guys, and my conversation with Randy was awesome. Dubzilla, Ace, there's lots going on today. Maybe I'll email you some of this stuff. I talked to you at FanFest Game 4, and it's nonstop calls so far. Watch for my email. Okay. I will do, Dubzilla. I will be looking for your email. My email's filled with so many shits right now. A lot going on today. Very interesting. Anthony, something happening. Why Allen signed for 1.8? Well, the reality is we don't have a ton of cap space at the moment, and we have plenty of spots to fill. And so it's a, regardless if it's a precursor to something bigger or not, even depth moves are going to require cap space. And so that was a great move by Fitz. And shout out to Allen for signing a deal like that. JVR for our third line, good on the power play. I don't know how I feel about JVR. I mean, years ago, I thought it could be interesting. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about that one. Joe, we need to bring back a crash line. I would love to see it. Would love to see a reiteration. Again, nothing will ever match the crash line, but give me a poor man's version of it. The crash line is the gold standard for Devils in terms of fourth lines. What an amazing fourth line. And we saw a great fourth line during that 2012 run as well, with Steven Gianta, Ryan Carter, and Steve Bernier. That was another great fourth line. Dire Straits, is Florida just going to dominate for the next few years? Everything feels futile. I think they're built to contend. I think they win at least 2 more cups before it's all said and done. And every NHL GM should be trying to construct a roster to take them down. They are the supervillain now. 3-time Eastern Conference champions, back-to-back cup champs. There's no question about it. The Florida Panthers are the gold standard, and they are the team that everyone should be looking to gun down. Dennis, give me Madden. I love those two-way guys, hence why I loved Henrique and now Nico. Madden, Selke winner with the Devils, great defensive center, could do a little bit of everything. Him and Pando, big parts of the 2000 and 2003 Devils. 2 guys, in my opinion, that are more of the unheralded, unsung type of guys. And you don't win cups without those types of guys either. You have a shutdown third line, Madden, Pandolfo, Breland. Besser going back to Vancouver. Wow, I didn't want him. Stick Figs, Ace, can I email you? I'd love to play for the Devils, and I'm open to team-friendly deals. I may not know how to skate, but I will fight until I'm bloody and broken. Unfortunately, I'm not in the position to hand out contracts, but maybe you send one to the Devils that you might be able to do something. Sad Jets fan, 1.8 average annual value is great, but 5 years is insane. That's probably the end of Dawes' Devil tenure. I'm not going to complain. You got to structure a deal like that to get him to sign and have that low cap hit. He likely will not play out all 5 years. And so, the buyout would be fairly cheap. I'm not worried about it at all. I do like the move. Mike, hey, I'm hearing Rangers are signing Lindros, and Yager. Is that true? It is crazy over the years how many star players the Rangers signed during all those years and did absolutely nothing with any of them. And back in the day, they paid Bobby Holik $45 million over 5 years as well. ...2009 first round hurts still. I mean, there's so many of those teams that had so much potential where, they just ran into roadblocks. But it was nice knowing that we were going to be in the playoffs every year and have a decent shot. Dubzilla, we had a great chat, if you don't recall, from this team to the Thunder. I vaguely remember. At the games, I end up talking to a good amount of people, so my apologies if I can't remember specifics. I'm also getting older and my brain doesn't work the same way, but I've been told I could take the ginkgo biloba for memory improvement. We came in second TF. I totally get signing players with playoff experience, but at this point, it's as useless as NJ and the player analytics. Looks good, but it's not moving the needle. Reference Palat and a few others. I get I think, again, the Palat thing caused a lot of PTSD, I think, as well. I do think there is value to proven playoff guys and winners. I do think, there's a difference between Palat and some of the other names that have been thrown out there, but I wouldn't shy away from potential veterans like the way some people are, and they're just all citing like, oh, it's the next Palat contract that's going to be terrible. Like, if that's the case, then you're never going to sign anybody. You can't be paralyzed like that. Jordan, we won 3 cups with Italian GM. The Cats just won 2 with an Italian coincidence. Yeah, man. There's something to it. I think you're onto something, Jordan. You got to get the Paisan and win the cup. But Zito's a beast. I mean, there should be a statue of that guy in front of the arena already. To make that ballsy move to trade out Huberdeau, bring in Tkachuk, it changes the fortunes of the franchise. Go to the cup finals 3 years in a row, win back-to-back cups. Then he brings the entire band back after winning the cup this summer on team-friendly deals. I mean, what a family. Zito is such a gangster. It's unbelievable. He's clearly the best GM in the league today, and I don't think it's even close. I don't even think there's a close second. John M. says, props to Allen for wanting to stay. This deal screams, I want to stay. He could have made more. All of a sudden, I'm an Allen fan. No, you got to give the guy respect. Listen, I liked Allen. I wanted him back. But at the numbers they were throwing out, I said, we just can't do it. It'd be irresponsible. But you got to give Fitz all the credit in the world. He structures a deal that makes sense for Jake Allen, and it certainly makes sense from the Devils' standpoint. Getting him at a $1.8 million cap hit's insane. Besser signed for $7.25 million. Justin, Grant Marshall against Tampa Bay in 2003 game-winning goal. What a series clincher. I was there. I have talked about this before. The 2003 team is forever my favorite team. I was a senior in high school, and I was able to go to every home playoff game except game 1 against Boston. I forget why. There was a reason why I couldn't go, but I went to every other game. Game 2 against Boston, game 5, the closeout. Games 1, 2, and 5, the closeout you referenced there against Tampa Bay. Then obviously the Eastern Conference Finals against the Sens and all of the cup games. And I, because I was the oldest at that time and actively going to every game, that is the team I feel the closest bond with as a fan. And, Grant Marshall, another great depth trade that Fitz made in season, who paid dividends. Dawes is a goner. It's certainly possible. Tasha, I feel like we'll get Quinn next year with 1 year left. I could totally see that. Fake news. I've never seen you and Fitzy in the same room. I have a picture with Fitzy, so I have proof. We've been in the same room. Gary, Fitz needs to put a deal together that includes Palat, Mercer, and Nemitz with Bastion. I mean, I don't think you could do that in one deal. You could potentially do that in a series of deals, but it's not going to all happen in one. Vince, Palat played a ton in Rangers-Devils series, especially in Game 7. I get he's not what we want, but he did his thing for us. I'm thankful. Yeah, no, I like Pally too. It's just that $6 million that stings, but I've always liked Pally. Zito is what Lou Lamoriello used to be. I mean, at this point, he might even be surpassing Lou in terms of some of the things he's been able to pull off. H. Jacob, I think they have other plans for Allen after he's done playing in net. I'm pretty sure Marty really values Jake. Yeah, they're boys from the St. Louis days. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a guy like Jake Allen get some sort of gig in the organization when his time is done as a player. Jack Shreve, if the Brown rumors are true, what are your thoughts on him? To me, it's a decent depth signing, depending on the number, obviously. I don't think it moves the needle either way, but it's not terrible. It depends on the number, but he again, if we're being honest, the bar is so low, especially for the bottom 6, that tons of guys would be an improvement. Tasha, how much were tickets? So I talk about this as well. I am so thankful, and I feel bad for kids today because everything costs a fortune, and I feel bad for adults too, but more so for kids. I always value the Devils are a huge part of my childhood growing up. These guys in the background, I talk about the glory days all the time, much to the dismay of a lot of the younger folks that watch. But, it was a different world back then, right? Regular season games, you could regularly get decent tickets for $20. This is back in the day when there was physical tickets and you could go outside the arena. And during the playoffs, Me and my buddy through the first, shout out to my boy Greg, through the first 3 rounds, we were buying tickets outside every game for 20 and 30 bucks, including lower levels. We were getting 6 seats. There was always people with extras, always hooked us up. And then I had to pay face value for the finals. Those you weren't going to get outside for cheap. But I paid the face value for lower levels at that point for the 2003 Cup Finals, I believe, were 125 and 150 or something like that. And it's a different world. And again, you can't even get nosebleeds for a playoff game. Well, maybe depending on who the opponent is. I think the Hurricanes, you may have been able to get in for like 150 this past season. I forget. But tickets were so much more approachable. And as a child who was just hustling and doing little kid jobs, I was able to go to all those games. I mean, if I was a kid nowadays, a senior in high school, if the Devils hypothetically went on a cup run next year, it would be thousands and thousands of dollars to go to every single game, including the Cup Finals. It's a different world. And that's one of the many reasons, aside from the Devils being great, I am super, super thankful that I grew up when I did. It was just a different era of life, and it'll never be the same. Lauren, this stream is at almost 300 people. Got to be a new record for Ace. No, I think the deadline day may have been the record, or maybe a Devils Rangers game. There's been a ton of people in here, but I always appreciate the support. And thank you guys for joining and watching the videos and all that stuff. I really appreciate you guys more than you know. Obviously, we've built a pretty fun community here. We have a good amount of regulars, and we get some newer fans coming in here and there, and I enjoy talking to all of you about the Devils, and I met a bunch of you at games over the past couple years, and it's been fun. It's been a fun ride, and hopefully we could all celebrate some playoff successes sooner than later. Stickfix says, even with inflation, 150 for finals. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, but, this is 20 years ago. I'd have to check back at my 2012 finals tickets, but I think they were way more, but it was still, and again, that was already 13 years ago. That was still way less than today. I want to say that the 2012 finals were like 200-ish, 225 for middle tier. Dire Straits, I want to see some risks taken. A good GM takes risks. I've talked about this ad nauseum as well. The trades that really push a team forward are the ones that kind of sting and that people kind of second guess immediately. Every trade can't be a no-brainer, trading futures and prospects for a guy like Timo. Like, I think those are very easy trades to make. The truly impactful trades are the ones that people are like, ooh. And you look at the Devils, every year they won the Cup, Lou made some trades leading up to it that people questioned. Joe, the glory days at Continental Airlines Arena. You're not kidding, man. Glory days. The Brendan Byrne Continental Airlines Arena. It'll never be the same. Love the tailgating. I miss that place dearly. Hopefully we get another stadium series. We can run it back. Richard, 95 team lower tier playoffs. I paid 60. Isn't it crazy? It's crazy. Tasha, we always get last minute tickets to regular season games in the hundreds. Great price, but like playoff tickets in the lower bowl was super expensive. Completely agree. Greg, you missed Fitzy pulling off a master move. $1.8 million times 5 years. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Dubzilla Ace, are you able to watch any of the development camp? Very hopeful about LeChance. Wait till you see him. Tremendous growth potential there. Did they put anything online about that? I've seen a couple write-ups and stuff. I've seen a couple games of LeChance. I've seen a couple LeChance BU games when I was watching my boy Yegorov and saw him in person, and I think that there is an outside chance he could crack the bottom 6 out of camp. And again, while it's not ideal, sometimes circumstance and necessity pushes these things forward. Stop taunting the struggles of my generation. Yeah, it's rough. Do they still do the $15 wristbands? No. I vaguely remember, I think it was the day of student tickets when I was in college. Was I in college? I must have been. Or still had a college ID. I can't remember. There was $10 game day of game tickets that they did during, I believe, the Vanderbeek years. And that was an era. But if you're savvy and look on the secondary market, a lot of games, especially weekday games early in the season against lesser opponents, you can get super cheap tickets. There's some chirping with Connorbrown right now in other Devils chat. I don't know what that is. Whatever happened to Carson and Judy? Those are the Canes fans. They're not going to be around for these times. Gary, your shows are great. Info is best compared to some of the others. I appreciate that, Gary. Really do. Let's go Devils. MK Chomp on this. Dire Straits. Everything is too expensive and wages remain stagnant. You ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. Stan, Ace, do you go to preseason games? I definitely go to some. I like to see, you know, prospects and stuff get their chance. I definitely usually go to at least one or two of them. Pro Bowl, you can't do a lot of things these days without some decent amount of money. It's true, man. Everything is super expensive. It's so unfortunate. Casualty, we need Jonathan Drouin. I don't know if we need him, but I wouldn't be mad about it. Stanley, same here, Ace. All the cup teams are special, but the 03 group did the most with the least. That was a great group, and getting Burns' name on the cup, it's really just awesome. Really is. Really is. Everyone on the other streams are saying a Connor Brown to NJ is brewing for about $2 million-ish. Wouldn't be mad at it. Decent depth signing. I don't know, again, that I'm going to, you know, that's going to get me super excited, but it's kind of a expected type of move. Those are the types of moves that I was expecting for today. Bottom 6 guys on not crazy deals that could help. MK Chomping this went to game 1 of the 2012 finals. Section 103 was about $225 a pop. Still have the ticket somewhere. That's kind of what I remember. I think I sat in the hundreds for that game as well. Tasha, like the Brad Marchand trade was a huge, huge risk and a huge, huge success. Don't think they would have won without him. I don't even think it was that much of a risk, honestly. But he played a huge role in their run, and there is a chance they don't win without him. Justin says, Markey extension is coming. He wants to stay in New Jersey. I'm curious to know, or see, rather, does that Jakeallen deal in some way affect Markey, and what is their plans for goaltending beyond the season? Dire Straits Vanderbeek also did dollar hot dogs. I mean, that was crazy. That was unbelievable. Tasha, I think the only student rush tickets they have now are for college students. I used to do college nights in 2009 for like $35 a seat. Tasha, weekday tickets bought day of are great, always super cheap. Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse. I understand, you know, not everybody has the means to go to a lot of games, which is fine. But if you're savvy and you pay attention, you could definitely get to some games for cheap. I'm going to smash this camera today. I am going to smash this friggin' camera today. I don't know why this is doing this. James Nichols is saying the Connor Brown stuff is a lie. Damn, the student rush tickets now are $50 for nosebleed. Even water is expensive in New York. Gary, I would love McTavish from Anaheim. Hold on, I got to reset the camera again. Super annoying stuff. Why is it doing this? I don't know why. It's super annoying. I would love Mason McTavish. I don't know how realistic that would be. Crystal says, whenever I find stubs in the early 2000s, I almost faint seeing the prices. It was a different era, a different world, and one that I am super fortunate I grew up in, if I'm being honest. As a child, or a mere child, I was 17, almost 18 during the 2003 run. I had a license, I had my freedom, and I had enough money to go to games and just hang out. It was awesome going with my buddies. We would tailgate. Nothing like the glory days, but hopefully one day we could return to prominence. While those ticket prices will never come back, hopefully a successful team on the ice making runs at Stanley Cups can. Sad Jets fan, 2 by 3.35 for Vlad Air in Philly. The Allen deal is amazing. There's nothing. I don't need to see comps to know that Allen at 1.8, when teams would have paid him nearly triple that, is a great deal. Bring back dollar dogs. A lot of people have talked about that. The dollar hot dog night would certainly be interesting. And if they ever do it, I probably would have to do a video challenge where we see how far we could push it. How many dollar dogs can one man eat during a Devils game at the Prudential Center? Find out if they ever bring back dollar hot dog night. Gary, we need another Patrick Sundstrom, John McClain. Yo, Holmes, what up? Hey, Ace Byrne used to have student upper deck corner tickets for $8, then 10, then 13. I think they ended up at 15. I mean, I remember I think in like 2001, 2, I think the upper corners were about $20 face value. And I would normally go to the arena box office the day tickets went on sale, and I would buy a lot of the Ranger games and Flyer games and just buy the $20 tickets. It was amazing. Nancy says, why is no one talking about trying to trade for Natchez? He'd be a perfect fit for this team. Oh, no, I'm a hard pass on Natchez. Orberus, hey, Ace, would a guy like Nikita Zadorov make sense for us? You would think he would also be a piece that could fit in. I'm a hard pass on him. I did want him at some point last season. I think we may have dodged a bullet. We can't afford any more somewhat expensive defensemen. I forget, his deal is not crazy, but we have plenty of defensemen. I think all of the efforts need to be focused on the forward group. Oh, James Nichols said, I don't think the whispers are untrue. Bring back free soda refills with the souvenir cups. That would be nice. H. Jacob says, I don't know about you guys, but I usually get tickets for like $30 downstairs. You tripping. Teach them the ways. Yo, Holmes, the old trick was buying cheap bleed or burn tickets. Get early, go to warm up, and stay seated right behind the glass because no one ever sat there. All the time, Peluso used to flip us pucks. The good old days, yo, Holmes, the good old days. Earn that. Impossible to take your family to a game nowadays. Tickets, concessions, merch, parking, crazy. I agree. And my heart goes out to people with families and young kids or teenagers or college age, young 20s that are trying to go see some NHL hockey live. There is a cost barrier. And it's interesting that you bring this up because I am going to do, I have tons of videos in my head and some I have written down and all these things. I have books and a bunch of things I eventually want to get to. Everything takes a lot of time and whatever, but I do want to do a video next season about bringing, you know, whether it's 2 people or a family, but about some tricks and hacks to attend a New Jersey Devils game on a budget. So I will be putting that out with all of my little tricks of the trade I've picked up over the years and kind of suggestions for going to a Devils game on a strict budget and making it happen and stretching your dollar. So I will be putting that out at some point during the upcoming season. I just don't like Natchez. I don't like him. I think, I don't know. There's just something about him. I don't think, he just doesn't strike me as a winner. And I just think he's, I don't know. I just, there's a lot of, I think that you could get way better players for that type of money. Jack Hughes fan, does anyone actually believe we will ever get Quinn Hughes? Absolutely. It's only a matter of time. Maybe it'll take till free agency, but got to park on the streets of Newark. And this is a very slow start for news to come out. I mean, Friedman just reported now with free agency opened, NJ making a strong pitch at Connorbrown. So if Elliott says it, I think that's a very real thing. I was just say Ace doesn't like Natchez because of the Oscars he's won. Yeah, referring to his dive tumble salt after Timo hit him. The guy looked like he got blasted by a shotgun. What an actor! And then he came back on the ice for the power play. I mean, that was ridiculous. Yeah, I'll never like Natchez after he faked an injury to get Timo thrown out of the game in December. It's completely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yo, Holmes, when I'm lazy, sometimes the $30 parking is more than the ticket. It's true. Gary, cannot tailgate in Newark like at the Prudential Center? My single biggest complaint of the arena. I do have a lot of complaints about it, but not having tailgating was a massive hit to me. Tailgating is part of my youth and kind of earlier years as a Devils fan, and it's very closely intertwined with, you know, the whole Devils experience of that time period. Tailgating, and a lot of the younger fans got their first taste of it at MetLife Stadium for the Stadium Series, and what a phenomenal time it was. I hope we get another one sooner than later, and we will be able to experience that again, because I think some of the young fans were finally like, wow, this is what all you old guys were talking about. The tailgate scene was awesome. Joe says, park in the Ironbound section and walk over the arena. That will save some money. That for sure. Richard, Brendan Byrne Continental, quarter keg, burgers, dogs, wings, and that smell of barbecues in the lot. Beers after the game and spark up the grill again. That was great. Glory days. Yeah, Friedman's talking about Connor Brown. I'm a pass on Ehlers, man. He's not going to be cheap, and I think there's better usage of the money. Orbrus, I'm very curious what wizardry will happen with McDavid. I don't think he's in a rush to sign. It's going to be very interesting. He's probably looking for the Oilers to make some improvements. I'm sure he's not happy with how his last 2 seasons have ended. And does he see Edmonton as a place that he could win long-term? I don't know the answer to that. Only he does. But I'm sure he's certainly not happy about, the glaring goaltending issue that was a constant problem. Now, even with a better goalie, do I think that the Oilers would have beat the Panthers? Probably not. But I do think it could have been a more competitive series had that been addressed. We'll never know. It's, looking back at it after the fact, but you would believe that they're trying everything they can do today to finally get a legitimate number one, and it seems like they probably won't. Who's available? The Oilers are once again going to have goaltending questions. Sad Jets fan, the food at the Rock is highway robbery. $30+ for average chicken tenders and beer is insane. Completely insane. This is the world we live in. Nate just is an Olympic diver, not a professional hockey player. My buddy Goody, I'd be down to have Kyrou. That contract is amazing and the kid is good. I'd also be down for Robertson, even though he's not available. I'd like Marcus Foligno. Kyrou's high at my list because I think he's a great player, and especially because he has 6 years left at $8.125 million, as you said. That's an amazing value contract. And it's insane. That's a guy that would have tremendous value on the market because of the term left. 6 years at 8.125 is crazy. Connor Brown is 30. Watch everyone freak out. Yeah, a lot of the fan base talks about 30-year-olds as if like they're a retirement home. It's pretty wild. Gary Panthers just rolled old school 4 lines. Absolutely. 4 lines that they have no problem throwing out there, and they're getting the job done. Getting the job done, just like the old school Devils, rolling 4 lines and everyone has their job. Go out there and execute, and we will be champions. What a throwback team. What an exciting team to watch. And I'm, as I've said time and time again in the past couple of years, I am super jealous of Panthers fans. Richard Ace, my mom is 3 weeks away from turning the century mark. Tough Sicilian. We're working on getting her a number 100 Devils jersey. Wow. God bless. That is awesome, Richard. 100. Oof. Good for her. That is an amazing, amazing thing. Holmes says Poulter walks and now Dawes is on the block. Who would have thought? I mean, maybe he's on the block. It is crazy. Then we drafted another goalie. I mean, there's just so many goalies. In the end, it's going to be Yegorov. Wow. Friedman just posted 4 by $3 million for Connor Brown. 4 by $3 million. Okay. I mean, seems a little pricey, but this is what the market is. I'm not really too moved either way. These are the types of moves I expected, guys. I know a lot of people are going to start dooming, but for anyone that thought, there was going to be some sort of blockbuster, I do think you were kind of setting yourself up to be disappointed. Zachary says Jordan Kyrou is my number 1 want for the offseason. He's high on my list. Tuck is probably my number 1. Agreed on Kyrou. Yep, 4 years, $3 million. James Israel, second place again. Man, he sucks. Brown, Cotter, Nason isn't bad. You think Cotter's going to be center again? Sad Jets fan, seems kind of steep for a bottom 6 guy. He's an upgrade over Bastion and Lazard. But again, this is the new cap era, guys. Players like Brown are going to get $3 million. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cody Glass signed at a similar number. Holmes, Dawes has to be on the block. No way Dawes clears waivers. Can't lose him for nothing. Man, what are they going to get in trade for him? It seems like we did get Connor Brown Yeah, Keandre Miller to Carolina. Wow. Mark, Cotter needs a long-term deal. He's so much untapped potential. Love his style. I love Cotter and love to see him retire a Devil. For sure. Very curious to see what kind of season he has next year. But as you all saw, he started off the season white hot, was just lighting it up. Doug, I don't know, Ace, who knows at this point, Nason is still in our top 6. You know, Mercer might get a crack there. You may see Gritsuk. I mean, that could be super hopeful, but there's going to be guys auditioned. I would love to get at least one top 6 guy. Brown confirmed. Oh my God, this camera is killing me. I don't know why this is doing this. I'm going to leave it off for a second. I don't know what the hell's going on with this camera today. It just keeps turning off. Super annoying. Rangers are going to tank for Gavin McKenna. Richardson's a second-tier guys now. Look at Pius Suter. Kyle, $3 million ain't crazy, but 4 years might be too much. But regardless, he is 100% an upgrade over the bottom 6. For sure. For sure. And the $3 million, again, and this is the new cap era. That is nothing. We came in second. You're right, Ace. The new cap era makes Allen's contract one hell of a friendly deal. The Allen contract was complete robbery by Tom Fitzgerald. Complete robbery. I can't stress it enough. That was an insane deal. Beyond. I mean, $1.8 million for Jake Allen when teams were going to give him $4.5, $5 million. I'm just resetting the camera, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on today. We're getting hacked by Fitz. But so far, you know, it's the Jake Allen deal was a very pleasant surprise in terms of the money. And now a bottom 6 piece in connorbrown. It's kind of along the lines of what I've been expecting and talking about the whole time. So I am not, you know, a lot of people are going to be disappointed if we don't see that bigger name brought in. I was never expecting it. And while I'd like to see it, you know, if we could get a couple bottom 6 upgrades, I would just like at least a middle 6 type guy, a guy that has a crack of making the top 6, if not a bona fide top 6 player, but we're going to see. It's still super early. Tasha, he's an upgrade to our bottom 6 for sure. Welcome to New Jersey, connorbrown. Tasha says, I mean, watch Vitek Vanacek make more than Allen. What an absolute steal by Fitz. That it was. Glenn Rodriguez, happy with the Brown signing. Oilers fans seem to be upset that he's leaving. 100% an upgrade for sure. It's a easily upgrade without question. Look at some of the lineups we had down the stretch of the season and even in the playoffs. There was AHL guys playing. Let's be real. It's Woodson. He's hacking us. Said Jets fan, only $600K if the Devils want to buy him out down the line. Not too bad, honestly. That's pennies. Yeah, the Allen deal's insane, guys. James, anything yet, Ace? I took my first break. Please let me know if anything happened. Yeah, we got connorbrown for the bottom 6 at $3 million a year. Decent little pickup. Nothing too substantial, but a nice depth move. And we got Jake Allen for a steal. Fitz got creative and signed him $1.8 million times 5 years. Zachary, any chance someone takes on Andre Plot's contract, or does he still have a no movement clause? He has now a pre-approved 10-team trade list. So he has become much easier to trade as of about an hour ago. 10 teams he's already signed off on. Can we find a suitor on that list of 10 teams? Cosmo, all right, guys, pack it. That's it for today. I think we'll see 1 or 2 more depth moves. Select a boy. connorbrown is a Devil now. Holy Zachary, I'd take Evan Rodriguez from Florida if he's released or available via trade. 2 years left for $3 million. We'll find out. Matt, what's up? How is Fitz getting these people to sign for so low? Allen expected have was 4.25. Brown was 4.5. Was that really the expected? Was that really his expected contract? 4.5. I mean, it is crazy. You're welcome, James. I mean, yeah, the new cap era, guys, it is pretty insane. We're going to see deals that are going to astonish people. And like I said before, it's going to make deals we already have in place seem like absolute bargains. I mean, Johnny Kovacevic at $4 million. Brett Pesce at 5.5. I mean, wow. James says, Allen wasn't robbed. It was a friendly deal for both parties. Sure, Allen could have gotten 1 times 5, but with this deal, he makes more and helps the Devils. No, James, you're crazy. I think that the Oilers probably would have given him like 4.5 times 3. Oilers fans are hunched over. Now, I'm not saying he's robbed. It was a deal, like you said, that makes sense for both teams, but Allen definitely gave a super discount. Tasha, Brown scored 5 goals and 4 points in the playoffs. You mean 5 goals, 4 assists? Let's see his playoff stats. Last season, he played all 82, 13 goals, 17 assists for 30 points. Not too shabby in the regular season. And then in the playoffs, he played 20 games, 5 goals, 4 assists, 9 points. I mean, almost half a point per game in the playoffs. Not too bad for a bottom 6 guy. Mark, even though he's a bottom 6 guy, Nico Sturm would be good. Great at faceoffs. Critter Chronicles. Brown played all 82 last year, so that's a good sign. That it is. Taylor Janot just signed with Boston. 5 years times 3.4. Michael Pezzetta 2 times, wow, $788,000 to Toronto. Gary, hey, Ace, I've not seen on NHL Network anything on Connor Brown signing with Florida. He signed with the Devils. Oh, we're getting spammed. Someone's going to have to get, I don't know who this guy is, but goodbye, Abdullah. Abdullah is gone. Gary, we need a tough winger to help protect Jack. I would love to see it. I think Tuck could be that guy. Tuck could be that guy. Dude, who are these spammers? Miller, the Canes got weaker. One of the funniest things I've ever seen was former Ranger Sean Avery breaking down game film and just relentlessly ripping Keandre Miller. Get rid of Bastion and give us Sturm. I would have loved Pezzetta. He's feisty. Yeah, I don't know why he signed for so cheap. Maybe we just really wanted to play there. Cotter, Nason, Brown would be a feisty third line. That it would. That it would. But I feel like Cotter is better served on the wing. He has played center, but are we going to get that true third line piece? Is a 3C in the cards? Tasha says maybe the spammers or Fitz's crew help reduce the tampering. Chrisline, I think Ehlers is going to sign for less than people think, and we still have time to get cap compliant with the trade. Mangiapane would help with the bottom 6. Sad Jets fan, Sean Avery sucks, but his Instagram bike lane rants are pretty funny. Him ripping apart some Rangers players was quite hilarious. Doug says ideally Cotter is a 4th-line winger for us. Mangiapane would be a good move. He's solid. Mark, Cotter needs a hard look on the top 6. I have no doubt he can flourish. He has great offensive instinct. So I was kind of pushing for that last year. He shows flashes of it. He has the hands. He has some finishing ability. Can he be a true top 6 guy? I don't know for sure. I think, again, assuming we don't see any big moves to bring in top 6 players, I think you're going to see a bunch of guys get a look at some point in the top 6 like we saw last season. Can someone seize the opportunity and run with it? Big fat nothing burger, Sean Avery. He's a tool, but he's funny. He's very funny. Dennis says the issue is as much as that third line isn't bad, we still have Mercer and Palat. Mercer is not a problem, Dennis. Palat, $6 million could be. Jason says Brown was projected at 2.9. Bastion is gone. Dan says, just joined. How are we feeling about the Brown deal? To me, it's kind of exactly what I was expecting. I was expecting these types of moves for the bottom six and nothing substantial. I'm thrilled with the Jake Allen deal. The Brown deal, I'm just kind of whatever about, I understand it. I'm not angered by it, and I'm not super happy for it. I think it was a decent move. It's pretty much exactly on par of what I was expecting. Tasha's feel like Fitz is going to sign some AHL guys as well. Casualty, what is Luke expected to sign for? That's a very interesting one. I think it's going to be around $9 million. Hopefully not much more. And in the end, that could end up being a steal long-term for the Devils. Sad Jets fan, I'd be surprised if Bastion is even in the NHL next season. I'll think someone would take a chance on him if the Devils don't. My worry is that Fitz thinks Nason, Cotter, or Brown will be acceptable in the top six. Well, again, when you have a top four, two guys got to be thrust into there. Colton, we need to add a 3C. We could add to the Swiss national team with Bonnie Suter. People have been talking about that as well. Growing the Swiss contingency. Dennis, not saying Mercer is an issue as a player, but he shouldn't be a top six or line four guy. I mean, ideally, you'd like him to grow into a legitimate top six, but if not, he should definitely be a contributing third line player. Doug says Brown deal is something that needed to happen, so it's not something to get super excited about. That's kind of where I'm at. Rabid Monkeypox says, Ace, I just got off the phone with my mother. She says, hi. Hello to your mother. Hello to your mother. Tasha says, maybe the Sharks would sign Bash in a team that needs some sort of heavier guy. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, this is very, lackluster free agent class. The news is coming out pretty slowly. The Luke deal might take a while. I think there's a lot of moving parts to it. Maybe they are considering a shorter term deal at less money. Maybe they are trying to hammer out the long term. Again, I think any sort of short term bridge deal would be horrific and a mistake by the Devils. I think they should try to lock him up long term, but they could be arguing over money. These things are very complex. Glass is going to become our 3C guaranteed. It certainly seems like we could be headed that way. Mark's Bastion's NHL career was effectively over that Rempe hit. Man, that really was just so discouraging. And then he dummied Siegenthaler afterwards. Ank, some of these fans are crazy. Our biggest issue is our bottom six, so let's try to trade for Quinn, pay for Marchand, and just rent out the whole Oilers team. What? We got a great bottom six. Fire Fitz. I would have loved Marchand. I knew it was unrealistic, but Quinn for me was a nice luxury to have, but he's certainly not like our biggest need, if I'm being honest. I think we need the top six winger. Khalil, I'm overthinking. Too bad what's going to happen to Luke contract. Is Mercer, Plot, Hamilton getting traded? Or are we going to sign Glass? Hearing 6 years at 7 years. What is that? Is that about Luke? Tasha says Fitz needs to lock up Luke like they locked up Jack. I mean, that would be your ideal scenario. Get him locked up long term. Get this guy locked up long term for hopefully around $9 million. And that will be another contract that is a great value in probably just a couple short years. Let's see what our man Elliot Friedman, has he got anything else? Yeah, we're an hour into this thing and it's like super slow, I feel like. Wow. Yeah, connorbrown is official. Just came across on the screen. NHL Network, 4 years, $3 million. Once Elliot reports something, I pretty much call it official. The network lags behind a little bit. The internet's is real time. Let me just do something here. Yeah. We came in seconds. Pipe Dream, Brady Kachuk, Quinn, Tuckham, Dougie Palat, Bastion, go. I mean, there's the cap doesn't add up in your scenario. That's a completely delusional hope, but I would be ecstatic with even just Tuck. Tuck alone would be monstrous. Gary says, need Marco Rossi. I'm going to pass on him as well. We need some size. Marco Rossi ain't cutting it for me. Zachary Davis, Granlund a possibility or out of New Jersey price point willing to pay? I guess we'll find out. A lot of people thought he could be a good 3C, but he might get paid more than the Devils want to pay him. Casualty would love Granlund. Druin, not much worse and way cheaper. Yeah, Druin would be interesting. Mark, Ace, if Fitz can't trade Palat, do you think a buyout would be an acceptable alternative? I think you really got to try to trade him. Keep, buying him out and having the penalty. I think there is certainly a way you could move on from him without having the buyout penalty. Louis says Ace is part of the old millennial crew who's typing his high school homework on a typewriter. No, I had computers, but I didn't do a lot of homework. Oh, man. Talk about gaming the system. What do we got? Come on, Friedman. Give me something. Tell me something good. Slow out here. It is slow out here. Doug says they might legit try Gritsuk in the top 6. I think he's a guy that'll definitely get a look. I think he's going to start in the bottom 6, and if no one else kind of grabs the opportunity and runs with it, you very well may see him in there. Rabid Monkeypox, I believe with the Jake Allen signing, the Devils goaltending is set till Yegorov becomes old enough to be number 1. Might be a stretch. That could be potentially 3 more seasons at least. Do you think that, Allen and or Markstrom will be the tandem until then? I mean, that could be very hopeful. We came in second. I'll be going to read this, but thanks for your hard work and devotion to the fan base. It helps sharing the pain with others. Let's go Devils. Thanks for stopping by. Mark, I went to Bergen Community for a few years. Never went to class. Feels like the whole time was a dream. College is hilarious, right? You could just get away with whatever you want. That's why a lot of people fail out. Doug says, I don't see a scenario we trade Hamilton, let alone Palat. I do think Dougie would be much easier to trade, obviously, for so many obvious reasons. But I don't know that you're going to see it. Santoso says, yeah, I think we are kind of done without shipping out some money. $8 million left to have to sign Luke. Yeah, then maybe we'll see some more. LJ, how many times did you tell the teacher the Zamboni ate my homework? I don't think I ever used that one. Tasha, Igorov becoming number 1 could be when he's 25. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch. Agreed there. You got a while. Supermaki, do you think Hallinan will get a shot at the bottom 6? I don't know. Based on how little we saw him last year and how many guys were called up from Utica before him, I going into the season, I thought Hallinan was a guy that was going to have a chance, but for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like he's high on the internal depth chart. My God, I'm going to smash this camera. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it's better if you guys could just hear me. Is there any scenario where Fitzgerald might get overwhelmed by a trade offer from the Oilers for Markstrom? Absolutely not, Neil, because it is abundantly clear. It's abundantly clear that they do not. It's abundantly clear that they do not trust Nico Dawes, and so, you know, they want to have two goalies they're confident in. And I'm going to leave that up for a second. I'm going to let this camera recharge. I don't know what the hell it's doing, but they don't trust Nico Dawes or anyone else they have internally. And so they want to have two goalies. And it seems like, you know, they're happy with Markey and Allen. They're not going to want to trot Allen out there as the starter and then be in the same position. You know, what if Allen gets injured? They have no one behind him that they can trust. And so I can't see it whatsoever that they move Markey. Michael, I like Legary, especially in the Rangers game. He needs more time up. I liked him. I thought he showed some hustle for sure. But again, these guys like Legary and the rest, it seems like they only got a couple games each at most. And then it was like, you know, on to the next guy to try. No one really got an extended look. Tom, if Luke wants Quinn to join, he best be taking a team discount. Plus 2 shoulder injuries in a calendar year is a bit of a yellow flag. I think $9.5 or $10 million would be considered a team discount, which, you know, sounds crazy to some people, but that's the reality of where these contracts are headed. In a couple years from now, Luke could legitimately be a $12 million plus player. Sweb, making a bottom 6 good is probably one of the harder jobs for a GM coach. Florida had Greer and Nosek just win a cup, and those guys were garbage in NJ. I mean, that's, you know, what happens or can happen when you're on a juggernaut of a team. The Panthers are a well-oiled machine, and, you know, you could kind of plug and play some pieces in a system like that with that talent that they have. They're going to be absolute beasts. Fentanyl, pitching for the new camera fund. Yeah, thank you, sir. I really, again, people think the camera is very new. It's a sort of a higher end camera. I don't know what the issue is, but I have bad luck with technology. It's nothing I'm doing. It just, for whatever reason, this hasn't happened in a while with the technological issues, but on a day like today, of course, it would be bound to happen. I'm going to fire it back up in a minute, but super annoying. But thank you for the super. Let's give it an old fire up. And we're back. Doug, we haven't had a good bottom 6 since the BMW line bashed McLeod Wood. I mean, yeah, losing a guy like McLeod for nothing obviously really hurt. He was one of the better bottom 6 guys in the league, on pace to set an NHL record for faceoff wins. I think he was at like 62% or something. It was quite phenomenal what he was doing. But, you know, unfortunate things happen sometimes, and he hasn't been replaced. And it's hard to replace a guy like that. Devils need a Blake Coleman-like player back. Loved Blake Coleman. I was a big Blake Coleman Pickles fan. I think many of us were. And he went on and was a member of those Lightning teams. I think he was a member of both, right? Was he on both of them or just one? Yeah, back-to-back Cup champs, 2021. Blake Coleman. He fit in there. He fit in there real nicely. Michael, the BMW line against the Rangers in that Game 7 to start the game, they were forced to go up against another team's top line. That they were. Think we should have brought back Wood. I don't love retreads. I did like Miles Wood when he was here, but, you know, I think sometimes you got to just turn the page. Blake was a dog. How much would getting a new camera for Ace put us against the cap? I think, I don't know. I might have to bring it in and see if there's like some sort of issue with it. It's not that old. It's a newer camera. It's a good camera. For whatever reason, it just craps out on me sometimes with no doing of anything I'm doing. But Maybe it's defective. That would be my luck. Wood got paid and is a healthy scratch over there. Rabid monkeypox. I need some pickle juice now that Coleman was brought up. Louis, I would have taken Coleman back when he went to Calgary. Wouldn't go far. Wouldn't go for him or Wood at this point. I agree. So maybe it's the hardware. Sounds like no, but usually the overheating issue is after hours. Like I've used it for hours at a time, and then you could feel it getting hot. It's been doing this more frequently. It's nowhere near the temperature it needs to overheat. So I don't know. It's probably defective. It's my luck. Damn you, Sony. Damn you. Damn you. Replace my camera, Sony. Maybe I'll bring it to the local spot to take a look. Blake is probably very happy in Calgary, the Texas of Canada. Gary, we need a player that can get under the skin of other teams. Yeah, I would love a feisty agitator. Feisty agitators are good. You need them to win. Let's see if Elliot's got anything for us. Elliot, you got anything? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. John says, worked for Sony. Great hardware, but driver software not good. Maybe uninstall, reinstall drivers. John, so I hate technology. I'm not a techie person. Do you mean on the computer or the camera itself? I'm assuming you mean the computer, but in the end, the camera is not disconnecting from the computer. The camera is actually turning off. I don't know if that makes a difference in the equation, but the camera is just straight up turning off randomly. It's not losing connectivity. It's just straight up turning off. JT Miller to the Canes. Oof. Wow. JT Miller to the Canes, eh? Oh, that's why. Yeah. I was like, all right, wait a minute. I'm like, what? Yeah, Keandre Miller, the Rangers defenseman. That's the I was like, what the hell? I didn't hear anything about that. Doug says Oilers fans are upset about losing out on Brown. Yeah, I mean, I imagine they would be. He was part of some cup runs. Connor Brown to the Devils, that we know. Yeah, Keandre Miller. Wow. Capo Kakinen is signing with the Canadiens. Former Devil, brief Devil, Capo Kakinen signing with the Canadiens. Could we go for Crosby? So it's so funny you mentioned that, Gary. If Crosby ever does decide to leave the Penguins, which at this point it seems like he's not, I certainly would vastly overpay for Sid just because he brings so much on and off the ice. Sid is a legendary warrior. And I would pay a ton for him. It's complete pipe dream stuff. But I would go nuts for that. I certainly would go nuts for the chance to add Sid. It would never happen. And by all reports, he would probably only go to the Avs to play with his boy, Nate McKinnon. And the man, Sid on the Avs would be lethal. Still an amazing player despite his age. I'm trying to do something here. Yeah, I think Sid never leaves. Sid can teach the up-and-comers. Sid can also score over a point a game and lead you on a playoff run. Jeff says Sid is staying a Penguin for life. Loyalty and legacy matters to him. It certainly seems that way. But as NHL fans, are we never going to see Sidney Crosby in the NHL playoffs again? I mean, if he finishes his career in Pittsburgh, that is a very real possibility. And the thought of never seeing Sid in the playoffs is kind of sad for a guy who's going to go down as an all-time great, had such an illustrious career, championships, gold medals, winning at every level, for his career to kind of end on that note without making the playoffs is crazy. But, you know, if he does move on, it would be the Avalanche. And we'll keep an eye on that. All right, guys, there it is. The first bathroom break of the free agency. Back in 3 minutes. I'm going to refill my coffee as well. I need some more fuel. Back in 3 minutes. Thank you all for joining. So far, Fitz gets a steal of a deal on Jake Allen and gets Connorbrown for the bottom 6. What else may he have in store? Find out in a little bit. I'll be right back. 3 minutes or so. Bathroom break, refilling my beverages. I'll be back. Hopefully I come back to some great news. All right, folks, I'm back. Had to recharge on the beverages as well. And we are back. You guys are funny. Everyone go nuts and make Ace think we got Tage Thompson. I hate you. That's a dirty trick. Tage Thompson, you're horrible. Yeah, it's nice to dream. You guys are terrible. It would take a ton to get Tage, and I would certainly entertain it, no matter what the price. You probably would have to give him Brad. It would sting. It would sting, but I certainly would love to see it. Or anything even in that stratosphere of additions. Yo, Holmes, Crosby isn't sitting around thinking, gee, if I could just get to NJ. For sure. But, to play fantasy, right? Yo, Holmes, is there a package we could offer where Pittsburgh would be like grossly negligent to not take the deal? I think we have the pieces now. Again, a lot of people would flame it. I don't think the Devils would ever consider it. But we certainly have the pieces for a team like them that's entering a painful rebuild slowly but surely. You could, I believe, put together a package to force their hand where it would be like complete malpractice for them not to take it for Sid. It would never happen, but it's nice to dream. You guys are terrible with this Tage joke. Yeah, this is trolling. Who cares about Tage? Wayne Gretzky just signed with NJ. Yeah, you're caught. Oh, you guys are brutal. connorbrown is essentially Tage Thompson. Mike, we need another top 6 guy. I don't know what Fitz is going to do. I think there are potential guys out there that you could try to get in a trade. I think, and we have the pieces to do it. Now, is it going to happen? I'm not counting on it. And obviously, you got to get rid of Palat's money or Dougie. But is it Fitz trying? I'd imagine he's at least, seeing what's out there, what's possible. We're going to speak this into reality. SST doesn't troll. He's always serious. I do believe SST believes all the stuff that he says. I believe he has conviction. I think he actually believes all the stuff he says. As outlandish as some of his takes may be, I do think he believes all of it. The Penguins team already said Crosby is never going anywhere, but yeah, that's exactly what they're going to say. You never know when, he could wake up and say, you know what, it's been a good run, but I do want one more kick at this thing. Trade me to the Avs. What's going on, Evan? Pyro, Kachuk, Thompson, Meyer, first line on an ace theme team on an NHL franchise mode. That would be one of the most punishing lines in NHL history. Talk about beef and skill. Insane. Mark, Devils would have to offer a huge combo of high-end assets and a young NHL players for Crosby. Basically, we'd have a second line of Crosby, Glass, and Bastion. Tasha, Fitz is going to definitely put off on the top 6 till next year again after he came in second last year. It's possible. Do you think Corey Perry ends his career with the Ducks? Definitely also possible. Ernad, we got it, baby. I just refilled. Fresh iced coffee here. Serve, he's waiting until everyone gets taken, then he's going to tell us the asking price for players was too high. It's possible. Michael Ace is tuned in, rocking the heavier, edgier, more violent t-shirt. Any big news? Yeah, Fitz pulled off a little bit of a gem early on, right before the 12 o'clock Kickoff time officially. Jake Allen re-signed to a 5-year deal at $1.8 million. Absolute wizardry by Fitz. Reports that teams were going to give him multi-years at $4.5 million. Fitz gets him in a super team-friendly deal. Great cap hit, 1.8. And then we got connorbrown as a depth piece for the bottom six, a move I was kind of expecting to see a few moves like that. connorbrown at $3 million times 4 years. Nothing too substantial in my opinion. Maria, I hope you caught that. Jake Allen was just brought back on an insane deal. Gary Fitz is going to do what happened at the deadline. Price is too high. Yeah, we used to have T.H. Thompson's little brother. We did. Mark, there's a joke to be made in there about Fitz being number 2 and us signing Brown. I'm hoping it's not the only. The only move we see. I'm expecting at least another bottom 6. Sir, I've never even heard of connorbrown. A nothing burger of a player. Decent bottom 6 player for Edmonton. But, there's not a lot of guys in free agency, obviously. And the trade market, I think, is where they really got to look. The trade market with guys with term left on their deal signed to fair cap hits is the move. Bjugstad to the Blues for under $2 million. That's pretty cheap. Pyro, I think the Crosby asking price would be huge. Absolutely. Absolutely. Carson, late to the party. Did we sign anyone yet? Yeah, Jake Allen, $1.8 million times 5 years. A complete amazing deal. Given what teams were willing to pay him, and Fitzy's able to keep him here. 5 years, $1.8 million. Got to give Fitzy his props there. That's an amazing piece of work. And then connorbrown in the bottom 6. Gotta hopefully get another bottom 6 guy or two. I would love to see a top 6. Maria, you said we'd be keeping Allen. Yeah, I was super against it because I did not in a million years imagine that we would be able to structure a deal like with the one Fitz pulled off for 1.8 times 5. But a couple nights ago, I was like, there's just too much smoke around this. Like, Allen's coming back. And I really thought we were going to sign him for like 2 years by $4 million, $4.25 million, which I would have been furious about. But the way Fitz pulled it off, I mean, it's genius. Mike, Ace, do you think McDavid will leave next free agency if the Oilers regress this year? The Oilers are probably behind closed doors having meetings with him and his people, and it's like, what do you want financially? What do you want us to do with the team? At this point, McDavid has them by the proverbials and can pretty much make any sort of demand he wants. And I'd imagine the conversations begin with solidifying the goaltending situation, which is easier said than done. And I'm sure Allen was a guy on their radar, as I've said for a few weeks now. But he decides to stay with the New Jersey Devils, keep his family here, and stick around. And, like someone else has mentioned before, Jake Allen might be looking at a nice post-playing career opportunity of some sort of job within the Devils organization. Jungle Static, by my accounting, they still need a top 6 winger. Completely agree. And a third-line center. So either big things coming or it's pretty rough. It's true. It is true. Where's everyone else's iced coffee? Doug, just because some of you casuals haven't heard of a player doesn't mean they're all bad. Yeah, to me, this is kind of par for the course. Again, what I was expecting for this free agency realistically was the Luke Hughes extension and a few bottom 6 guys brought in. And so far, it's seeming like that will be it. Kind of the play for this offseason. Sir Allen played great for us for the most part. Completely agree. TJK, do you think the Devils go for someone like Ehlers? I hope not. I think there's much better usage of the cap dollars. Then Ehlers. Again, does he improve this team on paper? Absolutely. But I just think that money is better spent elsewhere. I really do. Pyro, if Brown is a right winger on the 4th line and Nason is a right wing on the 3rd, does Nason move to left or Gritsuk plays left? I mean, they'll figure all that out in camp. The Devils have no reservations about playing guys on different wings. So we've seen it with other guys. I mean, you have options. You might see Nason in the top 6. So that would be irrelevant in that scenario. We don't know. I would love to see a true fifth guy added to our top six, because as it stands right now, I do believe we have a legit top four. And then the extra fifth and sixth guys in the top six are just kind of tryouts and hope someone sticks. Old man Rob, what's going on? Still going to wear my jersey proud. Always wear the jersey proud. Gary, do you think the Devils made a mistake with their goalies like the ones in Colorado? What do you mean by that, Gary? I like the tandem of Markey and Allen. I just worry about the future. But in the end, I'm a win now guy. I've been preaching it since that 22-23 season. I do think Allen and Markey are win now goalies. And so you kind of, we're at the point where it's like, worry about the future in net. At that point, we will have some guys to hopefully figure it out at that point. It doesn't seem like there's a firm succession plan at the moment, which, you know, it is what it is. Let's just go win in the next couple of years. Bobby, what happens to Dawes now that we locked up Allen long-term? You would think he has to get moved. He's on a one-way deal this year. I don't know what kind of value he would have in the market. I'd imagine you get something for him, obviously. I don't know that you're going to get a crazy return, but we'll see. This was definitely a plot twist I didn't see coming. A 5-year deal for Jake Allen. Tom, Edmonton is F there, capped out and top heavy over 7 games. It was obvious Florida was running 3 lines all over them post game 3. The Panthers are the gold standard, guys. The Panthers are the gold standard. Mark, would be insane if Luke is waiting to sign after a deal for Quinn is completed. I mean, that would be wild. Imagine out of nowhere today the Quinn deal comes down. I do think there was some conversations about it ongoing. You would have to believe it was. You'd have to think that it was at some point. Now, you know, is Vancouver going to try everything they can to keep Quinn? Absolutely, but we might be past the point of where he just straight up told him, like, listen, I'm not coming back no matter what. And if that's the case, it would be in their best interest to trade him sooner than later, and you're never getting any higher value for him than you will today. The most you're going to get in return is for him today. Brett, it's tough coming up watching this franchise have tons of depth like Randy, Pando, etc. When they sign a bottom 6 guy, modern fans are like, that's weird. They all want names, man. Brett, they're all just hung up on the names. And, you know, I would love some names too. Sometimes, you know, the non-sexy additions could end up moving the needle. Now, will Connorbrown by himself? I can't say that I believe it will, but is he an improvement in the bottom 6? Absolutely. We could get a couple more guys kind of from wherever we could find them and put together a bottom 6 that can contribute here and there. That could make the team much better. We saw a nearly non-existent bottom 6 last year, and it cannot happen again. Yo, Holmes, if you followed Nason since he first left, he exemplifies the type of player the team needs on the bottom 6. Love Nason. Started off the season super hot, obviously. He was getting power play time. That net front guy just burying it on the regular. Then he cooled off a bunch. Hopefully he could kind of find some sort of middle ground where he could kind of sustain a level of production and keep this bottom 6 appearing on the score sheet here and there. Morkel says Jake Allen saying very charming things about the team. He loves the Devils and believes in the future. I'm sure he does. Tasha Ehlers is a little overrated as well. Career high 65 points. Yeah, I'm completely not interested in him. And ever since people started throwing out his name, I've said the same thing. Way better usage of cap dollars. Doug, in, if you follow Brown, will make a fine bottom 6 winger. It's the problem with the fans who have opinions on players they don't even know. Yeah, people just want the names. They want the flashy names, the shiny toys. As people said before, Jungle Static, what's up? Cotter, Glass, Nason / Brown is a solid 4th line. Grits plus Nason, Brown is an all right 3rd line if we get a strong center to anchor it, but who? Just don't know who's out there. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if there's anything, if we see a report on Glass soon. And that could be interesting. He might end up getting paid more than what the qualifying offer had to be. Yo, Holmes, Brown is a solid pickup. He's a year and full season removed from a serious injury and was an alternate captain in Ottawa. Brown is a fine addition. Cape Diller, Connorbrown is a great pedigree. His father was a 7-year Devil. Solid 2-way player. Never reached 20 goals, but Connor's done it twice. Would love to see him do it again. 20 goal guys. You could win with a bunch of them. The 2003 Devils did not have a single 30 goal scorer. Think about that. What a true team, 2003. Not a single 30 goal scorer and found a way to get it done. Orber is talking about bringing former Devils back. I would not be surprised if Fitz tries to bring Taylor Hall back. I'm still not ruling out Quinn coming over to New Jersey. The ship sailed on that, man. I wanted Taylor Hall last year at the deadline. I put out a video about it. I said I think he still has something left in the tank. He could definitely be a good bottom six guy for us, possibly a top six, given the roster we had. I think he would have got top 6 minutes. The Canes went out and got him, and they signed him. So he's in Carolina, and he's definitely not coming back to New Jersey. That's over. Services, I want Meyer to put up 40 effing goals this year. No excuse. I'm happy with 30-30. I mean, demanding 40 goals, I think, is a lot. 30-30 with everything else he does, that's a win for me for Timo Meyer. And hopefully he starts off the season on the right side on power play 1 and just keeps dominating. And he can kind of get some of that Meyer March magic early on in the season. Dennis Kyrou is available. Just wondering how his price is. Again, a great player, a guy with term, 6 years left at $8.125 million. He would fetch a fortune, but depending on what it is, and especially if you could give him a lot of futures, I would certainly be heavily interested in Kyrou, and I've talked about that in the past week or so as well. Tom says, I don't see Luke having all that much ammo for a big contract. He can't stay healthy in an okay season. He doesn't have the credentials to get a big deal. You're wild, man. First of all, he's a Hughes, so there's a value in that you have to realize. And then, these deals are the long-term deals. When they pay these guys, they're paying them for what they think they're going to be. And I would say all indication points to that Luke is going to be he's already a very good defenseman, but he's going to become even better. He's still super young. As he develops, as he gets older, more seasoned, more experience, can play quarterback on power play 1. Eventually, Dougie will not be here one way or another. Luke will get that power play 1 spot, getting much better defensively. In a couple of years from now, he very well may be a $12-13 million value player. And so you pay him hopefully a few million less upfront now on a long-term deal. And in years from now, people will be saying, damn, that Luke Hughes deal is a phenomenal value. Wise Discernment, what's up? Smash that like. Appreciate that. Hit the thumbs up for your boy, Jake Allen, doing an interview on the network. I'll check all this out later, obviously. Tasha says, feel like Glass will play better next year as well. We'll see. Chico, Allen with a huge endorsement of this team, in my opinion. He could have gotten $5 million on the open market. Absolutely. Genius move by Fitz. I never saw it coming. Wow. What a move. What a cunning piece of GM work. Structuring a 5-year deal at 1.8. Dire Straits, this has to be one of the worst free agent frenzies in years. Completely agree. A lot of the bigger names kind of disappeared prior to today, and it wasn't a great class heading into it. Obviously, it was headlined by Mitch Marner, and Vegas pulls off the sign and trade with the Maple Leafs. And, not much more, big, sexy names out there. And here we are. But the trade market should heat up. And as I've talked about, Andre Palat and Dougie Hamilton have 10-team pre-approved trade lists that kicked in today. That should make them much easier to move. Is Fitz able to find a new home for one or both of those guys? And can that cap space allow him to make some other moves to improve his team? Doug says Kyrou for Casey, Mercer, Dawes, and a first. I do that without thinking about it. I don't know if that would be enough. But I certainly think, something along those lines could be a nice framework for a deal. Tasha says, actually wouldn't be shocked if there was a trade for Quinn today and Mercer was included. What a blockbuster it would be. Khalil says Meyer will get 40 goals if he's on power play 1 and on right wing, not left wing. Listen, I would love to see 40 goals from Timo, but I certainly am not going to use that as a benchmark to, measure his season as a success or a failure. Certainly not. I think 30-30 is fine for him. I think, being the agitator, bringing some physicality, being a bull, getting in front of the net, getting to the dirty areas. I think there is a tremendous value in all of that. And obviously I'm a huge Timo guy, as most of you know. So 40 goals would be great. I am not going to use that as a threshold. Like if he doesn't get 40 goals, he sucks. It's crazy. 30-30 would be great. 40-30 would be even better. But 60 points out of Timo Meier doing all the other stuff he does, phenomenal. Chico, in my opinion, Jake Allen deal should be looked at more like a 2-3-year deal. I doubt he plays out the full contract. Either retires, gets LTIR'd, or gets bought out before then. I completely agree. But who knows? Maybe he finds the fountain of youth, reverses the clock, and he stays productive into the later years of this deal. Ted Ace, I just tuned in. What do you think of the connorbrown signing? Kind of the types of moves I was expecting. Like I said from the beginning, you all know. I said I think you're mainly going to see a Luke Hughes extension and some bottom six guys. I like connorbrown. I'm not like super ecstatic about it. Do I think that move by itself is a, massive needle mover? No, but doesn't improve the bottom six and start molding us towards where we need to get to? Yes, I believe he does fit the bill for that. Also, connorbrown is a righty shot, something we desperately need. Dire Straits, how's the jury can offload all those bad contracts? He finds a way to do it, right? I mean, wow. Trouba, Kreider, no retention. Just take it. Anaheim. Maybe we could ship Palat to Anaheim. Rabid Monkeypox, the Devils had 15 goals among their fourth liners. Yeah, the bottom six wasn't very good last year. Ted says connorbrown roasted Edmonton on the way out. I want to go somewhere that has a good chance to win. Wow, that is pretty scathing. But I mean, back-to-back finals for Edmonton. Doug says if Timo scores 40 goals, it means he's on the power play one and that Nason is on the opposite wing with him and Nico. Michael Ace, do we know who any of the 10 teams are for Palat and or Dougie? No, we do not. It would be great to know those, but those are things that we are not privy to. The organization has the lists, and I'm sure Fitzy is in contact with a lot of those teams to see if he could ship one of those fellas that way. Rabid Monkeypox, Brown had almost as many goals as Bastian, Dowling, Tatar, and Lazar combined. Isn't that damning? It really is. Dire Straits of Serve had you had beef with Yo Holmes. Oh, man, Yo Holmes, you got another steel cage match on here today? No, sir. If you're the one asking basic, frankly, dumb questions, all that could have been answered if you simply took 5 seconds to look up said information for yourself. I get that you don't get it. Oh, boy. Dennis, if Timo can get 30-35, I'm fine with it, considering the player he is and the dirty things he does. Completely agree. Our only bull in the top six, a tremendous contributor. Love Timo. I hope he gets a little nastier. I would like to see him get even nastier than he is. Get even nastier. Would love to see it. Doug says, I don't think we'll see Jack and Brackett a winger for a while unless Gritsuk is the guy. In my opinion, the Devils should look to plug Nico and Timo with a monster who could match their intensity. Alex Tuck. I would want him on Jack's wing. But, I mean, the possibilities are endless. Tasha says, what connorbrown definitely realizes our goaltending, good place to win. Eagles, good goaltending. Certainly a much better tandem, than what they had in Edmonton. And again, do I think that goaltending lost them the series? I'm not going to say goaltending necessarily lost them the series, but it didn't do them any favors. And I do believe with better goaltending, they could have made it a closer series to some extent. Ted, Timo Meier, when he's at his best, is one of the Devils players who can irritate and get under the skin of opponents. You need to have some psychos and SOBs on a hockey roster. Completely agree. One of the many reasons I love Timo. Gary, Jake Allen just stated he's staying in NJ because of Markstrom commitment. Do you mean because – what does that mean, Gary? I don't follow. Doug, you can move that guy up and down at that point and see where he fits best. Our biggest asset is having 2 elite centermen to base our top 6 around. Completely agree that it is a great luxury to have two centers like Jack Hughes and Nico Hischier. Gary, could the Devils shop Timo? Absolutely not. Yo, Holmes, while it's cool Timo's an agitator, he needs to score at will like he is being paid to. Again, with his contract, especially now in the current cap era, Yo, Holmes, you guys are going to have to pipe down and just shh. What is your threshold for Timo, Yo, Holmes? I'm so curious. Given all the other stuff he does that you know about, what do you believe he should produce points-wise next year? Give me goals and assists, Yo, Holmes. I'm curious what your mark is. What is your measuring stick for Timo? What would be a good season? What's it going to be? Doug, our biggest flaw is that we only have two legit top six wingers and both are lefties. All four of our top six forwards are lefty shots. We're not diverse enough. It's a fair point. A fair point. Bratter and Timo. Can Jack remain healthy? Would be nice if he could. Oh, there we go again. There we go again. I'm going to smash this thing. Tasha, wish we had Utah's GM getting Peterka for peanuts. Must be nice. Must be nice. Am I frozen on here? Yeah, Sony's getting a call. Sony is getting a call. Got to drop the call to Sony. Damn you, Sony. Damn you, Sony. The problem with the team is every one of our forwards rather pass than shoot. We need one sniper. Hold on, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on. We got all sorts of difficulties. Sony sucks. Sony is trash. Someone threw out 35-35. That's interesting. I'll be right back. Super annoying. Super annoying. Let me try something else. Super shit, man. Yeah, I hate all this stuff. Oh, hey, we're back, dude. Listen. I think it's more of like software shit and drivers. A lot of you guys like to talk smack on this stuff, but like until you do this regularly and you see all the things that could happen, it's not as easy as you people think. It's really not. Super annoying. Doug, Cotter Glass Brown fourth line would be legit. It's an interesting kind of, I don't know that, when are we going to see this stuff on glass? Definitely not a Commodore 64. When am I going to migrate to OBS? I don't know. I have to play. I don't like learning new stuff. And new, I'm finally used to this one, but I do think I am going to get rid of it soon. But, learning new stuff is not fun as an old man. And I'm hesitant because I'm my plan is up with this, though. With this software. So I probably will eventually try something else. Doug says, Glass is our third line center would be criminally bad. I think it's a possibility. Maybe gear yourself up. Tasha, I think Juho Lamico, or however you spell his name, will be on the fourth line. He may very well may even be on the third line, but I definitely think he is going to be on the opening night roster. I do believe that. I don't think the Devils went out and got him from overseas as a move for Utica. Ace, what's a line you feel like doesn't get talked about enough in Devils history? I liked, I guess Hell's Angels probably is one that a lot of people forget. Peter Sikora, Billy Guerin, Steve Thomas. I like them a lot. Maybe ZZ Pops to some extent. They get talked about, but maybe not enough. OBS is free, has a bit of a learning curve. I'm afraid of a learning curve with everything. I'm finally used to this one. Ace, I made you a step-by-step guide on setting up OBS. Once you do set it up, for the most part, you have to hit go live. But yeah, like showing files and other people, there's so many different things involved. Fitz will do a presser in the next few days. Very much looking forward to that. Ouroboros, OBS is free and not that hard to use. I hate to learn new stuff, but once you set it up, it's no worries. Maybe. Yo Home says, Doug, well, that may be true. This is a team that just had Dowling playing an entire season in the NHL. For sure. For sure. And that's why I've said the bar is pretty low in terms of what would, what would be an improvement. I think Glass, Brown, and Cotter will be a third line. Probably. James, very negative. As expected, horrible free agency day. Fitz needs to go. Oh, boy. I knew this was going to happen. A lot of you guys had unrealistic expectations. It's kind of going exactly as I thought it would. Fitz, let's go. Fire Fitz. the A line gets talked about a lot. So that's why obviously the A line is probably it's the best line in franchise history. Winnie, how do you feel about a PTO for Nikita Gusev? Guy says he wants to play in the NHL again. Might be helpful for Gritsuk to have another Russian and potentially cheap contract. I mean, listen, I'm not against giving anyone a PTO, but you're not married to them, so there's no harm in giving guys PTOs. Do I expect him to be a guy that moves the needle? I'm gonna have to say no. I want as best of pieces brought in as possible. And for this offseason, like I've maintained for quite some time, all I really was expecting was the Luke extension and a couple depth pieces. And we got Connorbrown. The Jake Allen cap hit and deal structure was a solid surprise and a stroke of genius by Fitz to keep him here. Great insurance policy if something happens to Markey. But would love a top 6, but like I've said, I don't expect it. It would be nice if it happened. Mark, remember the short live zip line? What was the zip line? You guys are brutal. Next crash line. Crash line we talk about. I mean, I talk about it a ton. I got them right over my shoulder here. Those legends, Mike Peluso, Randy McKay, Bobby Holik. And for those of you that know who those esteemed gentlemen are, and you were a fan back in the day, if you want to hear some great stories from Randy McKay, I did an interview with him about a week ago, and bang, the link is in the chat. If you haven't seen it, check it out. My conversation with Randy McKay. Absolute legend. What's going on, Vic? Doug says Plot cannot be in this lineup. I don't care if we don't get the top 6 forward. I just want to see his cap hit on the team. Yeah, I mean, I get that. That's pretty much a common sentiment. You got to find someone to take him. You might have to sweeten the pot, but I'd imagine. Oh boy! I just saw the black screen. It's only a matter of time. Have you heard about the crash line? Doesn't get talked about enough. James, hate to break it to you, but Palat will be in the opening lineup. In the lineup opening night, I think so too. But wow, you got to really try to find a way, guys. There's no deadline today for trading or free agents. I mean, I don't know what that was in reference to. Charles Plot would go back to Tampa. Forget the other 9 teams on the list. Yeah, but do they want to take his $6 million? Natural Canopy pulling my leg. Oh, Frank, Dougie, Mercer, Nemitz, and a 2026 first for Tage Thompson. Per Frank Saravelli, did Frank really even put that out? Frank is like a parody account, posts funny stuff. He posted a thing about it's a parody joke account. He wrote, hearing Luke Hughes is being traded to the Canucks, he will sign an 8-year, $7.9 million AAV extension as part of the move. His second Hughes brother has hit Vancouver's blue line. What has Friedman got? James Plot will be on the Hughes line. Mark my words. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Evan Rodriguez trade be a good trade for the top 6. I don't know that that's a legit top 6 guy. I mean, I don't think it is. I think that's a hopeful top 6. More of a good bottom 6 ad, but he only has $3 million per year for 2 years. I wouldn't be mad at that move, but that's not a true top 6 answer in my opinion. The egg line, Elias Gianta Gomez. Yeah, they're up there as well. We need someone, Jamie Langenbrunner. Mark, Zajac, Kovalchuk, Parisi. Okay. I don't remember that moniker of the zip line. Covey was so much fun, man. Covey was a great time. Nick Peluso crying, my favorite Cup memory. Obviously a massive moment in Devils history where at the end of the game, Mike Peluso, there he is. Mike Peluso couldn't finish the game in the final moments when he realized he was about to be a Cup champion, sobbing uncontrollably on the bench. One of the most famous images probably in Devils history. It was great. What a team. What a player Mike was. What a run. And, man, the memories. Brett, that Randy interview was incredible. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I had a great time talking to Randy. He dropped some gems. It was, always love talking to those guys. Eggline was solid for sure. Yeah, you guys are trolling me on Thompson. Captain Mafongo, what's up? Randy McKay is one of my all-time favorites. Mine too. Complete beast. Mark, the zip line was together for the the first game of the 10-11 season and killed the Stars in the home opener until things fell apart. Stick Figs, it was a great deal, don't get me wrong, but the fact that it's the pinned tweet for the Devils is lowering my expectations for the rest of the day. Yeah. Brian, you all live in fantasy land with these trades. Fitz is a coward to do anything of substance. All it takes is one to prove you wrong. But again, I am expecting maybe another bottom six type move, and I think that's going to be it for today. And I don't think you're going to see much in the way of like a top six guy, but I'd love to be wrong. Serve, let's get Corey Perry to make it to the Cup, then immediately trade him once first game of the Cup starts. Ace, do we do anything else? I think another bottom six guy. That's what I'm thinking. I would love to be wrong, but I'm expecting another bottom six guy, and that's about it. Natural Canopy, I'm thinking a blockbuster involving Dawes. Book it. Dawes and who else? Because Dawes by himself is not going to be a blockbuster. TJK, I do feel a blockbuster trade brewing. Again, market is very slim right now. Trade market has been the way to go. The guys getting signed now are getting paid. I would take Druin at the right number. I think that's a decent bottom six kind of move. Dennis, the answer is definitely not in the free agency list. Completely agree. Need a big splash trade-wise and just not sure who's out there that's realistic. Fitz got to be calling guys and knocking down doors. Who's available? Go get Tuck. Crying is caring. Absolutely. Charles, Druin comes with issues, not ripping the dude, but yeah, proceed with caution. As a depth piece at the right number, I take a chance. But again, is that a guy that I'm going to, go light off fireworks over? No. But not all moves need to be those types of moves. And this bottom six needs to be reconstructed. Yo, Holmes, when you watch the end of 1995 Game 4, Riche was coming over the boards every other shift for the final 8 minutes, filling in for guys like Peluso who couldn't emotionally make it out on the ice. Yeah, Randy said he picked up a lot of time down the stretch as well. Alex, will moves be made tomorrow also or just today? I mean, they could be made tomorrow for sure, but most of the time you see the things go down July 1. But there's definitely deals that will be trickling in over the next few days. No, Dumoulin is a free agent. Rabid monkeypox. I don't think much is going to happen today for anyone. It's possible. Serve, actually, my all-time favorite player bawled his eyes out when he finally won the Cup, and that's Teemu Selanne, one of the very best to ever play the game. I loved him. I love Teemu. What a fun guy to watch the career of. Legend. The Finnish Flash. I think did he score 76 goals his rookie year? I think so. Yeah, 76 goals in his rookie season with the Jets. In 84 games, 76 goals, 56 assists for 132 points as a rookie. My God. 22 years old. What a talent. What an absolute talent. We need another Joe Nieuwendyk. Would love a big center. Been saying it forever. You need big centers. Get me a guy like Nieuwendyk, a guy like Arnott, a guy like Holik. They are few and far between these days. A lot of these guys are the smaller, shifty kind of centers, but I would love a big hulking one. TJK, who's the best top 6 player we can make a trade for that's affordable. Well, I mean, when you say make a trade, do you mean like just of guys that are out there that aren't even rumored to being traded? Like Kyrou is a good one. We don't really know if he's truly on the market or not. There's been a lot of smoke around him in the past week or so, but he's got 6 years left at $8.125 million, which is an unbelievable deal given where the cap has gone and what some of these other contracts are. He would be certainly high on my list. Krung's quick recap. The recap is this. Jake Allen brought back 5 years, $1.8 million. Masterful piece of business by Fitz. Connorbrown signed 4 years, $3 million to the bottom 6, and that's it. That's all we got. Nothing else. Yeah, love Nieuwendyk. Mangiapane, a lot of people are high on him. I mean, again, that's another one where if it happens, it happens. He's not a guy that I'm like dying to get. Let me see. I'd like a little more size and feistiness. Rabid Monkeypox. I have Teamu's rookie card with 76 goals. Nice. Yep, that's all we had. Yeah, Gilmore was nice too. He was there in those weird couple years, but between the 95 and 2000 Cups, we had a lot of names come through, like Gilmore and Anderchuk, Steve Thomas. The NHL doesn't have Eric Lindros type players anymore. They're few and far between. Kyle Meggs, Kyrou, no move clause started today. I highly doubt he gets moved now. You never know. If a team goes to him, it's like, we have a situation for you. Krungs, it's an amazing Jake Allen deal. Sucks. That's the highlight so far, though. It is an amazing deal. It is a little unfortunate that it is the highlight. But again, I wasn't expecting much. I think people were expecting, some massive blockbuster. And there's going to be a lot of people disappointed. I would love to see something of substance done, but I just never thought that was going to be the case. I could see one more bottom 6 signing. Dumoulin will probably get a decent little payday. He looked pretty good in the playoffs. He still has something to give. Wishing him good luck for sure. For sure. Let's see what Elliot's talking about. Maybe they are done for the day. Van Riemsdyk signs for $1 million to Detroit. I mean, I would have taken a gamble on that. Sean Corrali, 2 by 8.15. I think one of you mentioned Nate Schmidt, 3 by 3.5. Wow, Mason Gearston, former New Jersey Devil. 2-way deal to Buffalo. Interesting. Mason Gearston. Another rough and tumble fella. My buddy Rick loved Gearston. I think he has a bunch of his jerseys. Man. He might not play all 5 years. Don't worry about that. His cap hit is beautiful. The Allen deal was a masterpiece of business. $1.8 million is just an absolute beautiful, beautiful move by Fitz. Yeah. The Jake Allen deal is really one of the top 3 moves. It is crazy. Ace, who do you want as left wing for Myers line? Someone that could bury it. Anyone that could bury it. A guy not on the roster at the moment. Gunnar, with Allen locked up, do you load manage Markey through the season, hopefully keeping him fresher for the playoffs? I don't buy the load management. I hate all that stuff. I've talked about it forever. But with that being said, every team does it. Goalies don't play nearly as much as they did back in the day. I'd imagine Markey will probably play, assuming he's healthy, somewhere between 51 and 55 games. 50 to 55 games. Somewhere in that realm. And he still played 49 games last year, even missing all that time. So Charles, hate to say it, but we and a bunch of other teams are far behind what Florida has right now. I mean, I think that's obvious. The gold standard. Everyone should be chasing Florida and trying to run them down. They got a lot of good players in that lineup, and they all want to be there. And you saw them this summer all sign team-friendly deals to go back. Andrew says, please don't re-sign Bastion. He's just not the same anymore. Kyle, I don't say I can sign anyone else about moving one of the obvious contracts. Fitz could be working on that right now. He very well could be looking to move a contract out as we speak. Gunnar Allen isn't playing in year 4 and 5. Those 2 years of 1.35 are basically a thanks for giving us a deal for the next 2 years. Yeah, Gearston's going to Buffalo on a 2-way. Wish we still had Toffoli. I mean, listen, I love Toffoli. Enjoyed his time here. It's unfortunate how that all played out, but I thought the money he got paid would have been better used towards a different top 6 guy, and instead we spent it all on defense, so here we are. His spot in the top 6 was never replaced. Yeah, Zetterlund's locked up in Ottawa, guys. That ship has sailed. Tasha, imagine we wake up tomorrow to Quinn Hughes as a New Jersey Devil. I can't really. Sharon Golvich he had a good year in his contract year, then he got paid, and then he sucked. We're not missing anything with him. That one, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Fitz is working on his 5th gin and tonic. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm sure he's working the phones, guys. Be a little patient. You guys have become ruthless. But this is the frustration of, a fan base that just wants to get better. I totally get it. I'm with you guys. It's time to win now. The time to win is now. I miss some ex-Devils, don't we all? Krung says, DeMaria, for sure, solid bet to have too. This is in reference to Jake Allen. I listened to some interviews, and that dude lives and breathes hockey. I miss Blake Coleman. Chico, the Canucks honestly should trade Quinn, but they're dedicated to begging him to stay Strat, so they're going to lose him for nothing. That won't happen. At the worst case for them, if he's still saying he's not going to re-sign at the deadline in his last year, then they 1,000,000% move him then. I think Mercer's going to be on the wing. He said, and I think in the exit interview, he was asked about wing versus center, and he said he liked the wing better. So, given that information, I think, you're better off playing a guy where he feels most comfortable versus trying to force him into a spot because of your current roster. In a pinch, if someone's hurt or something, can he play for a game or two? Sure. But to slot him there all season, if he feels better on the wing, I would just leave him on the wing. Go get a real 3C. Chico, this particular offseason with basically no one available, it's not Fitz's fault, but I definitely understand people scratching at the walls for anything. Yeah, I get it all. Crumbs, Brett Pesci was a July 2nd signing. Our 2026 first would look delicious as hell to Vancouver. If you're talking about getting Quinn, it would take that and a lot more of other pieces. Spronglass Mercer would be a good third line. Could be okay. I'm not nearly as high on Sprong as a lot of people are. Doesn't really move the needle for me. Yeah, and you're playing Yeah, it's super interesting. I have to believe they're really going to try to force Mercer into the top 6, because did they sign Brown to play fourth line minutes? I'd have to think Brown they're looking at as a third liner, but then we also keep all forgetting about Juho Lamico, right? So there's a lot of kind of moving parts here to what this bottom 6 is going to look like. Surfaces, I think we give Mercer one more chance. You guys have to remember he's played every game. That's kind of a huge deal. Yeah, the ultimate Iron Man. The ultimate Iron Man. Ethan, I think at the moment he's probably more of a long shot to make the team, but because of the lack of depth up front for this team, and that he's a big body and has some of that mean streak, can he play his way onto the opening night roster with a good training camp in preseason? I certainly think so. Michael says Brett Pesce was a May 30th signing. The Mercer hate doesn't stop. Yeah, Gunner, I'm with you. Sprong is a fourth liner on a good day. I'm perfectly okay with moving on. I don't like Sprong or Glass. I definitely like Glass more than Sprong. I'm like, listen, I'm not hating on them, but I think you need to find a little bit more than that. You saw what they did, and it's like it was underwhelming. It was underwhelming. It was as their performance was as underwhelming as it was the day we traded for them, when I freaked out on deadline day, because the team deserved more. Timo on right wing for sure. Chico, Mercer's a good middle 6 forward who does a little bit of everything. I agree with that. But again, if he could be packaged for a clear upgrade for the top 6, I'm all in. Nick Adams, you hate everybody, Nick. Mercer sucked. Timo sucked. Dougie sucks. Markstrom sucks. Keefe sucks. The hot dog guy sucks. The announcer sucks. Nick, you need to just chill, man. Want some role players for the bottom 6. Captain, Vancouver appears are trying to run it back for one more year based on what they've done with their signings. Sprong has no long-term careers in NHL or dude couldn't make it on last season's Canucks and last season's Kraken. Chico, Sprong is one-dimensional, but I think pairing him with Glass and Mercer lets him be one-dimensional. He's a very efficient scorer for his role. Bro, what are you talking about? The guy's got he had 18 goals 2 years ago, and that was like his shining moment with the Wings. Since then, he's barely played in the league. I was 23, 24. Yeah, last year he had 1 goal in 9 games with, it was a total 2. He had 2 goals in 30 games. Like, what are we talking about? You need to chill with those, Chico. Those charts are getting you in trouble, bro. You need to stop getting high off those charts. I don't care what the charts. Look at the stats. Look at the games. I don't care about expected. Yeah, everyone's killing you for this, and they should. Sprong has done nothing. Sprong did nothing at all. If you're going to sit here and celebrate Sprong, it's just crazy, Chico. You're better than that. Husky feels like Gritz is going to be our biggest catch this year. If 2020 out of him would be great. If he does any better than that, it'd be even better. Yeah, hot dog catching strays. Don't bring Adam Hanway into this. I love Adam Hanway. Sprong reminds me of Teddenby. Skating, stick handling, shift. He doesn't seem to finish. Charles, would you trade Nico for Quinn? It would probably cost us more. Absolutely not. I wouldn't give any core pieces for Quinn because we could get him for free in 2 years in free agency. I certainly would pay a decent price to get him here 2 years earlier, especially at his cap hit. I think it's under $8 million. A beautiful cap hit. You got to try to win now. Younger Quinn Hughes for 2 years at that cap hit has tremendous value, but nowhere near a core piece. Chico, I'm not saying give Sprong 8 years, but I think bringing him back on league minimum is a decent bet. I mean, again, I'd like better. Am I going to complain about league minimum? No. But I'm just would not expect much from him and would like someone with a little higher ceiling. The voice is sounding better and popping cough drops like a madman. It's a little more soothed. Yeah, Sprong is an analytics guy. Not for me. I want actual production, not expected. I'm with you, Tasha. I'm breaking your traps. I saw Lenny Haminaho at development camp a couple years ago. I thought he was impressive. I think, again, he's another guy who kind of starts training camp in preseason as an outsider looking to force his way onto the roster, and wouldn't be surprised if he does that. He certainly will have a chance. It's not like we have this bona fide great bottom six grouping at the moment. I think he could definitely leapfrog some guys. Serve. Having all three Hughes brothers, I don't think necessarily brings us closer to a cup. What it does do is produce good headlines in the media. I think it brings us slightly closer to a cup. Do I think it answers all of the issues? Absolutely not. But I think he definitely makes us a better team and closer to a cup. Now, I think that would need to be done in conjunction with other moves. Obviously, again, a top six guy, I would love to see it, and some other things, but he definitely makes the team better. Anytime you could get, no matter the position, one of the top players in the league, it's certainly going to make you better. Mercer, Timo, and Glass, I think, is a good line. What? Glass is a center. I'm so confused. Sprong will never help us win a cup. Who does Quinn push out if he arrives in a couple years? Well, I don't think you would see Dougie Hamilton and Quinn Hughes on the roster together for much time, if at all. And so I'd imagine both the cap money and the roster spot would kind of just flop. So Dougie would go out either in that deal or a separate one, probably around the same time as Quinn would be brought in. James says Fitz is just running it back. He won't make any moves. The injury saved his job. I hate using injuries as an excuse. I mean, it obviously did play a big part in last season, but it certainly should not be an excuse to punt on a season and not add anybody at the deadline and to just flame out the way we did. Oh, Serve, I would never. It's ludicrous. To mention any of the core pieces for Quinn is psychotic. Do the Devils invite any veterans to training camp? I mean, there's no harm. Come on, come all. If you want to try out, come on down. Come on down. Is this one of the most boring trade deadline? Not trade deadline. Is this one of the most boring free agency days of all time? I have to believe it is. It might firmly be number one. This could be the most boring. Yeah, July 1, like, of all time. Dumoulin, look at him. Yeah, I knew he was going to get paid, guys. $4 million times 3 years, LA. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah, I remember Dumo for sure. Fitz is trying to sign Luke. Nothing yet. Stick Figs, just trust the analytics, Ace. This is the new age of sports science, baby. Yeah, I'm all set. I'm all set. Yesterday was better than today. Snow, having Plot's contract on the books is irresponsible and wasting Jack and Jesper's value by having, oh boy. And there it is, the newest blackout. The newest blackout. Oh, we're back. It was a temporary. It was a quick one. And wasting Jack and Jesper's value by having a two-man line. Same for Heischer Meyer line. Yeah, again, having top four. Not a top six. I'd be much happier with a true top five. Get me one. Rome wasn't built in a day, right? I'm not expecting two top six guys to come in one off season, but get me one. And then we only have to kind of force a single player into the top six that doesn't belong there instead of two. To me, 3C is number one need, but who is it? As I say, Hughes, Bratt, Nason, Timo, Nico, Mercer, Cotter, question mark, Grits, Pollock, Glass, Brown, Wolf, as is. If Mercer 3C, who replaced him? Cotter. If Glass is 3C, who is 4C? You're forgetting Juho Lamico, bro. He's in the bottom six somewhere. Tasha's from the draft to this. Most boring free agency for sure. Krung's $4 million for Dumoulin. Yeah, this is what I told you guys. That Kovacevic. So Dumoulin just got paid the same amount as Kovacevic. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And Pesci makes a little more than him. I've said it for a couple of weeks now, guys. Rewire your brains. Today's money is not yesterday's money. The new cap era, we are going to see silly contracts. Silly. You've seen worse free agencies? This one's pretty bad. Dougie, keeping Palat's contract ensures that Nason and Mercer are top 6 forwards. Well, if Palat's still here, you'll probably see Palat in the top 6. And then one of Nason, Mercer, maybe Gritzuk. Nicole, I've been in sessions. What have I missed? How do we feel about the Allen re-sign? $1.8 million times 5 years is this theft. Great move by Fitz. Then he signs connorbrown for the bottom 6. That was a quick blackout. Ace First Technology. Tech is on a 4-game winning streak. It's true. It's true. Just imagine if we still had Toffoli, Boquist, Wood, McLeod, and Zaka. I mean, yeah, what a fun game to play, right? If you could cherry pick all the guys you moved on from. $4 million a year for Dumoulin is insane. I'm surprised we haven't heard anything on Granlund yet. Oh, you guys are getting chatty quick here. $4 million is nuts, but if the Kings have the money in cap space, who are we to judge? Yeah, but the new cap era, money's going flying out. Suddenly, Pollock's decent and then $6 million. Man. Fentanyl, getting my money, my popcorn ready for when the fan meltdown when the Luke contract is announced. It's going to be hefty. It's going to be hefty. The new cap era. Ball got 5.35. Romanov got like 6.5, I think. Contracts are getting crazy. Per Mike Moriali, says Captain Mafungo, Salayev will spend one more season in Russia, and then the Devils anticipate he will join the club in the spring of 2026. So I guess the spring is what, the playoff time? Husky Chain, possibly another rough season for Ace's liver. Yeah. Tosh, while everyone's dooming and complaining, let's all just remember at least we aren't Rangers fans. It's true. It's true. Man. Could the shop be closed for the day? It very well could. Is that it on the first day? Is that it? Or do the Devils have something else? We're going to find out. We are going to find out. Is Fitz pounding the phone lines, looking to find a buyer for some of his big contracts that many would like to see moved? I'm a Dougie guy, so it's still only 3:00. Wow. Drew into Isles. Where'd you see that? I just want consistency this year. I think we all would like to see that. G. Pierce, I'd like us to get one more bottom six guy. I think we will. I wouldn't be surprised if Fitz closed up shop for the day. It's definitely possible. Gary, you are delusional. Ekblad in Florida 7, so Luke will be around that. Absolutely not, my friend. Ekblad gave a team friendly to keep the band together and just keep winning cups. Luke is not. Luke will laugh at 7 million. Chico, you think it's already done league wide? I think we'll still see some more stuff. Matt, I guess the plan is Gritsuk in the top 6. Could be insanely beneficial for next year's free agency if he pans out. Jack and Jack 25. I think I think Fitz has a bunch of hopefuls in mind for the top 6. And Gritsuk is probably amongst them. I'd imagine, again, Mercer will get a look. Maybe a couple other guys, but it would be nice to have a legit, at least 5th guy in our top 6. But we might be going into battle with the big 4 again and hoping 2 guys could kind of stick there. As Friedman reported earlier, teams are probably taking their time with the new circumvention rules. I mean, we're already 3 hours into this thing. Is someone going to get wait, circumvention or tampering? I don't think people are hating on Dumo. I think they're just shocked at the amount of money he got. But again, new cap era. I would have probably guessed slightly under that, but yeah, he's definitely worth the money if the team has it. Two by 4 Drew into Isles. Islanders report it. Nicole says, this is a disappointment as expected. It's exactly what I expected. So I'm not, there's nothing for me to be disappointed about. But I was hoping for more. The day's not over yet, obviously. Krung's pre-December team was still so ridiculously inconsistent, even if their inconsistency landed more wins than not. The December team was a beast. Chico, the trade deadline was a dud, and now free agency is this. What the hell? G. Piercy asking about Jason Robertson. I can't see it. Joe, next signing will be Cody Glass, and then it's it for a while. Maybe sign a depth free agent later in the summer, but next big move will be a trade. Chico like Druin at 2 years, $4 million for Druin. Stickfix says, I like the Hughes brothers. When I look at them, I do not think team-friendly deal. Well, I think when we see Luke's deal announced, that will kind of shed a lot of light on that. Is he going to give a team-friendly, or is it going to be, you know, Jack Hughes busted shoulder, say no big game hunting here. Is Jack's doctor on the payroll? Snow, I don't get the Jason Robertson thing. I love watching him on the Stars, but we need our assets for a Tuck type player. I would love Tuck. Super high on my list. Who knows? Is he available? Is he not? I would certainly love to see the Devils get him, or at least try to get him, but getting him would be phenomenal. Skank Hunt 42. Got to think Fitz is working to get plot out and then package Casey and picks to go after a top 6 winger in that $5 to $7 million range. I think it's going to be hard to get a top 6 winger in that $5 to $7 million range for like who are you thinking of? That's kind of the old price. Doug, why not go out and get Ryan O'Reilly from Nashville for our 3C? If he can't fill out the top 6, then stack the depth. Devils downfall again, not aggressive at all. Again, Ethan, I can't wait for the season to start so I can see you drink a lot. It's always a blast after Devils wins and losses, no matter what. Win or lose, we booze. James, Ace buying the Fitz Kool-Aid, believing in this loser. James, do you even watch my channel, dog? How dare you? My thoughts on Fitz are well documented over the course of years. I believe in nothing. Don't believe him at all. But I also did not expect anything tremendous to happen today. And so while it's disappointing to some extent, it's exactly what I expected. So I am not, very different than deadline day for me. Much different expectations, but believe in Fitz. Clearly you don't watch, my friend. Cape Dweller, come on, Fitz. I gave up a beach day for this. I know, right? We could always walk over there later. Stick Figs, I got to spend time my afternoon with Ace and my friends in the Running with the Devils chat. So that's a successful trade day for me. Unfortunately, Stick Figs, that ain't enough for me. I would have liked to see some substance. Brandon, I agree. Connor Brown won't be bad on the bottom 6, but would like to see some more things done. Like to see more. Ace, do you think it's good for the Devils to have all 3 if they have shoulder issues? I mean, guys, it's clearly what they're going to do. So, is stacking your team with injury-prone players a good thing? No, but you just hope that that eventually is behind them and they stay healthy, and then when they torment the league. It would be nice. Montreal's going to be fire this year. Greg, all these Fitz haters are hilarious. Do they think we can get big names and give nothing up so easily? Well, I mean, nothing for nothing, Greg. I think it's not just necessarily today. It's a series of underwhelming finishes for the Devils, both missing the playoffs, getting knocked out in 5 games, not delivering on deadline day, not delivering anything in the season. And so I think it's just all starting to compound for Devils fans, and the frustrations are beginning to kind of spill over. And you're seeing that in, the commentary throughout the internet. In my opinion, it was inevitable. Skywalker, what do you think about Marner to Vegas? And Vegas is another fan base I'm jealous of. They're always in the mix. They're rumored in on every guy. They're constantly bringing in big names. They're constantly making win now moves, and it is what it is. They've been a damn good team since pretty much they came into the league. It's crazy. RJ, never seen a fan base hate talent as much as Jersey. Bunch of couch warriors hating on the Hughes. 76 points in 68 games from Quinn is something I'll take. Brendan, there's a lot of complainers here today. Yeah, people had unrealistic expectations, but I get why. I mean, listen, underwhelming seasons, as they continue to mount, at some point, people start losing faith in the executives. And you're seeing it here. You're absolutely seeing it here. Mark says, Greg, Fitz believes he can go out and get big names and give up nothing. And I think there's, a point to that. Like, listen, if you want to bring in names, you got to make some difficult trades. We've been talking about it. Not every trade is going to be where you could kind of fleece a team or just give up futures and a bunch of small pieces to bring in a whopper. Sometimes you got to make that trade that stings. And thus far, he hasn't really shown the ability or the, the desire to pull off those types of moves. Justin says, Devils fans are never happy, always mad, but they have a right to be when they do nothing to get better. I understand how it's all happening. Selectable, I can't blame them for not having faith in the executives. No, neither can I. I'm just, I'm personally not going to scream from the mountaintops about how, how bad free agency was or whatever, because I knew the position we were in. And I just didn't think that we were going to see anything major. Now, again, is it over yet? No. You still could see something. But I had a very different expectation, knowing everything that's going on and where we were with the cap and certain guys. My expectation for free agency and potential trades was wildly different than trade deadline day. Trade deadline day, we had a team that showed flashes of being one of the best teams in the league earlier in the season. They were firmly in a playoff spot, and I was expecting, along with many of the players, in my opinion, were expecting a much bigger boost to the roster, and it never happened. So Bill Zito is the fleece master. Zito's a beast. Zito is definitely a beast. Best player in the league. I mean, best GM in the league. RJ, serve. Who else is getting points like Jack? Does anyone remember January to March power play when Jack was the only one doing anything? Serve, I don't mind losing Halla, Tatar, and Plot. It'd actually be sad to see Mercer go. The recency bias some of you have is ridiculous. RJ says, elaborate. James, Ace, how'd you get so tan? I live in Tampa, don't have that color. Well, I am Italian, and I do get fairly tan fairly easily. And it was basically just from a couple days of playing with my nephews at the pool. I actually get much darker than this. I don't know what my, if it's going to play out with the next time I'm out there doing these things, but summertime, guys. Summertime. Serve trading Nemitz in case he has huge risks. They can end up being all-star players. Again, I think that's, engaging in FOMO. And it's like you can't be gun shy to make big deals because you're afraid of what a guy is going to become. Make a deal for a guy that's going to help your team, and that's it. You can't worry about what the other guy is going to do in his new destination. Like, that's just all loser mentality stuff. Get a guy that helps you more than the guy you're trading. That's it. Make the team better. Collect records. I have to think Fitz is trying to move Palat or Hamilton today. He really can't find a top 6 wing until one of them is gone. Agreed. The math is the math. You got to move out one of those deals to have any chance of bringing in a big-time forward. Evan, don't expect anything, but I'll be excited if it happens. I'm on the same wave. Bring back Shanahan as GM. That would be interesting, right? Shanny. Tosh, the New Jersey heat wave recently was crazy. I've experienced hotter, but it was pretty hot. Joe, best Devils free agent signings: Madden, Rafalski, Yager, Hamilton. Those are some nice ones. Those are definitely some nice ones. Worst, Clo, Camilleri. I forget, did we sign Michael Ryder in free agency or trade for him? There's been some bad ones. There's definitely been some bad ones over the years. Let me see. Oh, man. What a slow day, huh? Holy. Come on, Friedman. Give me something. Give me something to believe in. Yeah, what a slow day. RJ says, I miss Patrick Eliash. I think we all do. We all do. Oh, man. Mike bringing up Rutu and Tutu. Tutu was a little bit exciting to watch, though. Mark says, I love me some Ryder and Camo. They were bad in New Jersey. TJ, we were lucky in 25. 42, 33, and 7 is a very wild card spot fringe playoff team record. Remember, Buffalo missed the playoffs, the same record in 2023. Yeah. We were a mediocre team, just on the cusp there. Snow, Ace, why are you not expecting a Palat trade? Don't think there's any good deals on the table, or just lack of faith in Fitz? I just think it's not super easy to find a home for him for 6, at his cap hit without retaining money on him. And I think Fitz is going to try everything he can to move him without retaining. Not the easiest thing to do. I think there's a possibility he pulls it off. But I've said from a couple months ago, I wouldn't be shocked if Palat is back. This is pretty boring, I have to say. I thought there was going to be a little more excitement, at least around the league. But it's very well possible that the Devils' July 1 consisted of Connorbrown and Jakeallen. That really could be it. That could be it. Cape Dollar says, for perspective, TSN said 180 players in the league last year currently don't have a contract. There's still that many guys? Wow. That's quite a bit. That is quite a bit. Gary Rupp and the team don't have anything to talk about on NHL Network. I mean, this is pretty slow. Is anyone seeing anything exciting out there? I'm certainly not. Doug says all Canadians are going to glaze their hockey teams, dude. Wow. Has to be, for me, one of the most boring July 1s of all time. I mean, not a bunch of big signings or names left. Usually you see some trades. Nothing. Not much here. Not much to get excited about whatsoever. Mark said, well, Chenkov can be considered at least a ho-hum free agent signing, but I think that's more due to the fact Marty didn't like players blocking shots, which was Volch's wheelhouse. He laid the boom and hit guys, though. He certainly hit guys. Tasha Fitz should definitely go for a plot to the Rangers in exchange for Matt Rempe and a 2026 7th-round pick. I think the team was expecting today. This is very different from the trade deadline. I think most players understood our cap situation. And more than likely, we're not expecting much outside of potentially Palat or Dougie being moved to free up some money. But, that was all just kind of speculation, and you never know that was that was never a certainty. Brandon said, I think we're going to get a decent sized trade out of nowhere, but probably not today. It's closer when teams are looking at their cap compliances. I mean, that's an interesting theory as well. But as we get further away from today, I don't know, how much you're going to There's nothing. There's nothing happening. This is painful. Next year's free agency will probably be better. I don't see how it couldn't be. It almost has to be. Justin says Quebec City should get an NHL franchise back, not Atlanta. Poor Quebec. They lost their Nordiques. Who knows? Maybe eventually they get on the list. Canada loves their hockey. Doug, it doesn't matter who he roots for. It's just silly to get upset because a young team made the 2 wild card last year and you think they're going to be contenders all of a sudden. It makes no sense. What's up, Skywalking? Doug, if the Sabres made it to wild card 2 last year, Pyro God would be saying they're in a better contender. Gary, Devils need another Christoph Oliwa. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Zachary, dope hat ace. Where can I get one? I'll see if I can find the link. Krungs, we'll see. This is an unprecedented July 1st. We'll probably see an unprecedented trade timeline. It's definitely possible. Then again, free agency is only one day in, and people are either being re-signed or signing somewhere else. Brian, what are your thoughts on what the Devils will do? Add a third-line center, maybe Suter, and possibly more. What do you think? I don't think anything. I'm just sitting here waiting with the rest of you guys. I expected nothing more for this offseason. In reality, I've said it for weeks. To try to manage expectations, I said I expected a Luke extension and a couple bottom 6 guys signed. I didn't see the Jake Allen masterclass kind of wiggle contract there to bring him back at 1.8 times 5. That was a nice little bonus. We saw Connorbrown. I think we might see one more signing like that, and that'll be the majority of the offseason, and I'm not expecting much more. I understand why everybody wants more, and I want more too. But given everything that we know, again, the constraints of the way the team is currently constructed, the only thing we could possibly see is Palat and or Dougie move to free up cap space, and then another maybe separate deal to bring in a guy. But I think for everyone that was just expecting a top 6, I want one too, very badly. I just didn't think it would happen. Jay Womp, what's up? Speaking of Oliwa, you need to do a video with him. Hopefully one day. Hopefully one day. RJ Connor, I'd sell my firstborn if we could get Tage. I would do a lot of things for Tage Thompson. It's a pipe dream, but would love to see it. Ethan, can't wait to see hockey in Trenton, hopefully. Is that, if I'm not mistaken, is that the Utah Mammoths ECHL team is going to be there? I think so. Chris, if they had another Oliwa, they wouldn't play him like McDermott. I agree with that. Sir, Bettman is a POS, had a billionaire say to completely back everything for a team back in Hartford. And Bettman said, if you live in CT, you have a choice of liking Rangers or Bruins. F. Bettman. Okay. No complaints there. I'm not a Bettman fan. Zachary, I live in Indianapolis and had zero clue Indianapolis was interested in getting a professional hockey club. I definitely feel Quebec needs a team before Atlanta or an expansion franchise. It certainly seems like Atlanta might be the front runner for the next one. And I think at some point you will see probably Houston get one as well. They might be the next one on deck. Ace, would you take Adam Henrique back? That one's tough for me because if it wasn't for the obvious sentimental things, I would say definitely not. I don't know. Ideally, I would like to get slightly younger, hungrier, maybe guys in the bottom 6. If it was super cheap, I wouldn't be against it. But again, that's not one that I'm going to get like excited about. He had 7 points in the 22 playoff games this past playoff, 12 goals, 15 assists for 27 points in 81 games with the Oilers. I mean, you know, wouldn't be against it. Would be happy in a way to have him back, just again for the sentimental reasons. But if I'm being honest, you know, I would hope for a little bit better for the bottom 6. Krungs, to be honest, I think Houston gets one before Quebec or Atlanta. The city has an infinite amount of money to spend on shit. Very well could be. 49 signings so far. Scott, Harris Blitzer are getting a WNBA team. Devils moved to number 4 on their priority list. Oh, boy. Are they really getting a WNBA team? Yes, it's the Utah AHL team, but rumors it'll be the new Devils ECHL team. Does that mean they're going to sever ties with the Adirondack Thunder? Mark says Indianapolis will never get another pro hockey team after trading Wayne Gretzky. Nicole, heading into my next client. Be back in an hour. Maybe something exciting will happen. Hopes aren't high. Yeah, Nicole, spoiler alert. I think you're going to come back whenever you come back, and it won't be, there will be nothing to be excited about, unfortunately. Ethan, it's the Utah ECHL, but rumors if they move, it will be the Devils' new ECHL team. That'd be kind of cool. Select a boy. The trade for Henrique and Vatanen was a huge mistake. And then do you remember, I don't know if it was the first time Henrique was back in New Jersey. It may have been as a member of the Ducks. He ended up flipping the puck over Vatanen and like turning him inside out. Oh my God, it was insane. It was an ultimate like FU move.
Obi Express.
Oh shit.
Swept away by Manson, and Henrique comes away with it.
Here it is. I'll drop the link in the chat. Henrique just this was a crazy goal. I'll never forget. Yeah, he came back and did this, and everyone was like, "Oh my God." Yeah, on the guy he was traded for. Oh my God. Domination. Oh, what a pretty goal. If you never saw that, that's I just dropped the link in the chat. Adam Henrique just scorching Vatanen. WNBA is hotter than the NBA right now. I mean, I think that's a super stretch, dude. Are you kidding me? Steven said no one, and I mean, no one cares about the WNBA. I think asterisk on that statement, Caitlin Clark seems to still be carrying public interest, but I just don't see, I don't know. I feel like the league is propped up on her. Like, did anyone give a shit before that? I don't think so. Yeah, they care about one player. That's, yeah. The Andrew, I missed the Albany Devils need to come back, live 5 minutes from the rink. Was that at the Knickerbocker Arena or the Pepsi Arena? It changed names a bunch of times. I'll be down to converse with fans who know what they're talking about, but here we are. That was a crazy play. Selectable, I remember that, Ace. I saw that game against the Devils and Ducks, and I hated the trade after that. Yeah, it was pretty, it was one of those like, oh my God kind of moments. And I'm sure, wait, and did he have a hat trick that game? I think he may have. Shit, let me look that up now. No, maybe it was a different game. He had a hat trick against the Devils for sure. I think it was on an empty net. Different game, but yeah, he got his first career hat trick against the Devils. In December of 23. Ethan says Adirondack Thunder contract ends next season. That's why. Interesting. In all fairness, he scored against Corey. What does that mean? Schneider was a beast. Wait, was that Corey? Wait, now I'm a little. Schneider was good for us. Mark, WNBA is growing in popularity. Caitlin Clark was the catalyst, but people are paying attention because these female players can ball and are tougher than their NBA equivalents. I'd imagine that the league is still bleeding money. Bleeding money. I'm not saying the WNBA becomes more popular than the NBA, but there's a significant amount of apathy. Well, obviously that'll never happen, but I don't watch NBA. I fell out of that years ago. Knickerbocker Arena hosted legendary NWA champion I Quit match between Ric Flair and Terry Funker. That's an interesting kind of stat. Bratt had a late goal to win the game. J1 Piersky trading away Henrique hurt, but Vatanen was a solid devil. No regrets. We weren't winning in that era with either player. Completely agree, but it would have been nice just to have Henrique all those years as another one of those longtime devils. In the end, would it have made a difference? No. But it's like, what did we gain? You know, it's obviously one of those things where at the time I understood why we did it. It sucked that we traded him. It is what it is and kind of, you know, ancient history now. But I would say, you know, I wish that deal never happened. It would have been nice to have Henrique as a kind of a long, or at least, if not a lifelong devil, a long-term devil. Yoham says, of course, regrets trading Henrique for Sammy. Come on. Brian, Bratt, Hughes, to be determined. Meyer, Heischer, Mercer, Palat, Suter, Nason, Cotter, Glass, Brown. This could be good. Well, first you would have to actually get Glass and Suter. Those aren't guarantees. Scott says, I'm afraid the owners don't spend now, and adding more debt to the portfolio isn't a good sign. In terms of what, their WNBA franchise? I mean, it seems like they want to just keep collecting sports teams, pro sports teams. That's the business they're in. Did someone tell me they were trying to buy a soccer team, or maybe they already own one? I don't remember, but Steven, I met Henrique for the first time for his Movember charity. Then a few days later, he's traded. That's brutal. Brutal. Yo, Holmes says, NBA take offense to the term owner. One of the dumbest things in North American sports. Do they? I mean, it's pretty outlandish. Pretty outlandish. Doug is fighting people because he said the Canadians are going to be better than the Devils. I think that's what's going on. I've just been kind of skimming it. Is there anything going to happen today? Anything substantial? Looks like it all happened yesterday. John Faces, I feel like the owners gave up on the Devils a while ago, and it's starting to show. I don't know if they gave up, but the reality is I just think they want to make money, guys, like a lot of other business owners. And it is what it is. It sucks. Hopefully we can get over the hump somehow, some way. But we'll see. NBA changed the term owner to governor because someone thought the term owner was offensive. Oh, God. The outrage police. Crumbs of the day is so slow that the chat is caught up. Yeah. That's how you know it's slow. What a slow free agency day for sure. Come on, Friedman. Give me some rumors. Is the league done before dinner time? It's possible. It's definitely possible. Ace changed the title from Frenzy to Failfest. Oh, boy. Kind of handed to Bettman. He took all the fun out of draft day and all the excitement out of day of free agency. You're missing the point. When other teams are going out and improving and we are doing the very minimum, what's that going to do for our Stanley Cup chances? How could one not notice or care? Well, I mean, were you paying attention at the deadline? The deadline was way more painful than this to me. Ethan Harris Blitzer on a part stake in Crystal Palace FC in the English Premier League, FC Augsburg in the German, I don't even know how to say that, and ownership in Real Salt Lake. It's quite the portfolio of sports teams, collecting them like sports cards. Sports cards. Krungs, so since nothing is going on with hockey, I'll say you look like you lost some pounds, Ace. Yeah, a little bit. Summertime, got to get it right. No more gorging at the Devils games and drinking after, just drinking after the games is a lot. Doug, I don't think you realize the limitation the Devils are currently working with. I don't know who you're talking to, but I certainly do. And that's why my expectations were basically what we've seen thus far. Hopefully we see another bottom six, but why is the sermon? How come no news on where Granlund is signing? Because I guess he's weighing his options. Evan, Jake Allen was very important for the Devils last season. Very underrated. Completely agree. But I think people were looking for more kind of flashy moves that we haven't seen. If they can improve the roster the way we all want them to, they would. When Ottawa's bringing in Zetterlund, Florida bringing in Marchand, and all we got going on for the deadline is Glass and Sprong. Well, that's a separate issue. That's the failure of a deadline, and I completely agree. Cape Dorset, what do we talk about our favorite beach towns? I haven't been to Wildwood in a minute, John. Wildwood, hands down, best New Jersey beach. I remember it being super wide compared to the other beaches. I would like to get back there eventually. Serve doesn't care about the beaches. Only issue with Wildwood is a 6-mile walk to the beach. Krungs, I like Ocean City more, but smuggling and booze sucks. It's because it's a dry town, right? Yo, Holmes, Wildwood. If you're in Wildwood, travel 30 minutes further south, a real beach in Maryland. Too much beach in Wildwood. LBI is better than Wildwood. Ocean City, NJ, also better. Doug says, I'm talking to the dude who's obsessed with all the Canadian teams. He doesn't know what to complain about. But in the end, guys, I understand the frustrations are mounting. We missed the playoffs 2 years ago. We just backed into the playoffs last season after doing nothing at the deadline, and we got dusted in 5 games. You are going to see people start getting fed up. That is just the reality. People that were kind of hoping and wishing along with the executive group at some point are now like, wait a minute. There is no trackable progress going on here. We haven't seen any improvements on the roster or in the team's performance. And it's unfortunate, and I get it all. Again, I wasn't expecting much for this particular free agency day. And so I'm not like devastated the way some people are. It is a little underwhelming, and I do wish we saw more. But knowing what we were up against, I wasn't really expecting any of these types of maneuvers that I guess a lot of you were expecting. Now, it is still super early. It still is super early, and I still think there is a good chance that in the next couple of days, maybe something of substance materializes. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy, but maybe you see, Palat moved out and another bottom 6 type guy brought in. But in terms of like a big deal, I just don't see it. I just never saw that happening. But it'd be a pleasant surprise if somehow it did happen. That's kind of where I'm at. LBI is a strip of sand. Ocean City is dry. They have liquor stores at the border that overcharge like crazy. I'd imagine. At this point, you should both call in and settle this, but keep it clean. Ethan, I highly recommend the Pier Club as well. Great experience. Great experience in the Pier Club. Made with bits of real Panther. Time to be aggressive and try to poach players from Florida and Dallas. Yeah, get guys from winning programs. I like that kind of playbook. 80 bucks for a handle of Jack. That's robbery. Robbery. Mark says if Fitz doesn't do anything much else, I predict the season just like last season, a hot start followed by crashing and burning in the second half. I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not. Zupamaki, Luke hasn't been announced yet. I'm starting to freak out. I mean, this could go on for a while. Do you remember when Mercer got signed last season? It's nothing to freak out about. I fully believe that it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. Serve. Oh, do you guys want that Robertson guy from Dallas? I don't care if that happens also. I mean, that'd be a pretty big ad, but I think there's other pieces to get that would be better. Cape Dweller, Acme raises prices before the tourists come to town. That's pretty brutal. I'd take Robertson if the deal is good. Krungs, yo, Pure Club is great. I'm looking to get season tickets for it in the next few years. Oof. Krungs, you got the money, baby. You got the money because season tickets in there is definitely a fortune. John Fay, I think Jason Robertson would look interesting on the Devils. Yeah, definitely would be a nice jolt to the top six. But again, I think there's better players that you could kind of hone in on. And Robertson only has 1 year left on his deal. And after that, he's going to want crazy money. I'd rather go for a guy that has years left on his deal. Luke is an RFA, no rush. Mark, I live in a landlocked state. We have nice rivers and lakes, though. I'm not a fan of bodies of water. I think it's called Teslaphobia. Luke going nowhere. He'll be waiting here for Quinn. Brian, I would only trade. I guess you're talking about Robertson for a deal with Hamilton, Mercer, and picks. Mark says, Aiden has asked you the same question like 50 times, Ace. What was that? Maybe I'm not seeing it. What is the question? Yo, Holmes, you don't get season tickets to the Pure Club. You write off tickets. What does that mean? You talking about like a business expense? I mean, you're still paying for it. Serve. Luke is holding out on as much money the Hughes brothers are going to run. I hope not. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is boring. Entertain me. What do you want? What do we do? Start juggling? This is the worst free agency frenzy of all time. A July 1 bust. Mark, both Robertson. What is Robertson? Both Robertson brothers, both Kachuk brothers, and all three Hughes brothers do it fits. Show you some memorabilia or something. I don't think I have any that's really that I haven't shown before. I mean, there's nothing that interesting like close by. John Fay Robertson would be good for the Devils, but I don't see him coming to the Devils because he's going to be looking for big money unless we get him on a team-friendly deal. Yeah, I don't think there's any team-friendly. He has 1 year left. After that, after this season coming up, I think he's going to get 12 to whatever millions of dollars. And I would like to get a guy like Kyrou that has 6 years at $8.125 million. Brian Thompson, McLeod is a good player we could go after. Not sure he's going to get a deal with Buffalo. Would love to get him and Tuck. Mark, Aiden keeps asking if they think the Devils are going to do anything. I think another bottom 6 guy at some point. I don't see where Aiden's asking that. So I don't know if I'm missing it or I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But we're going to sit here and wait and wish, guys. I mean, but it seems like as we're getting closer to dinner time that it might be a wrap. Pyro, because seeing other teams going out and improving while our owners and Fitz just doing the bare minimum and seeing examples of teams are on a better trajectory, isn't that least bit worrying? Louis, Robo has to have a bounce back season to get the big money. I mean, bounce back from what? He had 80 points the past 2 seasons in 82 games played, nearly a point per game guy. Obviously not the 109 points he put up in 22-23 when he had 46 and 63 for 109, but 23-24, he had 29 goals, 51 assists for 80 points. And then last season he had 35 goals, 45 assists for 80 points. A point per game guy with 40, maybe even 50 goal potential is certainly going to get paid. He's going to get that shmoney. I don't think he needs to bounce back from much to become a richer man. Nathan, guys, give it up for Ace. He can barely talk. He keeps getting hacked and has 105 fever, but has been live for 5 hours. Absolute dog. Yeah, cheers, Nathan. Thanks. Hit the thumbs up for me, by the way, if you haven't yet. Doug, you don't have to look at other teams to realize that Fitz is shit, dude. Yeah. Serve Ace, start collecting hockey cards and open packs on stream. I kind of graduated from the hockey cards to other kinds of memorabilia years ago. I started with cards, and I actually have a ton of Marty cards and shit right here. Like, you know, I was just flipping through some of these the other day. I was looking for photo matches of my Marty pads. The lighting kind of sucks. But I was looking through some old school Marty cards. Yeah, the way the lighting is. I was flipping through a bunch of Marty cards looking for photo matches. Yeesh. I was big into the cards when I was a kid, but then I kind of graduated to like signed stuff, and then eventually it went to like game use sticks and jerseys and equipment, and it's kind of out of control. Andrew, you've missed absolutely nothing other than some infighting, talks about beaches, random other just side quests. But nothing has happened whatsoever since Brown, and it all happened fairly early on in the day here. Austin Ace, who you thinking the Devils would have to send to get Tuck? He's the main guy I want. I would imagine it would be like either Mercer in a first rounder or like maybe Nemitz or Casey in a first rounder. I'd be kind of torn because I'd like to keep Mercer for the bottom 6, but if he was a piece they demanded to get Tuck, I would probably do it. But yeah, something like that. Probably a first round pick and one of the young kid defensemen or Mercer. Cairo and Rodriguez are the 2. I would like that. Cape Dweller, can't me down to North Cape May and ask for John, friend M. I don't even. I think you had too many beers at the brewery, my man. Louis, we sit here waiting and wishing like Fitz. They're hoping and praying. Yo, Holmes, Ace, what's for dinner tonight? Probably steak or burgers. Natural Canopy, I got drunk at work for this. What a shit day. What a waste of a good buzz. You might as well parlay it into something eventful at the night. What do you got going on tonight? Phil, finally home from work. You've missed absolutely nothing from hours ago. Hit the like button. Thank you. Mark, this day is so mediocre. TSN is actually covering the Cody CC King signing. Come down to Cape May and ask for John's friend at Gusto Brewery. Apparently, Gusto Brewery, per Google search, is New Jersey's southernmost brewery. Interesting. Grab the N64 and start playing some GoldenEye. Man, GoldenEye multiplayer on a big television back in the day hit like nothing else with the split screen. I mean, wow. GoldenEye 64 really was a revolutionary game at the time. I mean, between the graphics and the, what a time to be alive. There was nothing like N64 after school in those days. Ordering that Domino's pizza. Rapid Blue is the new black. Kyrou and Rodriguez are two very attainable players. They're not outlandish to get. I think adding those two would be a job well done for Fitz. I would completely agree, but I don't know that we're going to see either one of them. I mean, landing both of them, I'm almost like give Fitz a trophy. I mean, for this summer performance. Overall, absolutely not. But for this offseason, it'd be another kind of solid offseason, given everything we kind of had going into today. But I just don't see it. I mean, I think Kyrou would demand a lot, and I don't think he would have the stones, the cojones, to part with what it would take to get Kyrou. Because of the 6 years left at $8.125 million, I think it would cost quite a lot in trade. And I just don't think Fitz has the stomach for it. What's going on with Robertson? Probably absolutely nothing. Maybe something behind the scenes, but nothing as of yet. Ghost Mob Gaming, ace for GM. I don't know about all that, but, I just want to win. We're talking about we jumped all over the place today. We're talking about a little bit of everything. Never going to happen. People can dream, Ryan. Phil, I've been on X and haven't heard crap about the Devils trading for any impact players. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Natural Canopy. Think I'm going to send it to Bar A tonight. 25-cent beers. Is that the beat the clock? Is that beat the clock? I haven't been there in forever. Yeah. Beat the clock. Wow. Draft beers for 50 cents. What a time. We came in second. Won't return with the same group. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. A few guys are gone. Fitz is making all these proclamations, but it's not looking too promising. But hey, we came in second. The pads are, I think they're from 98. I have photo matches. I forget. He wore the same model for a couple years or a few years. So the model was a couple years, but these specific ones were worn. I don't have it in front of me. I forget offhand. I want to say it was in 98, I think. Some sick photo matches to game action. GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Smash Brothers. Still got a 64 in GoldenEye. Domino's is hot garbage now. Oh, obviously. I haven't eaten. The only time I get Domino's is like super desperate times, late night where there's no other option. But I much rather get like any New Jersey random pizzeria has way better pizza than Domino's. But then I start dabbling in the chicken stuff and all the wings and all that. Maybe I missed it. I've been in and out of work, but opinion on connorbrown. Decent depth signing. Not terrible. And it's not, I think it's a solid depth signing. Nothing for me to get super happy about. Good signing. And pretty much the type of move that I was expecting all along. I think I might be expecting, I'm expecting maybe one more kind of like that. But I got gifted an N64 a few years ago with GoldenEye after my childhood one got stolen. Damn. How did it get stolen? Ethan says, currently eating my Domino's watching you. Shout out to Domino's. John Fay, if Fitz gets a trophy, it's going to be the most useless GM award and the award for most shit. Domino's 555 deal. What was that? I don't remember. Yeah, the beers are like those little plastic cups, right? Yo, Holmes says Domino's is bad now. It's the best it's ever been. Domino's used to be cardboard. I haven't had Domino's pizza in forever. Do you see? I see Fitz trying to move Palat. I don't know if he'll be able to. Phil, I make my own pizza with a stone these days like a Guido. Yeah, I got my brother one of those, what is it, Umi? I forget the name of it, but one of those cool pizza ovens for outside. And once in a while, once in a while, I go over there and we make the pizzas on the stone. It's pretty good. Not bad. I like the pizza oven. John Fay says, what's the best pizza to you if not Domino's? I'm assuming you're talking about chains, John Fay. Because if you're talking about real pizza, I mean, there's a million places better than Domino's. Yeah. I hope this is a joke. Me too. Might as well ask. 3 pizzas for $5. What were they, like little mini pies? Krung's, a friend's older brother, basically borrowed it from me and sold it. I would have broke his kneecaps. Doug, Domino's official sponsor of the Running with the Devils podcast. They're not, but if they want to give me some money and free pizza, I would certainly take them on as a sponsor. Favorite multiplayer game of all time? Mine is Halo 3. I guess you're talking about arcade. Is 2-player considered multiplayer? There's a lot of questions that go to that. Opinion on trying to trade Vegas for Barbashev. I think it's a realistic option, not too expensive. Maybe offload plot. I'd like to see Barbashev with Jack and Brat. He could bring some grit. A lot of people have been talking about Barbashev as of late. I feel like in the past couple weeks, and wouldn't mind him. Murray to the Kraken on a 1 year. Mark, Domino's used to be the only place in my neighborhood. We used to go crazy when parents would order and count the clock to see if the driver made it in 30 minutes. Yeah, so it was 30 minutes or your money back if it wasn't delivered? And I think like someone died like speeding to deliver a pizza, and then I think they got rid of it. Doug, we need him to get sponsored by the Devils. Oh, that'll never happen, my friends. That will never happen. The organization got no love for your boy. What are you going to do? Dowling to the rags. Is that real? I don't see that. Is that a real thing? Krungs, I would if the dude wasn't 10 years older than me. Well, Krungs, that's where I had a child body compared to him. That's where you get what they call an equalizer. I was much bigger than my younger brother. And I was much bigger than him, and so he would always find what we call the equalizer, which is basically a weapon. And so some days the weapon was like a hockey stick. Some days it would be a random household object like the old school brick portable Zach Morris phones. My brother has even took off his necklace and kind of whipped me with it as an equalizer. But Krungs, I promise you, at any point of my life, if someone jacked me for an N64, it would have been a wrap. Phil, they were 1 medium topping pizzas. It was the greatest. Just needed $5 and 2 friends with $5. I don't remember that one. NJ Fanatic, this just proves that Fitz needs to go. It's obvious he doesn't care about this team. All the great signings are going to other teams. I mean, there really is no great signings, though. What are you talking about? There is no great signings. They're just nowhere to be had. Doug, the second ace brings up the glory days. They send him out the door. Ethan, you need to interview Frank the Tank and see if Barstool will sponsor you. I mean, no one's going to sponsor me, guys. I don't, I'm not looking for sponsors. I would be nice to be able to do some cool stuff surrounding the current team, but as it stands, in reality, I don't see it ever happening. It is what it is. John Fay, anyone else got something to talk about? We're running dry on ideas. Collect records. For what it's worth, Edmonton fans seem super bummed about losing Brown. Sounds like he was a character guy grinder there. Yeah, and hopefully it happens for the Devils group. That's what we one piece to start pushing this team towards the right direction and reconstructing the bottom six. Mark, Ace would end up having to be the ultimate company man if the Devils sponsored him. He would have a huge framed pic of Fitz behind him. Yeah, that certainly won't happen on so many levels. Where are you guys seeing the Dowling stuff? Is he going to come back and scorch us? Someone with a decent following tweeted it. Got it. I'm going to hunt him down now with the baseball bat. That's the spirit. However many years ago this was, some Some beef never ends, Krungs. Go ride on that, man, and take your pound of flesh. Dowling to NYR. Is this real? Everyone's so fixated on what other teams are doing. It's so silly. Let the other teams overpay for top 4 and top 6 defensemen. It doesn't affect us. We have no money, people. We can't look for the changes in unrestricted free agency. We need to trade. Completely agree. Mark says Ace needs to be sponsored by a local gentleman's club. Krungs is going to bum rush him and scream, "Where's my N64? Where's my N64?" Robert, a lot can happen. Ducks, Hawks, and some others have extra cap space. Deals can be made. Where is this information about Dowling? Dude, if that's true, he's going to come back and haunt us. Oh my God, there are tweets about this. He's going to morph into Gretzky in his prime against the Devils. Book it. Hearing Palat to Arizona for Shane Doan. Some aren't even on the cap floor yet. Yeah, but do they want Palat as a guy to use that money on? It's possible. Ryan says would love to dump Palat in San Jose. Why not with the Devils now? Smarts run Chico's bail bonds. Cape Dweller, back to beach towns. I went to a show in AC. Shame that city could be so nice. Cape Dweller, it's never going to happen. It was kind of on the rise, in my opinion, in the early 2000s, like in the 2003 to 5 or 6 era. And then it kind of just got rat nasty again. The problem is in an area like that, when they built the casinos there, they're obviously on the outskirts, was a lot of, seedy neighborhoods, and that's never going to change. And so for a time, the kind of main strip and the boardwalk was kind of nice, but I feel like it's kind of, it's kind of a mess. Dowling to NYR. Send Palat to California when he can step over homeless as he walks to his high-end apartment. Mark, those cap floor teams may not be on Dougie or Palat's trade list. Definitely true. I think they could approach him and attempt it. I'm curious. I would love so much to see their lists. We never will. But it would be nice to get a little peek and be like, where exactly would they be willing to go? What teams are they signing off on to get traded to? Would be interesting to know. I'd imagine they're probably good teams, or if they're bad teams, there'd have to be bad teams in good cities. Like, is Nashville on either one of their lists? I'm curious. Tax-free state, you get a little bump. And there's definitely far worse NHL cities than Nashville. Could Nashville be on their pre-approved list? I think they could. Dougie to Anaheim, they need to spend. AC has run down in some sketchy. Yeah. I feel like the casino's ruined what AC could have been. It's possible. Ethan says, Allen said the Devils are heading in the right direction and check a lot of boxes. I'm excited to finish my career there or here. It's interesting. Mark says Palat and Dougie's list is probably like Florida, Tampa Bay, Vegas, Edmonton, Rangers, Flyers, Dallas, Washington, Carolina. That's interesting. Cape Dweller, at least the show was good. Jimmy Carr is funny. Was he at the Borgata? I've seen some of Jimmy Carr's stand-up bits. I used to go to Atlantic City a lot more often. I did like it a lot. And I still do when I could get down there. I like, going to shows, eating at some of the restaurants there. It is a good time. But I did go a ton. In my early and late 20s, I was there a lot. Started streaming 4 hours ago. Did everyone take off of work? Probably some people did, and some people are probably just slacking. Oh, man. NJ Fanatic, maybe not great signings. But there are some good pieces out there that would help. But let's get some moves. It's time to fix some holes, and Fitz has done nothing. Well, he did do two things. He got Allen on a very, very well-structured deal for a cap hit of 1.8 times 5 years, and he got Connorbrown. It's not nothing. It's just not what people were expecting. White House subs. I actually went there once. It was pretty good. I don't know that it was worth, it was all the hype that it lived up to the hype that I've heard for years. But I finally made it there probably like 4 years ago for the first time. Doug, I had some buddies who went to Stockton and lived in an apartment right on the boardwalk, a stone's throw from the casinos. That's dangerous. Danger. Mark, I don't know what is on Plot and Dougie's list, but why wouldn't it be top teams? Typical Devils luck. Or it could just be based on location. All right, guys. It's that time. I'm not getting off. I'm still hoping something happens. But it's the latest bathroom break. I'll be back within 3 minutes. I need to refill my... I think there's still some coffee up there. Refill my coffee and use the potty. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Back in 3 minutes. That's my phone. I always wash my hand, Krungs. Don't be crazy. The graphic is new. It's a new one for today. What a boring free agency day. What a boring free agency day indeed. Imagine Fitz is in his office drinking and watching this live. No, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. Next latte on the house. Cheers. Thank you, Pyro Gob. Appreciate the super. Next latte on you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. There's a great legit hole in the way, I guess hole in the wall, taco joint right next to White House Subs. That's the place. And it's funny you guys are talking about AC. I am certainly looking to get there sooner than later. I've had the itch to go for a while. One of my buddies is a poker degenerate like me. I could play poker for hours straight. And I would like to go to AC for a couple days, maybe hit the beach in the daytime, play some poker, eat some good food. And I will certainly try to maybe check out that taco place. Cave tour should be a full video. The cave, there is no, so I'm not in my long-term residence or my hopeful long-term residence. And I have a vision. I do have a vision for a, like a Devils kind of mini museum. And I have the ammo to create it. I just don't have the space, the canvas, the blank canvas to create it. And so I don't want to do like a cheesy version. And right now, this is just kind of like a cheesy little studio setup I have. But I have thought about maybe showing individual items more. But like it seems like people don't care about it. So like, you know, and I don't really care about views and shit. But like it is a lot of effort and time that goes behind a lot of videos. And like to make videos that people don't care about is a little bit discouraging. Devil Heaven Ace just tuning in, brother. Happy Tuesday, Devils fan. Happy Tuesday to you. ZTKE Ho. And if you guys want to win, we can't just dump off Dougie without replacing with someone like Quinn. Healthy Dougie improves the blue line and offensive depth. Let's learn from Toffoli. Completely agree. For everyone that's just like, send Dougie to the moon and who cares? Like, you're going to feel his absence, but people don't think so. I think it's a little crazy. Mark says, I mean, compared to some other teams today, the Devils made a big splash in free agency. Not 100% sold on departing with Dougie. Another season would be good. We need to replace him, not just dump him. Completely agree. Completely agree. Crumb says, depending on how this day ends, Fitz may have very well had a good July 1st. I don't know that I'd call it good. It was okay. Fitz hasn't taken any risks like usual, so far it's like we expected. I agree with that. Ethan, I saw Pete Davidson, John Mulaney, and John Stewart on draft night at the Rock and sitting in Pure Club. Best show ever. Don't like how you have to lock your phone in one of those pocket things. Oh, they did that for that show? I hate that. The yonder pouch, it is super annoying. What was the spread like for that show, Ethan? Because I've been to some random events at the arena, and depending on what it is, the spreads could be intricate or kind of stripped down. But I'm sure you had plenty of stuff to feast on in there, which is deadly for me and why I get super fat during the season. Devil Evan says, don't think Dougie's going anywhere. Palat, see you. I don't know. The trades need to happen. There's no excuse for Fitz not to move Palat. Nolan Foot's in Florida now. Oh, boy. The next guy to get a cup ring. That bathroom break was one of the most exciting parts of the day. Wow. Wow. John Fay, can we really call it a big splash? I mean, all we did was sign connorbrown and re-sign Allen. But then again, we don't know if Fitz has more trade signings or deals up his sleeve. I'm glad we did something and wasn't expecting anything big. That's where I'm at. Doug, I'd steer clear from free agency at this point and just look to make pivotal trades and put on the big boy pants for once. Yeah, the trade market is where it's at. That's where you're going to get a guy with some term left on a deal where they're not getting crazy money. And the new contracts, you guys already saw it. You're going to see some staggering stuff. Mark, my reasoning more with Dougie than Plot is if Dougie stays or goes, he gets paid. But he's never won the cup or gone to a cup final. So his list is probably legit contenders or he stays in Jersey. It's very possible. Free agent snooze fest? Absolutely. If I wasn't fueling myself with all of this caffeine, I would have fell asleep hours ago. John, if we dump Dougie, we'll feel his absence both on the blue line and on the power play. Completely agree. Completely agree. This free agency is so boring because the league is cracking down on tampering. All the deals from last year are already worked out days or weeks beforehand. I think that's just lip service. What are they doing to crack down on it? If someone announces a deal at 4 o'clock, Are they going to investigate for tampering? I mean, we're well to the point now where deals could have been hammered out since free agency opened to now. If we trade Dougie, we need to get a legit top 6 righty goal scorer. We came in second. What's frustrating is that this is our best chance of the year to improve the roster. Trades are few and far between with Fitz. Keep Dougie unless it's for a Quinn package or similar. Completely agree. Completely agree. Devil Heaven turning into Florida Devils. Foot is no loss. Ethan, mac and cheese, burgers, hot dogs, carving station was turkey, and so many desserts. Oh, dude. Ethan, my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you. When I see the carving station as turkey, I lose my mind. And it's no disrespect to turkey, but I cannot, I get furious. It doesn't happen too often. I want to see beef. I want dead cow in the carving station. John Fay, if we do trade or dump Dougie, I'm expecting nothing massive or big in return, but something that will help improve this team. Potentially. But I also think there's a world in which maybe you don't get something super exciting for Dougie in return for that deal, but the $9 million you free up allows you to do something substantial. Doug, I really want to know what Fitz will say when he's asked, knowing that the free agent market was thin, why didn't you shift the salary from Palat to make the moves needed? We should put the Durant-Barkley fight on a split screen. Robert, Doug, I believe if you traded Dougie, you could get a second-line righty and possibly a second-round pick. I don't think you're getting a top 6 guy. I just can't see it. A top 6 guy for Dougie? I mean, Devil Dog, your vids are great. Waiting for your Martin Brodeur arena visit to be posted as opposed to all the idiotic trade proposals and Boozme's comments. Let me see. Do I have that on here? I know. It was so long ago now. Now I'm like, do I want to... Oh, shit. Is it not even on this computer? It might be on my other computer. Oh, no. It's in here. Do you guys care about a sneak peek of that? Man, it was so long ago. I'd have to do a lot of editing and shit. But I do have the footage from my trip there. It was like a year and a half ago. Ethan, I bought it last minute for $35 and was one of those boxes to myself. Oh, man. Yo, Ethan, it's crazy you mentioned that. I was keeping an eye on that show. I would have liked to see it. I was keeping my eye on it throughout the day, and the cheapest I ever saw it, I think, was around $80. And I was like, if it gets to 50, I'll probably do it. Because, like, I wasn't dying to go, but I definitely would have went. Damn, was it like, were you, like, outside when you bought it? Like, right before, dude? I looked, like, a couple hours before, and I think I saw it at, like, $80. Get that prime rib going on in the pit. Antonino, Gearston to Buffalo is cooked. I don't know what they're doing. It's a two-way deal. It's a two-way deal. John, let's see it from his point of view. If we trade Dougie, we are losing a big scoring piece on the blue line and power play. If we trade Palat, we're losing a veteran playoff scorer, but is quiet. If I'm being honest, I think the loss of Dougie would be substantially more, substantially a bigger loss than Palat at this juncture. And again, I do like Palat, but $6 million is quite a nice chunk of change to be able to put towards the available cap funds to bring in a player or two further to improve this team. Who remembers the old cheater boxes, early 90s? You're talking about the black boxes? Devil Heaven, do I remember it? I was watching all the early UFCs before people even knew what UFC was. The new movies when they came out. All the old school pay-per-view boxing. Charlie Borg, need Ehlers or Robo? I'm out on Ehlers. Somewhat interested in Robertson, but there's other guys I would like more than him. But listen, if we got Robertson, I certainly wouldn't complain. That would be a nice ad for the top 6. I just have to ask the question like I always do. Was there a better usage of assets and cap space than him just because he has 1 year left and he's going to get a monster deal after this season, assuming he's a point per game guy? or close to it, he's going to get a lot of money. Robert, Ace and Devs fam, I'm out. Keep the faith in Ace. Where are those favorite jersey number by player worn videos? I'll eventually get to it. Only so much time in the day. So many things I'd like to do. Everything just takes time. But I know some of you guys are looking to see the pizza stuff. And that will be happening soon. The pizza stuff will be happening soon with some special guests. That's all I'm going to say. Mark, Dougie is a big loss, but he made a lot of bad pinches this year, and he's fairly slow. Yeah, but he also keeps the puck in our ozone a lot, can make passes, commands respect on the power play. There's a lot more good that he brings than bad. Ethan, show starts at 7:30, and I bought it at 7. Show was okay. Pete was first, then Mulaney, then John. Everyone had about 45 minutes. Who would you say had the best set out of the three? You know, out of the three, my favorite out of the three is definitely Pete Davidson. Pong is before my time, but I have played it before. My mother used to like all the old school classic arcade games. Ethan, it was a celebration because it was 1 year of Pete being sober. Oh boy. Talk about a rocky road. What an, shout out to Pete. What a legend. Dated Kim Kardashian for a while. Who else did he date? Kate Beckinsale. I mean, the Pete Davidson roster over the time, so you're basically saying if we can't trade Dougie or Plot, it has to be Mercer or Nemitz and Casey for a first-round pick. I don't know. Who are you talking about? Those are essentially all of our trade pieces, right? Dougie, Palat, Mercer, Nemitz, Casey, and first-round picks is essentially the things that you think would be offered in a deal as primary pieces for the Devils. And then obviously, depending on who you're talking about, maybe someone in the core, but I don't think they're going to do it unless it's something crazy big, which I can't see. How can the Devils not see what Nico did last year and not surround him with monsters? Would love to see it. Get me some monsters. We have to treat Nico like Zito did with Barkov. Mark, Ace, got to see that 2000 Cup final MU and start purchasing negotiations. That one will never go anywhere. That is definitely one of my favorites. Legendary player, legendary season, legendary run. Everything about it was great. Cape Dweller, good. I'm not the only old man. There's a bunch of us in here. M Sharp might need Dougie at least beginning of this coming season. I think so. Steven, hey, Ace, were you there when Moses parted the Red Sea, or was that before your time? Like I said, everybody, it's all relative, right? It's all relative. Rapid Blue is the new black. At this point, what do you think the odds are for Fitzgerald to make any trade this offseason? You might see a minor one. I mean, so if you're just talking about any trade, you could see a depth one that's like super, you might even see like one that's more for the minor leagues. You always see some stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised. But in terms of like something sizable, I just don't see it. Ethan, Pete was funny and Mulaney, but Jon Stewart went on a 45-minute rant jokes about Trump. Not surprised there. ZTKE we didn't see enough of Dougie post-injury to know if he has really slowed down. We need a little more faith. He had 40-plus points and missed a lot of the season and 70 points before that. Yeah, I mean, if he's healthy, if he can get closer to that guy we saw in 22, 23, Dougie is a beast. Fitz still has plenty of time to make a couple tweaks. I agree. Yeah, Galaga is one of my mother's favorites for sure. Space Invaders. Doug, it needs to be via trade, and only trades Fitz make is his lunch at the local shop. Love Space Invaders. Those are the days. Space Invaders was a good one. The freaking German bro, we just signed Dowling for a 2-year deal. He went to the Rangers. We didn't sign Dowling. I don't know if he's gonna do a presser today. I think that's kind of, I would think maybe not. I would think that that's probably more likely in the next few days. I don't think it happens today. It could, but let's just see. I don't think there's anything scheduled, and he probably won't do it until he's completely kind of done. So I don't think we'll see it today, but maybe we do. Who knows? Nothing as of yet. A couple of buddies are talking about these new flow stream boxes. Is that like the Fire Stick kind of things? M Sharp, the SNL sketch with Pete Davidson and Chappelle was hilarious. I don't know if I ever saw it. I'm gonna have to check it out. Richard, one old Kirk Muller was one of my favorite Devils. Jackson, just joining in. Any moves to the Devils after Brown? Nope. Ethan, what team do you want to see for the home opener? I think it would be fun to see the Rangers. I mean, so let's just get it on right away. Bring in the Rangers for the home opener. Last year it was the Leafs. The Rangers would be fun. The home opener is always fun no matter what. I'm not boozing on anything, Kyle. I'm trying to stay awake and try not to fall asleep. This is the worst July 1st of all time. I'm staying caffeinated with the iced coffee. Yeah, Brendan Smith is still available. I think we're past that. Khalil Ace, I just realized Mercer and Hamilton both had a good 22-23 season, but it's two different things. Mercer never misses a game, still not performing, and Hamilton had injuries. They both have value, guys. They both have value. Lee Rodan, when do we move back to ownership and their aspirations on winning? I'm starting to think they are financially happy being a playoff-bound team and not spending money. Evidence is clear. Yeah, I've said this for a while. I would love to be proven wrong, but not spending LTIR money for 2 years in a row, I think, is a pretty compelling piece of evidence that, it is what it is. And the loophole is closed now. So, I wish we tried to exploit it while it was still there, and good teams did. You just saw Florida do it. Florida just did it. Matthew Tkachuk was on LTIR. They had Marchand, and then they're over the cap for the playoffs. And what do you know? Cup champs. Vegas has done it with Mark Stone. The Lightning did it with some guys. I think Kucherov. It was a formula to put yourself in a good position to succeed. Oh, man, Richard, Kane's home opener. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Ace, thoughts on the Brown deal? I think it's a good depth signing. Again, nothing I'm going to, jump up and down and celebrate over, but I think it's like the type of move I was expecting. I was expecting a couple of them, but I've told you guys, I expect the summer I said Luke Hughes extension, a couple or a few bottom six depth moves, and that I thought was going to primarily be it. And so my expectations were not sky high like many people were. Now, would I have loved to see a legit top six brought in? Absolutely. But I just had my reservations and kind of thoughts that it probably wouldn't happen. Nico Sturm to the Wild, 2 years at $4 million total. $4 million per or two each? Wow. We don't want geezers. Grit, roughness, toughness. Oh, man. Twisted Metal. That was a good game. The Jake Allen deal was genius by Fitz to get him at a cap hit of 1.8 years for the 5-year deal. That was genius. And I like the Brown signing. It's a good signing. John Fay, I just realized Ace has been live for 5 hours. He truly is dedicated to keep us entertained. I try. I mean, this was pretty boring. But
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
I don't think anyone's too entertained today. Today was a little bit of a dud. I mean, the Jake Allen thing was unexpected and exciting. I do like the connorbrown deal, but it's not anything to truly celebrate. Mark says, Ace, you know, if the Devils tried to exploit LTIR, Bettman would have jumped all over us. I don't think he can because it was allowed. It would have been insane if he tried to penalize us or come after us for doing something that other teams had been doing forever. Pretty wild. Gem card, do you think the Devils will make any other moves today? Potentially another bottom six. I'm not expecting it, but I'm not expecting it, but it could happen. I tried to manage expectations, guys. I really did. We have $9.5 million in cap space right now, which doesn't include which does not include Jason Arnott. Jason Arnott. I'm an idiot. Luke Hughes. I was just looking at a picture of Jason Arnott on my phone, which doesn't include the Luke Hughes extension. And so that's essentially all the money. That essentially is all the money. So at the moment, we're fairly broke without moving money out one way or another, whether that's Palat, Dougie, or something else. We're pretty tapped out at the moment. Do you think ownership holding the reins on Fitz is spending? Well, we're going to be a cap team, and so you can't say that they're trying to save money there. But I do think in terms of spending LTIR money, which is spending above the cap, I don't think they ever gave him the green light to do that. I have to be honest. I don't think so, because if they did, I think he would have done it. What GM wouldn't want to? Richard, took the wife to Rare on Saturday for our anniversary. I still have the meat sweats. Awesome meal, and they threw in a nightcap and dessert for us. Very nice. One of my favorite restaurants in New Jersey, Richard. Very nice place. Always have great meals there. They have great appetizers, great service. I'm a big fan. Have you ever been there before that, or was that your first time? John Fay, I'll be entertained 100 days from now when I'm back at the Rock cheering for the New Jersey Devils. I'm with you. Jackson Druin could have been also been a good depth signing, but he's gone to Long Island. I probably would have paid him that, but at that point, it's like $4 million. Can you put that towards someone better? I don't know, but it seems like as of right now, we might be done. Rangers signed Dowling 2 years, $775K one way, then second year, $775 NHL and $450K AHL level. Anaheim and Chicago both have 20+ million cap. Mark Ace, come on now. Bettman jumped all over the Devils on the Covey contract and looked the other way when Chicago did the same thing with Marian Hossa. I think that one's a little more up for interpretation, but I agree that that was BS. It is what it is. Yeah, Arnott is back. Brain fart. Gremlin to Anaheim on a 3-year deal. Anyone else hear this? No. Luke getting a bridge deal. Not a good move if you want Quinn to come to New Jersey. Quite frankly, I don't really care if Quinn comes to New Jersey. It would be cool, but I'm not going to be devastated if it doesn't happen. I think a bridge deal separately is a bad move for the Devils, because I think after that bridge deal is up, Luke would be justified in asking for like $12 million. I'm a solid pass on Ehlers. Crumbs, I told you guys the story about the story behind a taco affair in Little Falls, right? I think so. It was like 2 women left their husbands or something. Granlund to the Devils, $7 million AAV. Wow. That's a lot. Could have been a lot. Richard, up in northern Bergen County, and buddy of mine suggested rare. We took a car about 25 minutes to get there. First time they impressed. Yeah, very good service. Very good service, very good food. The long summer of frustration. Mark, if I was a multi-billionaire owner, I wouldn't flinch at signing players for a few extra million here and there. You'd think, but they have the accountants, the bean counters, that are looking at the bottom line. And when they look at potentially spending, 10, 12, $14 million of LTIR money, which was the case we had available last season, they look at that and they're like, well, what are you going to bring in if you spend that money? And there was no guarantee. We could have spent $14 million in LTIR money potentially and still flamed out in the first round. And so that is essentially $14 million taken right out of the bottom line, out of the profits on the season. And that's just not something that they were going to do. Too many other teams with plenty of money. Jay Womp, I'm confident Luke will give us a slight discount to help ensure we have room for Quinn. Yeah, that discount could be $10 million though. $10 million a year, 10 and a half. Cape Dweller, best steak I ever had, Primal in Cape May. Primal. What kind of steak did you have there? I'm looking at the menu. I'm looking at the menu. Someone else brought up a oh shit, I lost it. A lot of Cape May suggestions coming out. Lines look pretty good minus depth center and a top six winger, which everyone knows, of course. Yeah, those are two massive pieces we need. You predict Luke will sign an 8x8 to match Jack Steele? Absolutely not. We are in a completely new cap era. There is no chance Luke signs for 8. If he does, his stock would certainly go up in my book for signing a super team-friendly deal. I can't see it. Krungs, laugh my ass off. 2 women left their husbands to date and open up the restaurant. That is very interesting. How can we get Palat? Well, we wouldn't be signing in Anaheim. We'd have to trade him to Anaheim. Oh, there's Woodson and his usual positivity. I can't wait until 2035 for the real cup run when the Hughes brothers are all gone. Oh, God. Devils sign Angus Crookshank. Is that a real thing? At this point, some of these things are being thrown around. I don't even know if I'm being trolled or not. Angus Crookshank is quite a name. Whoever that is. Yo, Holmes, don't go to Rare. Go to Big Daddy Hot Dog right down the street and save yourself $500. Well, you had a bad experience there, huh? You had a bad experience there? I've been there several times. I've always had good experiences, but I understand how a bad experience could kind of sour you on a place. I certainly have plenty of those at other places. Mark Ace, I know what you mean. Most billionaires are billionaires based on assets, not cash on hand. Yeah. Paper billionaires. I'll pick a plot myself, deliver him to any city he wants. Devils sign the guy at Wegmans. Watch the tram car, please. Who is Angus Crookshank? Yeah, I don't know. A fillet. Yeah, that was always my go-to for years. In my older age, I have been venturing out of my fillet comfort zone and trying more of the ribeyes and the tomahawks and the strips of the world. But the fillet always seems to be the safe pick. Best steak in NJ is River Palm Terrace. Why do all steakhouses have such sensual names? Glenn says, I grew up in Cape May. I can confirm. Woodson, no smart GM would pay Luke $9 million per. I totally disagree, Woodson. I think given the chance today, almost every GM with cap space and a need on defense would love to pay him $9 million per on a long-term deal. A new cap era, but Jack is better than Luke, so Luke will do the right thing and sign an identical deal to leave even more room for Quinn. You're so wrong. I got the over on $8 million easily. Easily. The Washington Inn and Cape ain't too shabby either. Is that another recommendation? Oh, I'm getting hungry looking at all these menus. Anson, thank you for the super. Thanks for your dedication, Ace. We salute you. Cheers to you, Anson. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I, was hoping, I wasn't expecting much, and I was very forthright about that. Leading up to this day for quite some time, but I appreciate that. I was hoping we'd have a little more to celebrate. The Jake deal was unexpected. I did like it. I do think Connor Brown's a nice depth add, but I was hoping for a little more, but I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it. Wait, now I lost my spot. Metro's getting tougher. Yeah, the Metro's always, it ended up being a pretty bad division last year, but wow. You got to move Palat like Michael moved Holly in The Office, moving truck with Daryl driving. I've seen some episodes of The Office. I never watched it religiously. Richard, yo, Holmes, you're spot on with the bill. We've got a place up here in North Bergen County called Originals, which is spreading like wildfires. One of the best dog places in NJ. That's the guy that used to own Callahan's, I believe. I've seen his stuff. I've been meaning to check that out. Chalowski, there it is. I said earlier, I think we see a veteran. I wouldn't be shocked to see a veteran defenseman, and Chalowski is him. There could be money to give Luke the long-term deal if someone else is, Palat's moved out. It's still very possible. Where are you guys seeing the Chalowski thing? Devils just signed Navarro from Ozark. They threw in. Yo, Holmes, Richard, I'll have to look it up. Fortunately, we got outstanding dog joints everywhere. Hot Grill, Ruts Hut, JJ's, Tony Dog. Yeah. A lot of good options. Don't buy tomahawks. You're just paying for the bone. A tomahawk without the bone is literally a ribeye. Luke signing long-term is key. I completely agree. But we'll see. Owen Powers at 8.35. So why is 8 so far-fetched for Luke? Because Luke is not Owen Power, and we're in a new cap world, man. Listen, it would be great. I would love to see Luke sign for 8. I just can't see it. I just cannot see it. Richard, Rutz is outstanding. Been there many times. Of course, Callahan's. John Vay, this is the longest stream I think Ace has done, only to be disappointed along with most of us hoping for something to happen this free agency. I think it might be the longest one, but I'm not sure. There could have been a longer once upon a time. Gary, we could have offered Giroux something. He probably likes where he was. He probably wanted to go back to Ottawa. Woodson saved $2 million to pay another $2 million 2 years after Palat's contract. Is there a storm going on right now? I don't even know. Mark, free agent frenzy is more like a free agent fart. Hot Dog Johnny's is one of the best. Would it be better just to buy out Palat? No, I think it would be the best to try to trade him, obviously, with no penalties attached. I'm from Clifton originally. Nothing beats Rutt's Hut. Love Rutt's Hut. It sucks that they close early now. That used to be the late night spot. Post-COVID, like everything else, it closes early. Terrible. Connor Brown, what a day. Fitzy loves coming in second place. More hot dog talk. Hot Dog Johnny's. Rutt's Hut has the best dogs. Got to get that chili on the side. Steak talk is making me hungry. Rather kept Dumoulin instead of Chalowski. Well, Dumoulin got $4 million times 3. Where's the Chalowski deal? I don't see it. Oh, man. Right and respect. Thank you, sir, for the super. Be honest. Did anyone have Angus Crookshank on your bingo card? I'm ecstatic. If I am being honest, I did not have Mr. Crookshank on my bingo card or know who he was. I did not. I did not. But wow. But thank you for the super. Angus Crookshank. Who's going to be the first one to get an Angus Crookshank jersey? Minor signings, only nothing big. Oh, wait, I went back in time here. The Canes supposedly got Keandre Miller. Wait, I meant to follow. Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah, the Hurricanes got Keandre Miller from the Rangers. Chalowski, really? I'll just eat my pretzel sticks in silence. Dan B, of course I like Italian. Assini di Roma Hazlitt. Well, let me tab that. Let me tab that. Assini. Okay, I have that tabbed. We got too many D-men as it is. Fitz likes his veterans. He doesn't want to thrust kids into the big roles. And I guess, that probably means that the prognosis on Johnny Kovacevic is maybe not too good and that he could end up missing more time. And maybe they don't want to have to roll with a blue line that sees Seamus Casey as an everyday player right now. I got to tune into Ozark after the summer again. One of the best shows I've seen since Sopranos. It was a good one. Chalowski, 1 year, $775K one-way contract. We got Angus Crookshank. This team's going all the way. I know who Chalowski is. I got videos of Chalowski up on the channel, guys. He played games for the Devils, Gary. He wasn't a minor leaguer. VTech to Utah. Wow. Angus Crookshank is on the rare menu. Granlund as a Duck. I mean, listen, they got money to blow, and they spent $7 million a year. I mean, wow. More to my point of go out and trade for a guy. Kyrou has 6 years at $8.125 million. Go get him. McKenzie decides to retire mid-free agency. Did that really happen? Gary, if you give Luke 8, what would the Devils give Quinn? Well, if he plays out his contract, which has 2 more years, I'd imagine this would be super a team-friendly deal for Quinn Hughes in 2 years from now. Like a super team-friendly deal would probably be considered $12 million, which is crazy. Someone else has told me Mobland is pretty good. I forget who. I got to maybe check that out. Crumbs, I rewatched The Sopranos a month ago. AJ getting his eyebrows shaved off is still funny as hell. Vanacek did swoop into Florida and get his ring. Good for him. And now Nolan Foote might be the next former Devil to raise a cup with the Panthers. You think Connor Brown's going to be on Jack's line? I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not. Richard, now that VTech is with the Mammoth, does that mean SST has them winning the cup? Potentially. Yeah, Quinn's at 7.8 for 2 more years is one of the best cap hits across the league. And he's certainly going to get a massive raise in 2 years from now. So, we shall see. Riot and respect. Is this what Fitz meant by we won't be returning with the same group? That's for sure. Because technically at this point he's right and he doesn't need to do anything else. Well, I mean, technically he would have been right after he sent out Halla. You would say, one player technically is not the same group, but wow. John says, Richard, it's okay. You aren't to blame for deriding one goalie 24/7, saying he's better than half our team. Devil Heaven says, hopefully Lukinator follows his brother's team-friendly deals. When do the big signings happen? They're not happening. Daniel, breaking news, a verdict has been reached in the Diddy trial. Is that true? At this point, I'm kind of delirious. I'm kind of bored. And I don't know when people are like serious or not. Is the Diddy thing? I haven't really followed the Diddy thing at all. I saw one like little snippet in an article a few weeks back and I was scarred for life. So I vowed to try to avoid it as much as possible. When are they announcing it, Daniel? I think he gets off on some of the charges. I don't know a lot about it, like I said, but I did read some stuff, and it seems like he was a very good manipulator, and these people went along with a lot of this shit. So I don't know if that's technically criminal or just morally wrong or whatever, but I wouldn't be surprised if he at least skates on some of the charges. What is a nice fair deal to you for Luke, Devil Heaven? I think anything under 9 is a complete steal. Yo, Holmes, I wonder what teams Fitz beat out to sign Chalowski. My guess is Wichita. Mark, no doubting, so Fitz was telling the truth. Absolutely. Get Ehlers, no thank you, or Pius Suter and trade plot. Wouldn't be mad at Suter. But where is the Chalowski news? I'm not seeing it. Where are you guys getting this? I'm sure it's real. Oh, it's on the Devils website? I don't see it on the Devils website either. I see the Brown and Jakeallen stuff. Cheap deal, depth defenseman. Fitz likes to have his bases covered. There's a rumor the Devils are connected to Rossi. I hope not. James Nichols tweeted about, okay. 8 times 8.7. Yeah, that's a win for the Devils, I think. Obviously, lower would be better, but I just don't see it. Where's the actual GM at? Richard, Ace, while we all gave Fitz a rash of shit. And we should. You brought up a great point a couple of hours ago when you've got 13 LTI, our money, and the owner said no. Yeah, I don't think he had the green light to freely spend that. So, but there's plenty of you could, blame him for aside from that. But I think that particular thing is above, his ability to do that on his own. I think they just were like, no. Kyle says, Chalowski, good to see Fitz is still big game hunting. Jerry says has verdict on some counts. Interesting. Got Chalowski back, booked the parade. Doug, you guys, I was really worried we wouldn't bring Chalowski back. Phew. But it would have been nice to finish second in the Chalowski sweepstakes. Loaded question, and it's maybe dumb, but I can't find an answer. Since bonus incentives in a contract don't count towards the AAV, why don't more GMs put easily attainable stipulations like playing 10 games so the player can easily hit those and there's less money going towards AAV to have more cap room? So I believe the bonuses and all that stuff, it goes against your cap the following year, I believe. Because if that was the case, then every team in the league would do it with everybody. And you would give them a small base, make it all bonus laden. And it's not like it doesn't count against the cap. I believe it counts against the cap the following season. So there is sort of a method to the madness to do it, but it's not as much of a no-brainer as it seems the way you kind of laid it out, because it does count against the cap just the following season. I hope you heard that, because I guess you wrote that a little while ago. Or, I don't know. Gem card, I'd be pretty disappointed if Dougie Plot or Mercer isn't gone, at least one of them. I mean, I really wouldn't be. It'd be nice to see a Pilato upgrade, obviously, but Dougie and Mercer, like I've said, everybody pointed to them, but I think they have a value. Rabbit Blues, new back, got you. Thanks for the good answer. You're the man. Of course, of course. Devil having chicken drumsticks on the smoker hickory apple. Oh, God, you guys are making me hungry. You guys are certainly making me hungry. What am I going to have for dinner? And when will I have dinner? When will I have dinner? Maybe not till late night. I was thinking about some other things earlier. I've been trying to be good, but sometimes you got to be bad. Sometimes you got to be bad. Hank, Fitz isn't drinking and watching this live because he is hosting this live. As a believer, I believe in the Aces Fitz conspiracy. Certainly not. No, I'm probably not going to grill tonight. I'm feeling a little lazy. Connorbrown was Fitz's big move in the beginning, I think. I mean, I would say that Allen, either way, they both happened at the same time. But what do you think about Max Pacioretty for the top 6? Big offense, not afraid to lay the body. Is he still out there, Patches? I feel like he's obviously older as well, but at the right price, I would take a gamble. But I don't think he's an answer for the top 6. I like him more for the bottom 6. I can use some nice barbecue chicken or rips right now, or a hot dog. I just realized I was 47 minutes behind in the live stream. How did you figure that out? There's nothing new, Stick Figs. Nothing at all. We've talked about nonsense. I mean, I don't even know. Should I even stay on here anymore? I mean, it seems like the day's over. We're completely derailed. We're talking about nonsense. I'm getting hungry. People talking about food. Yeah, you should grill up a big, thick Angus Crookshank medium rare. Like, what are we talking about? We just signed Chalowski. I might start drinking again. Patrick cannot stay healthy. Stay away at all costs. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a fan of that, or would be looking to make that move. Tasha, this is actually unbelievable. I leave for 2 hours to play some stupid video games, and I come back to find out Fitz has signed Chalowski and Crookshank. Yeah. Yep. Game breakers, game changers. If you're ever in Fort Lauderdale and want to eat an amazing Italian restaurant, check out Anthony's Runway 84. Very famous, lots of history and great food. Used to be a big spot for the mobsters. Very nice. I don't even know if it's raining. I'm in the studio right now. It sounded like it was raining before. Crookshanks, it's what's for dinner. Baby backs on the smoker's dryer overnight melt in your mouth. What are we going to do, man? We're going to do nothing. You guys are going to complain endlessly. This is pretty much exactly what I expected. So I'm kind of not surprised. Nothing. We got so bored. We start talking about different shit. The second you sign off, we see Quinn for Palat. No, that definitely won't get it done. Sean says, I'm not having a total meltdown quite yet, but we need 2 top 6 wingers. Otherwise, you can forget the playoffs. Sean, you thought we were getting 2 top 6 wingers? Oh, baby, I wish I could live in the land of delusions like you. I mean, I was hoping for 1. I didn't expect it. I was hoping for 1. But you were expecting 2 top 6 wingers? Whew. Oh, the jury has the verdict on all the counts. Verdicts to be ready soon. Interesting. I hope Crookshank works out so we can throw snakes on the ice. First Angus to be engraved on the cup. Moved to Seattle from New Jersey in 19. I feel like I'd make bank if I opened up a Taylor ham, egg, and cheese food cart here. Go Devs. You probably would. I'd imagine you would. I think the first time people get a taste of that Taylor ham, it's a high like no other. I was probably a young child the first time I had my first Taylor ham. And I probably had a smile from ear to ear. Favorite Jersey boardwalk? I probably don't have one. I don't like crowds. I don't like people, and I don't like crowds. And so the boardwalks, I feel like as of late, gotten pretty crowded. You're requesting a Chalowski interview for my next video. Let's play a game of Would You Rather, Sprong or Chalowski? Probably Chalowski. I'm not mad at a super cheap depth defenseman move, just in case. Just in case. We probably will have Plot in our top 6 again. That's probably accurate. If you are Casey and see Jabroni Chalowski was resigned, I'd be furious. It's not a guarantee that Chalowski takes a spot from him. I just think it's insurance, just because, Fitz likes to have these insurance policies because you never know. I wouldn't be shocked with either way. I think they'll try to give Casey the opportunity, but you never know. Especially if my boy Johnny Kovacevic is out for a while to start the season, you're going to see probably one of them in the lineup. McLeod is released and signs the Devils. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. That'll never happen. Doug, we're going to have Plot and Nason in the top 6 and then bring Mercer down to 3C. Talked about this earlier. I think Mercer wants to stay on the wing. I think he's more comfortable there. And so I think you're probably going to see him on a wing. And he'll probably get his chance in the top 6 yet again. Actually, it would make $0 because it's not Taylor ham, it's pork roll. Oh, you dirty South Jersey person, Ank. And you too, Tasha. Shame on you. Tell him, Krungs. Tell him. Long Branch, Pier Village. A little too congested for my liking. Yo, Holmes, I'm with you. It's Taylor ham. It's not a question nor a debate. Absolutely. Collect. You have to stay on. What if Fitz runs another gauntlet? Oh, boy. I want a Baconator from Wendy's. We've derailed entirely. We are so derailed right now with lack of meaningful news. Big Ben, Ace, you're still live. Gotta respect the grind, bro. Never stop doing what you're doing. You're my favorite source for Devils news. Thanks, man. I don't know how much longer it could continue, but I'm trying. Rapid Blue, Wildwood hands down has the best boardwalk due to the size and amount of shit to do on it. Big Ben, thanks. Hit the like button. 6 hours straight for your boy. Casey will get the opportunity just like Kovacevic did. Jay Snow, let's be real. Devils are a fringe playoff team. They're going to pay Luke and Glass, and that's it. And that's it. Stick Figs, would you rather Jacob Markstrom before Vitek Vanacek or Brendan Smith? Or it's officially called pork roll now. I would jump off a bridge. Oh, Womp, you're dirty, South Jersey head too. 100% pork roll. You sound uneducated calling it by a blanket brand name when it's not. It's Taylor Ham, bruh. Sit down. If you call it pork roll, you are uneducated. Tasha, I also moved to New Jersey years ago. So to be honest, the first time I ever heard of the Taylor Ham pork roll was at a Devils game. Is that the first time you had it? So 100% Taylor Ham. Only dopes call it pork roll. Ace is the king of Devils media. There is no Devils media. Wait, is this real? You guys are throwing up random names here that don't even... Callan Addison to New Jersey. Callan Addison along with Angus Crookshank. Seriously respect to you for being here all day. We want the shank. Oh, man. Where is all this being reported? I don't see shit on the Devils website. I guess I got to just start loading up nickels, I guess. Yeah. John Taylor of Trent, New Jersey created Taylor Ham. And then this guy, if you're eating actual Taylor Ham branded product, sure, call it Taylor Ham if it really makes you happy, but even that's weird. Sit down, bruh. Big Ben, Wildwood is eliminated from nicest boardwalk talks because it's run down and ghetto. Miss me with the best boardwalk. When you buy Tyson chicken, do you tell people you're eating Tyson for dinner? What does chicken have to do with the conversation? We are talking about a very specific thing here, and that specific thing is Taylor Ham. Whether it's Taylor branded or not, it's Taylor Ham. And Krungs is telling you, his master's degree makes him an expert. It's Taylor Ham. First sandwich name, the Bobby Farn Ham. Ace, let's look at it this way. Is Brown an upgrade over Bastion? Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, very low bar in my opinion. Watch the tram car, please. John Fay, you don't go into a store and ask for a pork roll, egg, and cheese. You ask for a Taylor Ham, egg, and cheese. Steak and eggs, please. Go back to Philly and eat your cheesesteaks if you call it a pork roll. Maria, Taylor Ham, and I think it's time for me to start drinking again. Is this real? Devils get Dadonov? What? Wow. Interesting. I told you we were going to get one more on the day. I told you we were going to get one more on the day. Why did he sign so cheap? Why was that so cheap? It seems... Oh, the $1 million plus the bonuses. Okay, so this is going to be one of those... I got to see the details. So it's $1 million plus the bonuses. So maybe it gets to something a lot more substantial. I want to see what the bonuses are. I mean, he was 40 points in 8, you know. Veteran. I'm not against veterans. Probably a Russian to help kind of Mentor Gritsuk. People were talking about wanting another Russian. I think it checks that box for Gritsuk. I think that's a smart play. And 40 points in 80 games. I want to see what his bonuses are, but I like the move. I think that's clearly an upgrade. Again, look at our bottom six last year. This guy had 40 points. Our entire bottom six had 40 points. Not our entire bottom six, but no one was putting up 40 points in our bottom six last year. This is a good move. I want to see what the bonuses are. Oh, this fight is still going on. Dadonov I could roll with just when we lost hope. Solid season. He had 20 and 20 for 40 points in 80 games. That is a clear upgrade. Yeah, he's 36 in the bonuses. I don't know when we're going to see the bonus structure. I'm wondering if it's like 3 million extra in bonuses. I look forward to seeing that. Fitz for president, finally a good signing. 20 goals side, solid. Got that a boy Fitzy. Ehlers to the Canes. Richard. We hung in there for 6+ hours and have a full beard now, but more activity with Dadonov. Not terrible, seen worse. Wildwood Crest as the move if you're going down there. Fitzy's doing the best with the cash that he has. Yeah, this is what I expected. Bottom six. Bottom six fixing, upgrades. Got Jake coming back. I mean, listen. It's not what a lot of you were looking for, but better than nothing. Fitz gets the prize for most random free agent signings ever. Like, what is this combined roster of signings? Well, the Crookshank and the other guy, and Chalowski could play a part in the league in the big club. But you saw the primary moves are, Jakeallen, Connorbrown, Dadonov, and some pretty decent moves. We expected all of this. This is literally vanilla stuff from Fitz, like he had to make these moves. That's where I'm at. This is exactly what I expected. Literally. Minus the Jake Allen thing. I didn't see that coming at that kind of contract maneuvering. Well, Dadonov comes in cheap, filling the need of a veteran D-man. That will be needed with Covey sideline. Good pickup from Fitz. Hopefully he can play a full season. I don't think he's a top six player, but again, reinforcing the bottom six to be more productive. Good move. For sure. Jay Womp, right? I'm logging off to go get some dinner. Thanks to the stream, Ace, even if you call Taylor him. Funny. I thought you were talking about Chalowski in the second part as the veteran D-man. Yeah, no, bottom six is going to be good. It's going to be good. National warnings for flash floods. I'm listening to Ace talk about Taylor Hamilton. It was a prove yourself deal, and he's been hurt the last few seasons. I'm confused, though. We got like 6 right. I guess it's supposed to be right wings now. I mean, some of these guys could probably flop to the other side. Now it looks like we have to trade Palat or Hamilton. No cap left for Luke and Glass. These moves are good, but I still think that we need to make a top 6 acquisition at some point during the summer. I would love to see it, but I don't know how realistic it is. Stick figs, maybe where last year Fitz put in work on trade day and did jack at the deadline. This year he dips his toes in on trade day and makes a splash at the deadline. Oh, if you're going to put your faith in that, I don't know. Can he be put with Bratt and Hughes? You might see a lot of people get a crack in that top 6. Again, out of necessity. Without a true top 6, we have a top 4. There's going to be 2 guys that got to step up, and maybe he will get an opportunity. I think that if that's like Fitz's plan, I don't think that's the best thing, but it seems like someone's going to have to seize the opportunity. Cisco Kid, what's going on? How much cap space do we have now? Not a ton, but let's see. I guess 8.5 million bucks, 8.6, because his base is $1 million. It hasn't hit the wire yet, but we had 9.6 before that. So Dadonov at $1 million is 8.6. Again, Luke not signed. I have to think a Palat move is coming. Getting excited about this is sad. I'm not excited about it, but it's a good depth move. Again, this is all I expected. Everything is happening as I predicted. For everyone sitting here waiting for some whopper of a deal, I think you guys are nuts. It was never in the cards. Oh, I agree. But, will we see him there for at least a couple shifts in a game? Absolutely. You're going to see everybody try it out there. We said that last year Fitz had all season to improve the forward group to only bring in Glass and Sprong. Our bottom 6 and be super small. Glad I took your advice and didn't get my hopes up. I tried to manage these expectations. Just off the blower with Tuck, I'm picking him up to New Jersey. Yeah, don't forget Juho Lamico, bro. Game changer. Looks like we need a trade to sign Luke. I think you'll see money opened up at some point. I think Fitz had that kind of earmarked. Just like the trade deadline, signing a backlog of bottom 6ers. I will say, connorbrown and Dadonov are definitely more significant pickups than Glass and Sprong, without a doubt. We got to dump Palat or Dougie if we even want to consider getting a real top 6 player. That was always how it was from the beginning. Gary, you missed it. Fitz did sign a D-man. Chalowski, baby. I agree with this. Fitzy got a plan for Palat. Otherwise, wouldn't be spending too much. Kovacevic very well could be on long-term injured reserve. Wasted youth. Connorbrown and Dadonov, not bad. Improving the bottom 6 for sure. Yeah, these are definitely better pickups than Glass and Sprong. Let's be real. You would think Bastion's gone, but you never know. Yo, Holmes says Bastion, I doubt, will even be on an NHL team next season. It's an interesting take. Faye, hopefully he can turn these guys into playoff contenders since Fitz is slowly doing something for this team. Yeah, the bottom 6 should be better. Just what we saw so far. I'm hoping to see more. Really, I just want to see a top 6 guy more than anything. I know. Sprong and Glass to Brown and Dadonov. It's crazy. There is no comparison. These are legitimate bottom 6 guys. Tasha, wait, I didn't even think of that. Maybe is there a defenseman leaving? Dylan, LTIR retirement. Anything's possible. That'd be wild if we lost Dilly to retirement. I love Dilly. We didn't address our two biggest problems. I'm assuming you mean third line center and top six winger. Bastian shouldn't touch an AHL roster no less than an NHL one. Brandon, I think Luke is taking the most team-friendly deal of all time. I think that's a little hopeful. I think that's a little hopeful. I think his deal is going to still shock a lot of people, and it will be considered a team-friendly deal, but it's going to be a lot more than people realize. Palat, Mercer, Hamilton for Tage. Yeah, right. You wish you could get that deal. Ace, give us your bottom six lines now. I mean, who are the? I don't even know. I mean, we Glass is not here. Let's take a look. Oh, no, I really got to look at it. I mean, it seems like we have a lot of right wingers. Yeah, is Palat still here? There's so many questions. So many questions. Dylan just signed a new contract, right? Ace at end of last year. We signed him. We signed him as a free agent last summer, but he is injured. Yeah, we all saw Dowling to the Rangers. Hopefully, he doesn't come back and haunt us. Mark, top six winger, Yager, baby. Man, natural canopy. If you're going to do that, might as well try to throw Tuck in that as well. What is that in reference to? Tuck is super high on my list. Tasha says, okay, as much as we're clowning on him, like Fitz 100% improved the bottom six. For sure. And that's what I expected, guys. Bottom six repair job. It's well underway. BP Simon, Luke will get 8.5 plus per year, probably closer to 9. I agree with that as well. And that would be super team friendly. Glad we got 2 Russians on the roster now. Yeah, that could be a big component of helping Gritsuk with his transition. Funny you say that. Yager just did an interview saying he's on the fourth line in NJ playing 4 minutes a game and thought he was done. The trade to Florida extended his career. Yager just did an interview saying he's on the fourth line in Jersey. Yeah. I wish we could have kept him, but the Devils were so bad back then. But yeah. Watching him and Marty, 2 all-time legends, kept you kind of interested. And, they were a fun team to watch some games. Sometimes it was painful, but Zajac, Yager, and Zubris were a beast line. They were so heavy on pucks. It was awesome. Yeah, I want to see what the details on these bonuses are. Yeah, what can the bonuses bring them up to? That's another nice little maneuver by Fitzy. The bonuses won't count against the cap this year. Yeah, I want to see the bonuses. I don't see them listed anywhere yet. What are the bonus levels? Dougie is such a likable guy. I like Dougie, and people will miss him when he's gone. BP Simon Mercer is either playing center or is on his way out via trade. Too many other right wings. I don't think he wants to play center, but that very well may be part of the equation here. Or is he getting dealt? Mark, looking at what other teams did today, NJ basically was on par with them as far as decent acquisitions. I mean, 2 legit bottom 6 guys, bringing back a backup goalie on a crafty contract. I'm not mad at it. Depth Z-Man and Chalowski, but I know this is not going to be nearly enough for a lot of people. People wanted the splashy, sexy move. You guys better not be praising Fitz for doing the bare minimum. He's literally didn't make any trades yet. He's made super easy deals so far. Nemeth said he wanted to be traded. Where did you see that? That was a misconstrued, taken out of context, somewhat kind of speculative quote. He never straight up said that. That thing whole spiraled out of control, that whole thing with Nemeth, with the foreign media. Johnny Danks, what's up, Ace? Awesome interview with McKay. Who did he check over the boards in 95 finals? I remember Brendan Byrne went nuts. It was a long name. I forget the guy's last name. It was like, it was a Russian name, I believe. But yeah, thanks. I really had fun talking to him. How is this bare minimum? I think people, like I said, people's expectations are all over the place. 2 legit bottom 6 guys added and bringing back Jakeallen is a decent day, but people wanted the top 6 stuff. They wanted the flashy names. And so you're going to see a lot of people being super critical. And I understand why, but it's, somewhat misguided in my opinion, because the expectations were not realistic. They didn't fully kind of understand the chessboard of where we are with cap space and different things. And people just think it's that easy to go out and land a whopper. And I get the frustration. I would love to see a top 6 guy brought in. I've been telling you guys, this was the summer of the Luke extension and some bottom 6 reconstruction. People are expecting the sun, moon, and the stars. Gary, I do agree. That is the biggest thing. A big winger to play next to Jack would be nice. Dire Wolf, with how weak unrestricted free agents are, I could see a team like the Oilers overpaying for Mercer. Should we move him? What do they have that we want, though? That would make sense. Yo Snand, sell Dougie and Plot. Send Mercer a first and Nemeth or Casey for Quinn. Use either Nemeth or Casey. Pull in the top 6. Salayev will be in Newark next year. I think that's all easier said than done. I don't think Mercer a first and Nemeth or Casey would get Quinn. That certainly would be interesting. And then using the other one, you're not getting a top 6 for the other one, especially if it's Casey. In a world where you did Mercer a first and Nemeth for Quinn, you're not getting a legit top 6 for Casey, I don't think. Unless it's somebody on the last year of a deal who's in a bad situation or doesn't fit a team's window, but I think that would all be very hard to do. It wasn't Konstantinov. It wasn't Konstantinov. It was a more obscure player. It wasn't like a name like Konstantinov's a name. I forget. It's messing me up. It's not easy when their value is not high, and Pally had a 10-team trade clause. Yeah. And they're making a lot of money. There's definitely hurdles to climb. When there's a will, there's a way. But it's not the easy layup that people are making it out to be. What's up with Crookshank? I just saw he was signed to NJ, but now he isn't. I'm guessing someone jumped the gun reporting this. I don't know how I'll sleep at night if Crookshank comes off the board, but John Fay, I just realized we are now 15, 16 days from getting our schedule for the season. It is July 16th, right? Or am I crazy? That's what I heard. I want to see what the bonuses are, but at the moment, a $1 million base with some bonuses, I'm definitely pretty happy. The bottom six is getting better, and hopefully they could be a contributor as a unit next year, because last season we really suffered with the bottom six not doing anything. He's a good third liner. I would trade Mercer and Dougie with picks for a potential top six player. Packed channel. Sorry, just joined. Does Allen re-signing mean Dawes is moving out? The kid is going to be ruined in Jersey. No way he would want to stay there. It seems like it would be. It seems like that would be the case. He's on a one-way deal. Are we going to get something for him? I'd imagine we'll try. What that's going to be, I don't know. But listen, guys, the bottom six is improving. I know it's not the top six sexy Ed. It's not the Robertson all you guys wanted. But I like both the moves, and the Jake Allen thing was a stroke of genius. 1.8 million cap hit. I don't think anyone saw that coming. But we will. Maybe we're not done. Fitz is like, I'm not done, guys. You think I'm done? It's only 5:30. He's like, my bedtime's not at least for another 3 hours. We're gonna keep moving. DJ, what up? What up? Rico heard he may be heading out of Edmonton. I do think he's mostly washed, but he's one of those guys where it's like, not only is it like somewhat sentimental in terms of like new school Devils, which I would consider probably new school Devils, like anytime after 2000, I don't know. I guess from the Zach era on, I'll use like 2005-ish as a cutoff. Obviously, Rico is one of the most, beloved Devils during that time. I wouldn't hate it if we brought him back. I do think, if we didn't have the history with him, I would probably say I'm a hard pass, but maybe as a 4C, he could bring some leadership and maybe rejuvenate some guys. I don't know. I wouldn't be dead against it. We signed Dadonov 1 by 1. There's bonuses, so that 1 million, don't get sucked into thinking that's all it is. The bonuses could end up being substantial depending on what they are. But 40 points for sure is what are we talking about here? Again, I tell you guys, the bar is fairly low for what represents a upgrade. It doesn't take much because the bar is low. And we look at last year. Guys, we had one bottom six guy that had 40 points. A single bottom six guy with 40 points. Stefan Nason. That's it. Mercer at 36, Plot at 28, Cotter 22, Cody Glass 22. Obviously not all with the Devils. And it just falls off a cliff. So you're talking about a guy who would only be 1 point behind our most productive bottom six player from last year. And that's Stefan Nason, who saw a lot of power play time and got a lot of those points. And then Connorbrown. $30 points. $30 points for Connorbrown. Oh, let me just pull this up, actually. For everybody that doesn't want to give, listen, I've been critical of Fitz, but I'll give credit where it's due. Did he make some franchise-altering moves today? No. But we looked last year at the numbers. The top guns were the top guns. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Jesper Bratt, 88 points. Jack Hughes, 70 in 62 games. Nico, 69. Timo, 53. The top four were the top four. Our fifth highest scorer was a defenseman, Luke Hughes, who also played 71 games. And then you have Stefan Nason, 41 points. The next highest scorer, Dougie Hamilton, a defenseman, 40 points. And then you see Dawson Mercer, who was kind of flopped all over, mostly a third-line guy, but had some chances, 36 points. So you're talking about bottom 6 guys brought in, and Dadonov and Connorbrown that had 40 and 30 points respectively. That is an improvement, because if you look at some of our other bottom 6, Pally 28, Cotter 22, and that's pretty much it. I mean, so to not say that the bottom 6 was improved, you're living in denial or just not looking at the facts. Stanley, you're still going. The dude had no voice at the start of the stream, and here he is battling through 6 hours later. I try. It wasn't Kozlov, no. Yeah, it's something like that. Kruzhelninsky, something like that. Yeah, it was a guy that wasn't like a household name. Wasted youth. I was in New Jersey for Devils and Canucks when Yager was there and Marty still there. Corey played in the net and they lost in the shootout. It was the October 24th, 2013. Yager was amazing. It was amazing to see Yager as a Devil. Amazing stuff. Kozlov got absolutely rocked by Stevens. It wasn't Slava Kozlov. I'm trying to catch up a little bit here. Deal Nemitz and Mercer Pally, 1 or 2 first picks for Tage Thompson might get it done. I'm certainly making offers. I'm certainly calling Buffalo and trying to figure out how to get it done. It's obviously unlikely they want to move him, but Yo, Holmes, the Allen signing Dawes now becomes a primo trade chip. A cheap young goalie with upside is desired league-wide. What do you think you really get for him? Mark, Dadonov, Brown, Rico could be an interesting third line. Again, I would like to see something a little more substantial for third line center than Rico. I think at this point he's a 4C. But Zach says if Palat is a Devil next year, he better not be wearing an A. I would imagine he would be. McKay hit Krusnelski. He's Canadian. For some reason, I thought it was a Russian name. But I think that is the proper name. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was a Russian. I think you're correct. That's who it was. Guys are still arguing over Dougie. Dougie doesn't have a signature slapper anymore. Who knows? We might see it back. Hit that like button, you bums. Thank you. Hit the like button. I'm dying out here. Nason didn't play top 6 minutes all year. He was kind of all over the place. But that makes the point even more that, you know, if he finished with 41, we're bringing in a bottom 6 guy that had 40. Let's be real, though. Nason shouldn't be in our top 6 or on power play 1. He should be down there making our bottom 6 terrifying to face. I agreed. I do think Pally gets moved. Dire Wolf, what up? This is out of left field and it required giving up the Quinn dream. What about calling the Bruins on pasta? Mercer Nemitz at first? That's a go for it move. Oh, for sure it is. I would love Pasternak. I mean, he's a beast. I don't know, you know, what the Bruins' appetite would be to trade him, but I certainly would be all in on that. Rico is Adam Henrique. We're talking about a potential reunion with former New Jersey Devil and franchise legend Adam Henrique. Nick, San Jose, Palat cap hit plus second rounder in 26 plus Dawes. Detroit, Palat, NJ future considerations. Ryan McLeod got what his brother would have gotten last year, 4 years, $5 million. Damn, good for him, man. What a bag. These guys are getting paid. The new cap era is looking tremendous for some of these guys. Columbus is going to be good this year, and the Islanders are going to be good next year. The Metro was pretty shitty last year, but Columbus made it interesting at the end. They kind of closed the gap on us, and it was looking scary for a minute. Jake Allen, one of the strongest goaltending performances of the season on the road in Columbus. The Devils just were nursing a lead into the third period, and it was just a shooting gallery. Jake Allen stood on his face. All kinds of crazy saves. I don't think the Bruins would trade him either, but you never know. Pasta is a transformative piece to bring in. Angus Crookshank signed with the Devils. Who the hell is that? Oh, we already went down this road. For reference, that hasn't happened. I would like to see it. Detroit has been active today. Dougie may not have the slapper, but his wrister from the circle is neat. Yeah, sweet. Wrister, he has a little bit of a snapshot, and he's a snipe. He could pick the corners. Some of the, you see Dougie just fire him. Complete animal. Complete animal. Is what deal legit? I don't even know what the Palat deal is here. What do we? That must be. Direwolf Bruins probably wouldn't trade Pasta, but they need a total rebuild, and he's 29. I could see that kind of going either way. You never really know where teams are thinking, but Pasta's a beast. Would love him on this team. Cisco Kid says Adam is done. He was invisible in the Cup Finals, referring to Henrique. I mean, he's getting up there in age, guys. Doug, all the good things we talk about Dougie makes you think we're talking about a top 6 forward. That Dougie, I don't know what that means. You got to retype that, Doug. All the good things we talk about that Dougie capable of makes you think we're talking. Oh, are you talking about trading him for or what Dougie brings? Angus Crookshank, Augustus Gloop, and Veruca Salt on the fourth line. Jack, no one wants Natchez, man. How would you want Natchez? Palat deal is not legit. I don't even know what deal that was. Here comes the Dadonov. Glenn. Ace, what is a realistic trade in your mind for a top 6 winger? Depending on who it is, I think a guy like Tuck, you might be able to, again, I'm not saying he's available, but I'm certainly trying to pry him away from Buffalo. A guy like Mercer and a first could potentially get you that. Now, obviously, with the young defenseman, Nemitz, people are going to want. I would try to keep him. And if I had to deal one of the young defensemen, I'd prefer to deal Casey, even though I'd like to keep him as well. But you got to give to get. You can't keep everything. But I'm dangling first-round picks like it's my job. I'm not interested in drafting in the first round anytime soon. Win now, and win now teams burn first-round picks and trades. And if you have to move a guy like Mercer plus a first or something for a legit top 6, or Mercer a first and maybe a lower level prospect, I'm exploring every possibility to try to bring in a legit top 6. And I would not rest until it happened. But again, you got to have an appetite for it. Fitz got to be out there knocking down doors. What was your Palat comment? Doug, all the things that we say Dougie is good at makes it sound like he's a top 6 forward and he's a defenseman. I think we knew what Dougie is supposed to bring, but he's a defenseman first under Keefe. Okay, but it's nice to have some of those guys on the blue line as well. Gary, O'Reilly for Mercer and Nemitz. That would be a gross overpayment. I'm all about win now, but Ryan O'Reilly is not even worth Nemitz, in my opinion. Never mind him and Mercer. That's just a crazy. Yeah, he's 34 years old. He had 53 points last year. Fine player. Would love him on this team. I'm not giving up Nemitz for him, and I'm certainly not giving up Mercer and Nemitz. Ryan, not sure it's any value, but Palat changed his Facebook picture from him in a Devils uniform to a white background. Not sure if it's a legit profile or not. I don't look into all these things. Look too much into them. John, watch how many overtime wins Dougie had. They were all slap shots. Brandon, not sure to explain this while typing, but Plot has to go. I think he drags the lines down and makes the lines worse. I literally think anything is an upgrade over Palat. Doug, but in saying that, because we have Dougie, we'll never be able to address the top 6 need. I don't agree with that either. We have plenty of pieces that aren't named Dougie Hamilton to potentially get you a top 6. Again, the young defenseman, first-round picks, Mercer. There's plenty of ways to go about trying to bring in a top 6, but Fitz has to want to do it. Mercer, not the issue, just an attractive piece for us. Yeah, absolutely. He's probably one of our more attractive trade chips to use. Dougie's value ain't getting any better. I do agree with that, but unless he comes back and looks like the Dougie we saw more so in 22-23, and he looks more like that guy than the Dougie we saw last year and stays healthy. Well, back to Crookshank. Looks like the deal is done. 2 years, basically an AHL deal. No big deal, but it helped Utica. Tasha, Ace, breaking news. We signed Callan Addison to a 2-way deal. He can play on a line with Crookshank and Juho Lamico. I think Lamico is going to be on the big club, guys. I think he is. Packed channel. Been said many times, Palat would be great at $2.5 million. Well, yeah, but that's just not the reality, and that's why he has the bullseye on his back. Listen, I've told people for a while, I do like Pally. The issue is that he makes $6 million, and it's been kind of a target on him from the beginning. And you understand why. So I get it. I get all of it. Brandon, Hamilton's shot was off all last year. Didn't do any slap shots. Think he isn't coming back again. If I had to bet, I think we do start the season with him for sure. I think it's short-sighted to just assume that we could move Dougie Hamilton and not feel it in any sort of way. I think it's kind of wild. Colton, genuinely believe now that most of the free agent initials discussions have been had. Palat is next. Certainly would seem that way. 6 schmilly coming off. Got to find a buyer. And they got to be on his 10-team approved list. Doug, if we sign Luke, that means Chalowski doesn't have a spot on the lineup, so maybe getting an offer sheet from Luke is smarter than signing him. What do you mean getting an offer sheet? I don't know what you're talking about, Doug. But Luke is definitely going to be on the team next year. Chalowski's probably a 7th defenseman sort of depth move, insurance policy in case some of these guys are more banged up. Chico, if Palat made $3 million, you never hear a bad word about him from me, even with a no move clause. My entire problem is the salary, and I think that's most people's. Double heaven, oh man, lemon, pepper, garlic, drumsticks. Oof, going to fall off the bone. Where are those from? Devin, keep cranking. Fitzy, Tasha, what is Fitz doing? Crookshank and Addison? This is giving me severe desperate. We came in second on a big guy signing vibes. These are all depth pieces, minor league stuff. It's not anything substantial. It's not an NHL move. Chico, Dadonov was a nice get. 40 points last year, $1 million. He's got bonuses. I want to see the full structure of what the deal is before I comment on the money. On the surface, I like the move, but I hope his bonuses aren't like crazy. Mark, consider that Dougie was injured part of last season and the season before and still puts up 40 to 60 points regularly. Beast. Dire Wolf, Kovacevic, and Dilly probably aren't starting the year. Be surprised we trade Dougie today at his lowest value. And that's another thing. We don't really know the thing with the situation with Dylan's injury. I could have sworn at some point fairly recently they may have said they thought he was going to be ready for the beginning of the season. But at this point, I don't trust any of the injury reports one way or another. Ben, taking Dougie off the team makes you worse, period, unless there's a corresponding roster move with that money, not the guy you dump cap. Well, I'd imagine they're only going to move him if they have something big planned for his $9 million. Jordan, what's Quinn up to? Is he still up for grabs next season? He could potentially be up for grabs right now. We don't know. But one way or another, I believe he ends up in New Jersey in 2 years from today at the latest. It would be July 1, 2027. I believe he would be signing with the Devils if he's not traded here before that. Luke is not offer sheet eligible, Doug. So no one can offer sheet Luke. Brandon, this year's free agent class was trash. Fitz can win offseason based on trades only. Yeah, that was kind of the way the table was set from the beginning. All the big names we probably weren't going to be in on realistically anyway, and they all came off the board before 12 o'clock today when it opened up. So, yeah, Luke's not offer sheet eligible. James, this was a typical Fitz type of day. This guy is clueless. James, you're real. I mean, listen. Bonuses are great. They make them when they perform, and the team has success usually. His bonuses could simply be games played. You know, it could be at a 20, 40, 60, 80 games played clip. There could be points involved. There could be playoffs. I'm very curious to see. Brett, does Palat's contract look better at some point in this market for another team looking for bottom six defense? Yeah, it does, because there's going to be guys getting paid crazy money. So a team can say, Palat for, does he have 2 years left? 3? Two years left, yeah. They're like, maybe we can use his veteran leadership. $6 million for 2 more years in this cap climate is not the worst thing. Could a team wrap their head around doing that? I think so. Tasha, we're 100% done with free agent signings for today. Maybe not trades, and if we dump Palat, maybe we could get Pius Suter. Everyone really wants to see the Swiss contingency continue to grow. Fitz really signed Chalowski. This man is not serious. It's a depth signing. I'm not going to get mad about it. Forget about heavier, edgier, more violent. We signed 2 small guys. I mean, Connorbrown is 6 foot 184. I would say that's about average. Dadonov 5'11", 188. Brandon, ace prediction: who are trading to make room for Luke unless Luke takes a short-term friendly deal? I think all signs point to Palat, I'd imagine. The Allen deal is great. $1.8 million for 5 years. Great deal. Great deal, but for Fitz. Tasha says Dadonov and Brown were both great signings by Fitz. Patrick Kane is making a $2.5 million bonus for playing 10 games. Exactly. So the bonuses, you have no idea the way they're tiered. I want to see what the Dadonovs are before I, fully weigh in on it, because we only know the base is $1 million. Chico, I've been very critical of Fitz, and I'm still not convinced he shouldn't be fired, but I think he's done well today, all things considered. Brandon, as it stands right now, our bottom 6 does look better on paper than last year, so there's that. For sure. But again, the bar was very low. Very, very low. Traveling, what's up, Traveling? We got Allen back 5 years, $1.8 million. We signed Connorbrown, $3 million times 4 years. And we're waiting on the details of Dadonov, 1 year, a $1 million base with bonuses. We don't know what the bonuses are yet, or at least we didn't the last time I checked. Yeah, I guess we're not going to see the bonus structure anytime soon. Can't wait for a Fitz presser. Doug, they lowered our expectations so that anything would seem good. When will the Fitz presser be? I'd imagine later in the week, maybe next week. Kaylee, I'm actually happy with the signings. Now, if we get a top winger like Thompson or Robertson, I'm going to be very happy about our team. Oh my God, you guys are nuts. You're talking about, basically get us a superstar top 6 guy and I'll be happy. Is that all? Is that all you're looking for? What if we got McDavid? How would you feel if we got McDavid? Nick, San Jose will take Plot's full salary for sweeteners. Plot will get to go wherever he wants. Maybe the Devils will get a 6th round pick. Zach, we don't know the bonuses, my guy. He could end up making $3.5 million. We don't know. Panthers scraps. Devil having no guarantees out there. Pieces to improve pipeline. What's available? Keandre Miller, 8 years, $7.5 million for the Canes. Artie, is anyone from the bottom 6 officially being picked up by another team? Not to my knowledge. Oh no. Dowling signed with the Rangers. Stanley, Dadonov is a lottery ticket. Difficult seeing him put up 2020 again, but the bar for the bottom lines is also very low. Yeah, let me remind you guys. We had one bottom 6 guy. One bottom 6 guy that had over 40 points, and he did play some top 6 minutes as well. Nason with 41, and then you look at Mercer 36, Palat 28, Paulie Cotter 22. I'm not going to count Glass because he was late here, and that's it. So, 40-point potential in a bottom 6 role. Sign me up all day, every day. Gary says, Ace, Canucks sites, they are worried about Quinn leaving for New Jersey. It seems all but inevitable, guys. I mean, Rutherford came out and was like, Quinn wants to play with his brothers. I mean, what more do you guys want? It seems like the biggest layup of all time in free agency. The only question for me is, do the Canucks try to extort the Devils for some assets and trade them here beforehand? Because they're going to lose them for nothing at some point if they hang on that long. Glenn says Pally was good because he played with 2 All-Stars in Stammer and Kucherov. I mean, sheesh. Brandon says Palat with 28 points is brutal from playing top minutes on the second line. Yeah. Chico, even if you cut Dadonov's points in half, that's roughly Eric Halla for a third of the money. Chico, it's more than $1 million, though. We don't know the bonus. At $1 million all in, it would be a great signing, but we don't know what the bonus money is yet. So I'm going to reserve these type of comments until we see. If Nashville would retain salary, I'd take a chance on Stamkos playing better. Oh, man, Jack, I 1,000,000% would as well. But I don't know if they're going to want to retain. I certainly would. I wanted Stammer last summer. I certainly would kick the tires on that and see what you could get done there. Stammer is another guy. Veteran, proven winner, warrior. I would certainly be interested, especially with retention. I think he's at $8 million, so I don't think I'd want to pay, even in the new cap climate. I don't think I'd want to pay it, but with a little retention, I certainly would be all about it. Zach, Ace, you surprised Besser stayed in Vancouver? No, I'm not. He's already there. He's probably already set up. He's probably comfortable. And he got a 7-year deal worth, was it 50.75? Yeah. I think it makes sense for him, and he's probably okay with it all. Ghost Mob Gaming, why does everyone want these big names? We need them dogs. Because that's how people are, man. They want the big name acquisition. Brandon, Quinn will probably be traded at the deadline to a playoff team, but not the Devils because they know they'll get him in free agency. I still think the Devils would be in on it to get him early. For sure. Pat, need bare minimum 1 top 6 winger for the Timo, Nico, or Hughes Brat line with the bottom 6 signings staying, pushing players down the lineup. The forward group would shape up nicely. Big if, but yeah. A top 6 guy makes me feel much. I mean, again, is it an ideal? And depending on who it is the roster ideal? Probably still not.
but much better than we looked going into today. A one top 6 guy could really do that. Double Heaven, love Plot as the player. The person teammate just didn't work great in the locker room. I mean, how do you know that? I don't know where you're coming up with that. I would say it just didn't pan out in on-ice production, but I think behind the scenes, everybody likes the guy. Chico needs to go to the ears, nose, and throat department and get his hearing checked. Besser signed for $7 million a year, a little bit over that. Tasha, we've got a dog, so it's fine. Fitz got big dog Juho Lamico. Gary, hey Ace, how many more years do we see Ovi with Caps before he retires? I'm pretty sure it's the last year on his deal. I'm not sure if he'll want to come back. I'm not sure. I could see that going either way. He's got the record. Does he care about trying to win another cup? Does he want to try to hit 1,000 goals? I mean, realistically, I think he would have a chance at it in probably a few more seasons. Turco, what's up, my man? Look at you showing off those guns today. Let's see the flex. No, there's definitely no guns or any flex. Devil Heaven, no big long-term Kobe contracts. Jack, Hurdle played with Meyer in San Jose. John Fay, we almost on hour 7 of this live stream. Don't remind me. I think if I had to guess, I think Ovechkin is looking forward to retirement, so he could be done after this year. Who remembers the Kobe deal? The Kobe deal just came off the books. I think he said it himself. He's probably done after the season. I'll be right back. It's the next bathroom break. Got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hopefully somebody else. Hopefully we see another and one more move, and hopefully it's our top 6. I would love to see it. I'm coming back. All right. And we're back. We're approaching. All right. I don't know what that is. I'm getting a little delirious here. I think I lost my place. We actually have more cap space than I thought. I don't think that includes. Is the Dadonov included in that? Let's see. Did they update? Is this updating in real time? No. So I'm looking at Puckpedia. I'll drop the link for you guys so you could follow what I'm looking at. Well, I guess I'll just pull it up actually. Hold on. I need to figure out a better. Yeah, I'm in the market for new software. If any of you tech people want to make it, everyone suggests OBS, but I looked at the interface and my brain exploded. This is pretty user friendly. It has limitations and it has shit that I don't like. But I do like the software, but they're jacking up the price crazy, and I'm just not going to pay. I refuse to pay for it. It's insane. they're trying to charge a fortune for it now, and it's just not worth it, in my opinion. All right, so I'll show you guys what I'm looking at on Puckpedia here. So this does not have Dadonov listed here. So they have Callen, I guess I don't even know how this works. I guess they're counting this as roster players. So if these guys are in the minors, I don't think it won't count. But Dadonov is not there because I guess the full details of the contract haven't been reported with the bonus. So that's got to come off too. So you're talking about another million. So you're at like a little under 8 million. Yeah, it seems like, yeah, remaining in cap space, we could sign Luke, but we can't fit Glass right now. I don't even know if that'll be enough to sign Luke. And so it does seem like there is another move kind of looming. Now, is that Palat? Is it Dougie? Is it both? Ouroboros, most of our forwards shoot the same way, kind of predictable. This guy does old schools and not to mention places himself in opportunistic positions. But yeah, that's the cap right now. 1.8 for Jake was a great move. It really was. Oh, shit. All right, we're back. Whew. Did Hurdle get traded? I don't think he did. Hit the like. Thanks. Thanks. Devil Heaven Trivia. What movie was put him in the bathroom? Put him in the bathroom. Come on. I don't want my kid looking at that face when he's rolling my dice. One of my all-time favorite movies, perhaps. It's in the discussion for my number one of all time, and I think it might be. What a classic. What a classic. Hit. If you do learn OBS, it's very good. I do professional sports broadcasting. Oh, no. Another OBS vote, huh? Plot for future considerations, please. I heard we were going back in time and getting prime Brian Rafalski and prime Sergey Brelin. That would be nice. That would be nice. Is Fitzy going to drop one more for us on the day? Plot will be enough to finish it off, but then we're missing a forward. We'll still be missing a top 6 forward, but it seems like we have a lot of bottom 6 potential right now. Lot of guys in the mix for the bottom 6. Who will take on Pally contract with retention? No retention. Who's going to take it on the full $6 million? I don't want to retain anything. Earn at 8.8 left in cap space, likely going to Hughes unless we dump Pally and or Hamilton. Surprised we haven't heard anything on Glass yet. We're also getting Jaromir Jagr, the ageless wonder. Jaromir Jagr, complete animal in his old age, training, shooting tires. Have you guys seen that video? Jagr shooting tires into a net. Oh my God, what an old school legend. They don't make him like Jaromir Jagr anymore, guys. Guy's a complete beast. Complete beast. Hopefully Casey is our next Raffy, a.k.a. Rafalski for you younger fans. Pat, realistically, Palat could go to San Jose. They are about $9 million below the cap floor. Not many big names out there left. Would be nice. We came in second. Palat, Penny, much to miss. He's a plug at best, unfortunately, I'm sure. We all had a lot of high hopes. Instead, it's just a high contract, but that's just hockey. You never know. Sunrise. Jagr in his prime is from another dimension. Impossible to get off the puck. Impossible. Man was a absolute bull on the walls. Played with that big body. Crazy lower body strength. Impossible to knock off the puck. And just was a complete animal. Remember when a model tried to blackmail Yager? It's funny that you mentioned that because I do remember. And I think this was the girlfriend of some young Czech hockey player. Apparently, Yager spent the night with this young woman, probably half his age. What a legend Yager is. And then the girl took this selfie of Yager passed out and tried to blackmail him. And he was like, he's a single guy. He's like, go ahead, put the photo out. See if I care. He didn't give a shit at all. And then the legend of Yager grew even more. Hilarious. One of the funnier Yager stories in a long line of them, but this photo, it was funny, making its rounds on the internet. What a legend Yager is. Rangers fleece Carolina for Miller. Holy, that's a real GM. Miller is trash. Yeah, Yager didn't care at all. Legend. Yager was a beast and a legend. Are we going to get one more thing? Are we going to get one more little thing today or maybe a big one? I mean, when is it safe to get off here? Is it safe yet? Probably not, right? Let's see. What's Elliot talking about? Shout out to everyone who joined, especially shout out to those, if there's any of you who have been here the whole time. There's no way you were, actively watching or listening the whole time because that would be insane. But a bunch of you have been here in here for a while, I think. She did him a favor by posting that street cred with the guys. The future for Dawes is probably a trade. What's up, Luke? Palat, Hamilton, or Mercer has to go. Either Glass signing or Palat trade, I'm thinking. Palat would seem, I don't think we'd be this tight with the money for Luke unless they had something kind of looming in the background, and that very well could be, moving Palat's money out to make some more space. John, I think it's safe to say Fitz is probably done for the day, but who knows? Gary, what's up? Been here almost all day. Take breaks. If Palat goes, we're better. John, congrats, Ace. You just hit the 7-hour mark of your live. Oh, my God. That's pretty wild. Dawes has to be traded. I agree with you there, Luke. I know I'm late, but saw Dowling to the Rangers. Yep. Luke, Ace, you sound like you've been at all day and night party. I actually sounded like crap prior to coming on here. I'm not exactly sure why. Probably from, I don't know, yelling and maybe a combination of things. Yeah, I've been struggling all day. I got my cough drops here. Let me pop another one. Making it a little bit better, but my God. It's been a long day. I know many of you are disappointed, but I think given what I was expecting, which was again bottom 6 patchwork, not the worst thing. I think some people are expecting a little too much. And it is what it is. Yeah, Antonina, we're still here, baby. 7 hours and counting. What up? Glenn. Ace, if you don't do any retention on Pally contract, who do you throw in for a sweetener? I'm always trying to use futures. maybe lower level prospects, picks, whatever it is, get it done, but do it without retention if possible. If you have to do retention as a last ditch effort, then do it. But try your hardest to get all the money freed up. We came in second. I was here since 11:30. Took a nap. Fell asleep due to the free agent inactivity. Your voice, although sounding like a beef jerky sales rep, was soothing. Yo, how many beef jerky sales reps have you talked to? Daniel, 7 hours with Ace is the name of my new band. Tasha, is this the longest live you've ever had, Ace? I think it would have to be. I don't even know if I could check that. I can't. I've had some long ones, but I don't think ever this long. Maybe last July one. Let me see. I've had a bunch that were 3 and 4 hours. I'm just trying to scroll through here. This probably is the newest, longest one by far, I would think. But my memory sucks. Yeah, I think this is the longest one by far. The trade deadline one couldn't have been that long because I went to the game that night. Yeah, so congratulations, guys. It is a new record. The previous record was 5 hours and 57 minutes. That was the previous longest live, which was trade deadline day. 5 hours and 57 minutes. So we beat that by a good, I don't know, hour or so. A little over an hour. John, if you guys didn't do it already, make sure you hit that like button for your boy Ace. Appreciate that. Hit the thumbs up. Come on. Don't be stingy. Gary said Elliot Friedman said he'll be up all night with coffee and etc. Brandon, I know we got a really good deal on Allen, but do you think it's going to be a mistake on Fitz's part to do 5 years? Absolutely not. I'm not worried about it whatsoever. That was a genius deal. He could retire. Even if they buy him out, it's cheap on the back end. That's a futures problem. Great deal. The fans who aren't delusional aren't upset. We're good. Michael says, I said it before, he is raspy because he was screaming scrit at Fitz's house. Smash that like 7 hours. Luke, Fitz did better than I thought. I'm holding out hope. Hamilton is traded for a 3C. Plot is unloaded, and we get a depth D. We did get Chalowski. You want another one? I would like to get a 3C or a top 6 winger without trading Dougie. If it has to happen, it does. But I do think Dougie is valuable to this team. Trevor, I've been here all day. You put me to sleep about midway through. Woke up to the Granlund signing, thinking the Devils signed him. You didn't miss much. Dadonov, $1 million base. There is bonuses. I want to see what they are. But I like it. I like it. Coffee with honey in it, huh? I drank all the coffee I had on hand. Alex, I am too worried about who the Devils get in free agency, but I know we have young players that can grow and become stars, but it wouldn't surprise me if Fitz got McDavid or Thompson. It would certainly surprise me. This is not an NHL video game. I think that would be McDavid. There's no chance. Thompson is like nearly no chance. Yeah, deadline day was a long one. Ryan Demand, I'm glad we re-signed Allen because he was great last season and would have been a shame to lose him. It would have been. But when those reports came out at $5 million, I was like, I'm out. I'm out. Easy decision. Fitz got creative. Got to give him credit. Gary Ace, we need to find out who the guy at the Devils game that gets the Devils chant going. Let's go Devils. Oh, you're talking about this legend? Hold up. You talking about this? Wow. You want to talk about franchise legends? Let me introduce you guys if you don't know. I have to do this in a way that's annoying. Bear with me. Bear with me. Come on. I hate all technology. I hate all of it. All right. All right, now I got it. So, Gary, we know who the guy is. We know who the guy is, Gary. He's been getting it done as a passionate Devils fan for, I think, it's well over 30 years. It could be closer to 40 years. And that is, wait, why is it? Damn it. Super annoying. I'm going to drop a link in the chat. This stupid, so yeah, this is limitations of software that suck. Limitations of software that's garbage. Guys, this is live television right here. This is, when I have to be the producer, engineer, host, anything else there is to do. I'm doing it here, but that was in reference to this man, Bauman. Give me a D. Give me an E. For any of you who have seen this man, absolute legend. I'm posting a link. I wanted to pull up the video on here and really do him justice, but I couldn't because there's browser compatibility issues and bullshit. But you could certainly get a peek at the link I just dropped in there. Ace are going to do podcasts with other Devils cast. I had the Uncle Puckers on the other night. Or maybe that was last night. I'll be doing another kind of collaborative episode at some point with some other Devils podcasts people. So that'll be coming soon. David Schlowski is on a one-way is mind-boggling. There were much better options. For the price, though? For the price? M. Sharp, I'm pretty pleased. Appreciate finding you live, Ace. I'm here. I am here. Bauman's chant. Why is the sermon? Deadline one was how long we got talks. Yeah, well, I mean, that was one where there should have been something more done. Zupamaki says, sucks going to sleep tonight knowing Plot and Hamilton are still on the roster. Fitz sucks. I mean, If we somehow get Tuck, I will give Fitz an A. So would I. Getting Tuck, that's a big boy move. You would have no choice but to give Fitz an A. If he got Tuck, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much an immediate A. There's nothing to even really talk about at that point. SST says, I missed the party. Did Fitzgerald cook today? How's our bottom six looks like? Obviously, you're being sarcastic, and I'm sure you are hating on everything. Brett, absolutely jumping the gun, but looks like our third line could contain Gritsuk and Dadonov. Completely agree. I think they will keep them together, the two Russians. Would like to see a nice center for them, but I think they're both listed as right wing, so somebody would have to play their off wing. Gabagool says, I'd rather lose Nemitz or Casey before Dougie, if I'm being honest. It's definitely not as easy as a decision as a lot of people would try to make it out to be. I could make the argument for and against both scenarios. I believe the seat they gave Patrick Eliash is center ice somewhere in the big, thick leather chairs. Tasha, Ace, rank the Devils Doomers. I remember he did a while back. It was hilarious, but there's some new ones now. There's too many for me to keep up with. I can't even remember. SST obviously is one. Nick Adams is a huge Doomer, obviously. Does Fitz usually do a press conference today? I don't think he will today. Lately, they've been kind of putting them off. And because it's already 6 o'clock, I don't think, anything could happen, but I'm certainly not expecting one today. Maybe in the coming days. I don't think we'll see one today. And if you remember, his end of the season one happened way after the season. Ritter Engine, these signings aren't going to move the needle. Can't believe we're stuck with Dougie and Palat. There's still plenty of time. Got to switch to the whiteboard like Shannon, the hockey guy, with the marker. It is crazy. What an OG. Shout out to Shannon, the hockey guy. What a beast. I don't know how he does it. All the stuff that he does. Yeah, Bauman's chant wasn't meant to be for sure. Bungie Boris, any news on Luke? Not yet. Not yet. We came in second. Imagine there are a lot of moving parts for either Palat or I guess that's supposed to say Dougie. Yeah, you're dealing with only 10 teams. Devils have room left for Luke. That's it, assuming no other money goes out. Daniel Ace, how do you not have any ink on those guns? No Devils logo, no tribal bands. Nah. No guns and no tats. John Fay, I've seen him at most of the Devils games doing his famous chant. Yeah, I remember from when I was a kid. Crazy. What an iconic figure. Would love to be able to see Devils games on TV again. Where do you live? When there's a will, there's a way. Sometimes you got to sail the seas if you get my drift. Brandon, I think it would be just be healthy to the fans for Fitz to do a conference and we can get an idea of what's coming or what he's thinking. You're asking for way too much information, I think. I give Fitzy a B today thus far. I think that's fair. Tom A just got off work. What's the tally? We got 2 bottom 6 guys in Connorbrown and Dadonov, and we got Jakeallen brought back on a super friendly deal. Luke says Boozeface gets rid of Palat and gets the 3C we need. I'll give him credit. He unloads Mercer and makes another hole. He could go to hell. Tasha, anyone see pictures of Gritsuk? That man is ripped. Super excited. Where'd you see those? I did not say it. Snow says enough with people playing their off wings. Timo on left and Mercer in center didn't work. I think there's a somewhat bigger gap between going from a wing to center versus one side on the wing versus the other side. Now, I do believe there are some guys And obviously Timo is the glaring one for me, where he clearly has a preference. But if you're talking about just in general playing people out of position, obviously it's not preferred. But a lot of times, lack of depth will necessitate those sorts of things. And we saw it last season with the Devils. Glenn, Ace, what about Jonathan Marchessault for Mercer with a second-round pick? I think that's more of a lateral move, in my opinion. I would want to, if we're dealing Mercer, I want it to be a clear-cut, significant upgrade for a legitimate top six. It needs to be significant. I mean, Marchessault is a good player, but it's just not. I'd want to see more. No, I'm definitely not doing this again tomorrow. Tasha says, I think Woodson switched teams. He's a Hurricanes doomer now. Luke, I think at this point is going to probably get around $9 million. Would like to see it be, the cheaper the better for the Devils, obviously. But I think at this point it's going to be $9 million or so on a long-term deal. Devil Heaven, we get MSG Plus. I get center ice, only $70 a season. D Dukes, as long as I don't trade away Salayev, he's a throwback hit stick. I'm open to anyone other prospect Dougie Palat, no Mercer, please. Gary, cable taken off through Comcast, used to be on MSG. Doug, I had a breakfast, a little bit of a breakfast. Grits is a talent for sure now. Put it on the NHL ice. Would like to see it. Can it translate from the KHL to the NHL? I hope it does. M Sharp, I am eating a good amount of salads in the summer. It's the summertime. You got to lay off all that good stuff. As of right now, there's, 8 point. Let's see. It still didn't update because Dadonov. Yeah, this is not updated. So it should be closer to $8 million. 8.8, but that's not taking into account. We know Dadonov's getting $1 million base. So I don't know when that's going to update. Probably after they report the when the bonus structure gets reported or whatever, then they'll register it in here, I guess. But yeah, it should be like a little under $8 million, 7.8-ish. Dowling signs with the Rags. I have dreams about pizza. I dream about pizza for sure. Brandon, I wonder how painful it would be for us to get Tuck. I've heard he's a great leader and players love him. I would love Tuck. He's super high on my list. Be right back. I got to go grab something. I'll be back in a second. The stupid thing is beeping. Oh! All right, we're back. They're not updating this thing in real time, so it should be a little under $8 million. And I'd have to think that they're going to do something else. I think realistically we're probably at 7 million. I think it's closer to 8. Brandon says he keeps checking the daily face-off for line combinations. So painful to see Palat on the first line. It is what it is. We don't have a ton of options at the moment. It would be nice. That's my number one why. I know a lot of people say 3C, and I get it. That is a big glaring hole for the Devils, but I would really like to see a top winger brought in to play with Jack and Bratter, assuming they keep them together, which I think they will. I think they like to play together. Peanut butter and jelly has been pretty damn lethal. And so I think a big boy like Tuck on the wing with them would be a nice piece to have. I can't see a bridge deal for Luke. I mean, I guess there is a world where the Devils' hand is forced and he's like, I'm not going to sign long-term. And then there's really not much you could do. But I think it would be in the best interest of the Devils to try to lock him up long-term, because if they sign him to any sort of short-term deal, he's going to get, when that deal's up, he's probably going to get $12 million plus. It's going to make it much harder to keep everybody. Ryan, do you think there'd be enough scoring if they don't add another top six guy, but they add another bottom six guy, making our bottom six a lot better? I mean, the reality is, if the bottom six produces better and some of the top six guys that we have now, the top four really, if they produce at a little higher clip, could the team overall be better? Yes. But I'm going to say, it's never ideal to only have a true top four. One guy is a different story. If we have a top five and there's kind of a sixth guy that maybe rotates, or we have a little bit of a reach player that's more suited to be a bottom six, play in the top six, you could probably overcome that. But to be missing two legitimate top six players, I think is a lot to overcome over the course of a season and the playoffs. Would like to get at least one more top six guy. Devil Evan says, I think Fitzy's in the details and works on a Palat deal. Brandon, trading Dougie in a couple pieces for a top six is probably what we really need. You can't expect to make a playoff run with a missing hole in the top six. To some extent, I agree. You want to have top guys. The Devils are going to be fighting for a playoff spot next year. I don't think so. I mean, if we get absolutely brutalized with injuries again, it's possible. But I think they make the playoffs comfortably next season. At least I'd like to believe that. Time will tell, right? But I do think the defense is very good. The goaltending tandem is very good. And I think they're firmly a playoff team. It's just, can we get one of those impactful pieces to really kind of elevate them a little bit? The top six would be nice. Gary says, hey, Ace, with these moves, do you think we improve and make the playoffs? We definitely make the playoffs, I think. I definitely believe that. I mean, think about, we went on a horrible slide. We were so bad the second half of the year and made the playoffs because of the cushion that we built up in the first half. So, that was how we were able to make it. If we didn't have that crazy start, we would have easily slid out of a playoffs. Ryan, thank you for the super. I agree, and I don't feel comfortable relying on Mercer to score significantly more. I mean, that was kind of the hope for the past couple of years, right? And I agree with you, but thank you for the super, Ryan. Really appreciate it. Yeah, ideally you want a real top six guy, right? I mean, again, you have a top four, there's a top six, we have top four, and then two fill-ins. If you have a real top five and one fill-in, a little bit easier of a pill to swallow. And maybe the sixth could be Mercer. Maybe it's a Gritsuk. Maybe it's someone else. You never know. Maybe it is Nason. But to have a top four and then have two reaches in that six, not ideal. And I think Mercer probably is better suited to be a third-line player. He could be a fine third-line player for this team or another team. But we need a top six winger, and I think Tuck is the guy. I would love him. Devil Heaven, bottom six depth. Everyone moves up, plus prospects. We're finally starting to be a competitive team we need. Brandon, what we have now in the top six is fine if we're healthy. If one gets injured, our top six is just too brutal. Oh, my God, these stupid things. Well, when you have a top four, when one goes down, then you have a top three. So, yeah, you don't want to be a one or two line team. Hopefully this bottom six is now starting to take shape. And it makes the team better. Brandon says the Metro is the worst division in hockey. That's how we made the playoffs. Well, for sure. That coupled with the fact that we had the huge lead. If not for both of those things, we're probably watching the playoffs as an outsider. Brandon, Mercer's an excellent fourth liner. Come on. And an okay third line center. If only he was great at faceoffs, he'd be more valuable. He's definitely a third line winger. He's a legit third line winger. Mr. Coconuts, we have some great injury prone players, so we can't use that as an excuse, just like my Yankees. Once Hughes got hurt, this team did terrible. Yeah, Jack was a massive part of the offense last season. And when he went down, we struggled. That is a painful reality. It was a very hard thing to overcome. Gary, one player should not make the difference. If Jack drops out again, someone needs to pick up the pieces. That is old Devils hockey, so get it together. Devils, work together. Yeah, but who's that going to be? Who's it going to be? Devil having training camp moves Fitzy, possibly one more small tweak. Corbin, I just picture Ace sitting there with a big old school Dell desktop from the early 2000s running old Windows XP. Man, you guys are brutal, Corbin. Come on, bro. I have a pretty beefy gaming desktop. You can't run all this shit with an old school Dell. I have a pretty powerful computer that was custom built. I may add, and I'm definitely not running Windows XP. I am running. I don't even know. Something pretty newer. I don't know what it is, actually. Whatever the newest thing was as of like a year ago. I think that's when I got this. What's Gusev up to? Supposedly, someone mentioned earlier, he was... there it is. We were long overdue. Supposedly, Gusev's trying to make a comeback into the league. Someone said, "I'm okay with closing the book." This thing decided to crap the bed again. I know. I'm not doing nothing. It just might be a sign to end this thing. Oh, there we are. Gusev was one of the top scorers in the KHL, but look at the competition. Brian, I'm really worried about our top six. Really, it's top four. Yeah, it is a top four. We have the top four. And that's it. That's quite a drop-off from there. Glenn Riley, Ace, what's your thoughts on a Brady Tkachuk trade? Who would you put in this trade? I let the dream die. He's one of my favorite non-Devils in the league. I've said that forever. Love Brady Tkachuk. Ottawa seems like they're on the up and up now. They finally made the playoffs. He's the captain there, so I think all is well in Brady land. I can't see them trading him. With that being said, if he was ever on the market, I'm doing whatever it takes to get him here, period. Guy's a winner. He's a dog. People could say whatever they want. That's a guy that you go all out for to try to get. So whatever it would take. I'm certainly all in on Brady, but I don't think he's available. So you're getting a Dell, man, old school. Mark, odds are higher than not that Jack goes down again, but for how long? One of Ace's guests yesterday that Jack's play was responsible for both injuries. Will he make adjustments? It's a fair question. If he could stay healthy, he's lethal, man. Zupamaki, thank you for the super. Much appreciated. No message there, so I'll look to see if you drop one below, but thank you very much. Much appreciated. Tom, check the USB cable. Sounds to me it's not rated for the power and data rate. No, it is. It's the right cable. It's almost been 2 to 4 hours since the last black screen. D-Dukes. This is one a lot of us talked about at the time. Why was Marchment not on our radar? We could have easily made that trade. At this point, give me Capo Caco, huh? Wow, some of you guys are going to shit when I pull this up. I'm getting a text from Steve the Maniac. And I did say it before when it first happened. Steve the Maniac is a bit nervous that Dadonov could be Fitzy's top 6 solution. Now, I don't think that's, again, I think that's a reach. And I think, like Steve the Maniac brought up, that's what we saw with Tatar last season. But for D-Dukes, a lot of us wanted Marchment. Maybe Fitz had these other plans kind of in motion. And so that's why we haven't seen anything. But this is courtesy of James Nichols, just posted this. And there you have it, where he, I guess, is projecting these guys. And you see Dadonov right there on the top wing. Now, is that ideal? No. Is it potentially better than Palat there? Maybe. Could someone else potentially bump him out of there? Also, maybe. But he has it set up with Dadonov at left wing with Jack and Bratter on the top line. And then Nason, again, who's more, ideally used in a bottom 6 role with Nico and Timo. A third line of Palat, Dawson Mercer, Connorbrown. And a fourth line of Paul Cotter, Cody Glass, and Gritsuk. I guess he's just assuming. He must have heard something. I'm assuming that he believes that Glass will be brought back. Now, are these lines better than last year? 1,000,000%. Do I think this team could win a couple rounds? It's definitely possible. Definitely possible, but this looks much more attractive with Dadonov and or Nason pushed out of the top 6 and a legit top 6 up there. But again, we took a reach after the free agent spree last summer. The last piece was Tatar. And it was clear that that was supposed to be the answer for Toffoli, and it wasn't even close. And then everyone we auditioned there afterwards also kind of came up short. And so it does seem like, at least at the moment, that there is a very good chance that they do believe Dadonov could produce in a top 6 role, which, again, like the Tatar move, seems like it's pretty hopeful. It could be hopeful in a reach. Ace wants Alex Tuck. Forget about Brady. No, Tuck, I think, is more realistic. Brandon, going to be honest, we made decent moves as of right now. I'm still worried about scoring going into the season. Evan, thanks for being here, Ace. We appreciate you. Thank you, Evan. Appreciate you guys for joining. When Brady leaves Ottawa, he's going to South Beach. I certainly agree with that. If he's going to go somewhere, teaming up with Matthew would be probably where he goes. Big Ben, he says, absolutely not. Those lines suck, and we'd be worse than last year. I mean, it's interesting. I think Palat should be 4th line. I mean, ideally, you don't want to pay $6 million for a 4th liner. We came in second, says, put Mercer on the 1st line before Dadonov. Seeing Nico year 6 of 7 is hurting me. Oh, I've talked about this. Guys. That's my biggest fear. You guys know it. Pyro, some more bucks for sweeteners. All cool, Ace. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hey, Jay Snow, Ace, realistically, where would you rank the Devils if they don't make any more moves? Rank them in terms of what? But that's how James Nichols has it as of right now. And this is assuming we get Cody Glass. I mean, if Glass isn't brought back, is there a chance that we do see Cotter moved back to center? And then that would, if Glass is bumped out of that bottom line there, if just for the sake of, on this chart, if Cotter slides over to center where Glass is, that opens up a winger spot, which would be great to see someone else shoved down when a top 6 guy gets brought in. But is that going to happen? I don't know. I don't know. Big Ben says these lines are nightmare fuel. Please get them off my screen. I'm not in love with them, but I don't think it's as bad as you're making it. SST is excited for next year. He's being sarcastic. Jason, no, we have $9 million actually after buying out Big Mac. We need face-off help. Agreed. Can't rely on Nico for all of them, and we saw how painful it was when he was out. Jay Snow, I'll cry if Mercer's our 3C. It could be worse. Would I rather have McLeod or Mercer? Probably McLeod, but I like Mercer a lot. Mark Sturm would have been good just for faceoffs. Anyone who's got some faceoff prowess. D-Dukes, Jack and Brat need a puck hound that's glued to the crease. Dadonov is not that guy. I see Gritsuk on Nico's line to start. Him and Timo can play with anyone. Brandon, I might like old school hockey too much, but I personally wouldn't mind if we dump Palat, move Cotter to the 3rd line, and bring Big Mac on the 4th line. Luke, there's not enough cap for these lines that James posted. I guess at the moment there's not. Or why isn't there actually? I'm assuming maybe he's playing around with the defense. Maybe some of the defensive money. Maybe he knows Dougie's gone and he's taking that into consideration. But all these guys are here minus Glass. So, Zupamak, you've been here most of the day. Time to go make dinner for my old lady. Hope tomorrow brings better news. Fire Fitz. Have a good one. We don't know anything yet. They haven't posted anything about Luke. Tasha, went to eat dinner. Did anything happen? I don't know when you went to eat dinner, but were you here for Dadonov? That's the most recent thing we got. Luke says playing Mercer at 3C is like playing Hall. They're going to destroy his production. Mark, Nason needs to be on the 3rd line. Might as well put Palat on the 2nd line. At least it's not on the 1st again. Dadonov on the 1st can't be worse than Palat. Another year of Palat in the top 6, I think, would really be something. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, realistically, there's a couple things not ideal on here. Is it better than last year? Yes. But, wow, what is that really saying, right? Like I said, the bar is very low. Brandon says, assuming Palat gets traded, who is filling Cotter's spot? hopefully Dadonov and we get a real top 6 guy. I mean, that's the reality. John Faces, I would say Nason on first line, Dadonov on second, Palat on third. There's options, obviously. They're all kind of patchwork, somewhat of a reach. But Tasha, Palat actually does make the top 6 worse. I remember someone talking about the stats and like he brings the line down. It's not free agency, it's free agony. Brandon, they're still going to put Palat with Jack and Bratt because Fitz likes what he brings defensively. I hope not. John Fay, my lines would be Nason, Hughes, Bratt, Dadonov, Heischermeyer, Palat, Mercer, Brown. Matt, can't have rookies in the fourth line that's just asking for failure. Why can't we play them in the top 6, which is the play style they possess? Dadonov was slotted in the top 6 and popped to learn from teams. Right and respect, it still looks meh, and meh is sometimes more disappointing than flat out bad. We came in second. Since Mercer came in the league in 21-22, he scored 167 points. In that same time, Dadonov 139, and he's winding down at 36. Mercer has plenty of time to improve since he's only 23. Hate is real. I've defended Dawson all season, guys. All season. Jeff, we still need one more player to give us a decent 5 out of 6 for a top 6. Here's hoping a trade could happen to dump Palat. Mark, Ace, it's better bottom 6-wise if the guys who are true bottom 6 play bottom 6. Problem is we have bottom 6 playing top 6. Yeah, of course. Nason on the third line is great. Dadonov on the third or fourth line is a nice add. I don't know why he has Glass here. I think that might not happen. And so in that scenario, again, does Cotter go to center on the fourth line? Yeah, there's options here, but none of them are like super ideal, obviously. Let me see. Was there anything else cooking on here? Do we think he's done yet? Ace, what do you think about Raquel? I would like him. Obviously, it seems like the Pens are in a rebuild. I don't know what it would take to get him. I imagine tons of teams would be in on him, and he'd be pretty expensive as well. Any real top 6 guys, I would be making a pitch for. But the one to me that stands out, above the rest as a guy that I think you could realistically get if you try hard enough would be Tuck. And I would really kick tires on Kyrou. He has 6 years, $8.125 million. I mean, it's just such tremendous value for the future. Like, he's going to help your team. He's a good player, and he's controlled for $8.125 million. I mean, it's wild. That's a wild, wild contract to have in place. Tasha, funny story, like the day or two before they announced they signed Juho Lamico, I went on the ESPN Devils roster and I saw him on there and I was super confused. And then I eventually just wrote it off. Brandon, I don't know anything about Gritzu because he guaranteed to be good enough to be in the NHL. I think as it goes now, he's pretty much guaranteed to start the season in the NHL. In the super unfortunate event that he struggles or whatever, maybe he doesn't stick, but I think he will in a bottom 6 role for sure, with the potential to maybe get some top 6 minutes depending on what else happens and how some of these other guys play. Riot and respect, I'm just waiting to be genuinely impressed today. Like that one move where I say, dang, Fitz, good job, buddy. Didn't think you had it in you. Oh, I don't know. You might be waiting a while for that. Jason says, I like Gritsuk, but these guys don't always pan out. Riot and respect, you're not going to get it. I think you're going to be waiting a while. Josh, can we sign Luke before some team offer sheets him? He's not offer sheet eligible. No one can do it. Luke is not offer sheet eligible. Dumping plot would work for me. Jason, the Devils window should be wide open for cup runs, and we added Dadonov and Brown. That's what's crazy. I mean, they're decent bottom six moves, but when you come to the realization that we're still void of 2 top 6 guys, and there's going to be some more reaching going on, it does reek a little bit of the Tatar. But I do think Connorbrown and Dadonov are decent pickups and help the bottom 6, but they should be playing in the bottom 6. Either one of them may end up playing in the top 6 for a little while out of necessity. Husky says this ain't it. Husky's upset. Mark, Jason, this should be the Devils Cup run time, but Fitz made too many missteps with contracts. Fitz basically painted himself into a corner. We need a GM with a plan. It's like Fitz is picking names out of a hat. Nason can't be a top 6 guy either. Yeah, again, ideally you want him in a bottom 6 role where he could thrive. Yeah, the move that you didn't think he had in him, really, Tasha, you're correct. It was Allen. The 1.8 times 5, no one saw that coming. That was sneaky. But if you were looking for more, more than that to get excited about, I don't know. Or not, it starts with owners who don't prioritize winning. I could go on for days about that. Jason, Nason went on a long pointless streak playing in the top 6. Anson, and what might it take for Kyrou? I don't know, because that contract he has in place makes him even more valuable. I'd imagine a guy like Kyrou, probably a pick, a prospect, and a roster. I mean, that could be, I think you're at least in the conversation with Mercer, a first, and Nemitz or Casey. You might even need 2 firsts. I think teams would really pay for him with 6 years left at $8.125 million. Yeah, I think the conversation you start off with a Mercer, one of our top prospects in a first round pick, but even that might not be enough. I mean, the deal is just so good that he has. St. Louis just may refuse to trade him at all, unless you really offered something insane that wouldn't be worth it. Those Hamilton for Hurdle rumors have some truth to it. Where did you see those? Oh, hoping. You're hoping they have some. I don't hate the Dadonov Brown acquisitions. They're good. It's the same potential issue we ran into last season, though. If this is the major reworking he inferred, then oh boy. I mean, how much more do you think is going to happen? Bratt, Hughes, and yeah, Tuck, baby. Tuck. Anson, Kyrou at 70 points and a plus 23. I like your thinking on him. Kyrou would be a great fit. But again, what is it going to take to get him? Are they going to even consider trading him? But you got to try. You got to bark up all these trees and see. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Did the Avs exploit the LTIR loophole during their cup-winning year? If they did, that's 5 cup teams in a row that won by taking advantage of it. I actually don't remember, but I know Vegas did. The Lightning did. The Panthers did. It's obviously a very wise maneuver to do. When you have LTIR money, you spend it, you're over the cap in the playoffs, and you have a beast of a team. It's not really rocket science. Kyrou ain't coming. I agree that he's probably not. Tuck only has 1 year left, so I think he could be potentially easier to grab. But I'm making calls on all these guys. Right and respect, I don't think much more is going to happen. That's the thing. This team will not peak for another 2-3 seasons at the least. I hope not. M. Sharp, curious what's going on with Jason Robertson, I think you mean. Is he staying with Dallas? There was rumors about him in the past week. I don't have any inside intel. I don't know what's going on with him. Haven't heard anything else. I'm sure teams are trying to, throw some packages out there and see if they can bring him home. John, at least bottom 6 have lots of competition and hopefully a good unit will emerge. That would be nice because there's lots of guys that are hoping to be in that bottom 6 that were not on that chart I pulled up. A magical run cures all wounds. Yes, it does. Can't be Nico scoring again. No, we need balanced scoring. You need a nice attack from the top 6, the bottom 6. Some games, the big guns are going to be on fire, and some games they're not. And in those games where the big guns aren't quite clicking like the big guns, you need a bottom six to be able to emerge and get some goals at timely moments. Something we did not see at all last year, and it was painful. N712 hockey, I'd say it's worth keeping an eye on Josh Norris. Buffalo may be looking to get off some contracts still, and Norris can fill a top six role. Base salary is higher than cap hit, so Buffalo may do it. Samuel, today was like a kid with a penny in the candy store. Yeah, the loophole's gone. Yep, it's gone because of the CBA. Would have been nice to try to capitalize on it. We had the chance the last 2 years. We didn't do it, and eventually the league closed it up. Tommy Hockey says, I'm curious about Ehlers. I'm not interested in him at all. Mark, if this team isn't going to peak for 2 or 3 seasons, it's going to be in spite of Nico walking in 2 years. My worst nightmare. My worst nightmare. Pyro, if I'm Nico, I'm going to Denver. I could see it. Or any of the other contenders who would love to land him. Jason, no, this is the problem. 2 or 3 years, that's absurd. Nico's close to 30. Yeah, I've been talking about it, guys. Nico's not getting any younger. He has 2 years left on his deal. And with that, it's the latest bathroom break. I've been chugging water and iced coffee all day. Does Fitz have one more move tonight? I got to get off of here soon. This is psychotic now. Be back in 3. Be back in 3. Hopefully Fitz brings home a top 6. Did we get a top 6 guy yet, guys? Where's the top 6? Oh, man. I can see Nico being an amazing 2C on a cup winner. Of course. He could definitely put a contending team over the top. We need Cotter clone 4 times. That'd be nice. Would love to see it, but I'd like to see Cotter score some more points next year. Pius Suter would be a good third-line center. He has upside there. A lot of people have been talking about him. Okay, so the loophole exists for next season. Well, if we have any guys on LTIR in the last year that it's a possibility, I'm sure you're going to see all sorts of shenanigans, and the usual suspects will probably be involved. The Golden Knights, the Lightning, the Panthers, they're all going to have these mysterious injuries, and they're going to try to exploit that thing one more time. And I hope if the Devils unfortunately have some injured guys that are eligible to be put on LTIR, that they, in fact, exploit the loophole in the last year. They'll be able to do it. Brandon, Nico is by far our best player last year. No one was even close. Hopefully that changes the season. I mean, I'm not mad if Nico is the best player. Ideally, you would like a healthy Jack Hughes to be your best player, I guess. You know, have Jack put up, as my guest Tim from Uncle Pucker said last night, let him put up 40 and 80 for 120 points and play all 82. That'd be amazing. Would love to see it. But, you know, Nico is going to be one of those guys that's always in contention to be one of your best players, along with Bradder, I'm assuming, if you're just looking at strictly point totals. Yeah, Nico, we said that. Colleen, going on 6 hours of lurking here, going to bow out. You're a beast, Ace. You all better be hitting those like buttons. Thanks, Colleen. Hit the thumbs up for your boy. I'm delirious out here. Top 6 Fits. Des fan Josh, I don't think we'll see any more moves tonight, but over the next week, if Palat and or Dougie are going to be traded, we should know by then. Oh, man, if it doesn't happen in the next couple of days, I'd have to imagine the possibility of it happening will probably be dwindling. I don't know, you know, if it takes that long, it's definitely become more unlikely. Jason, no, look at Vegas. They won a cup, so they get content. No, they go out and get 100-point players. They didn't have the cap. They figured it out. Yeah, they get Marner. Samuel, Nico will have a cat on his chest in 2 years if we don't at least reach the finals. That would be disgusting. Nico on the Panthers would break my heart. Brian, I don't understand why we can't trade one of our D-men for a top 6. You would think we could, especially if they're considering moving Dougie, right? Dougie with Nemitz and Casey. It seems like that is the most logical path to a top 6 guy. I do agree. But here we are. Sitting, waiting, wishing. Great song by my man Jack Johnson. Great song. John Fay, congrats on hour 8 of the live ace. Oh boy, yeah, we're at 8 hours. Yeah, thanks, John. I don't know if that's something to congratulate me for or what are we doing here? What are we doing? I enjoy talking to you guys. This has been fun. I wish we had more to celebrate, but it's been a day, huh? It's kind of went as I expected. We landed Tuck. Yeah, right. Because they're messing with me, Yo Holmes. Don't we always have guys injured? Yes, we do. But we don't use LTIR money. This is the last year that you could even do it. Hopefully Fitz can convince the ownership to let him use the money this year, because the last time you'll ever be able to do it. D-Dukes. Do you think the Blues would want more for Kyrou or Holloway? Either of these guys work. Holloway is playoff proven as well. I'd imagine Kyrou, but let's take a look. Holloway's a little bit younger at 23. He only has that big season last year after he broke out when he came over from Edmonton. 63 points in 77 games. And he's only got 1 year left. So, no, Kyrou. Kyrou, I think, has the slightly higher upside. I mean, Holloway could be close to a point per game guy, too, potentially. But he only has 1 year left, and his cap hit's absurd, $2.29 million. But what's he going to want? He's an RFA after this season. He's not controlled. The big thing to swing the pendulum towards the Kyrou getting a massive haul is that he has 6 years at $8.125 million left. That increases his value tremendously. Tremendously. Jeter Toker, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for the coverage. Really appreciate it, Jeter. Thanks for the support. Thank you for the super. Much appreciated. And hopefully we get some other meaningful things maybe in the next hour or so. Thank you very much, Jeter. I'm trying to get back to where I was now. I lost it. Yeah, Yo Holmes, they keep saying Tuck's the devil because they know how much I want him. Terrible. Yeah, they're pulling my leg. Mercer, Casey, and Dawes for Kyrou to win now. I'd do that deal in a heartbeat. I don't think St. Louis would take it, to be honest. But Mercer, Casey, and Dawes, sign me up. Sign me up. Yo Holmes says John Payton. 7 Hour Soldier, thumbs up for your boy Ace. Yeah, to hit the thumbs up, thanks. But put some respect on my name, Ghost Mob. This is 8 hours now. 7 hours was an hour ago. Fitzgerald will hold a news conference tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Interesting. Well, there you have it. If that's... Is that confirmed? Let's see. News. Did someone post that? Shit, where's my phone? Yep, that's what Nichols said 3 minutes ago. Fitzy will address the media at 10:30. Man, it is crazy to see how many fans, though, are just kind of at their breaking point now. And again, I think the expectations were unrealistic. But Luke, in my worst thoughts, HBSE wants Nico gone to give the C to Quinn. Oh, my God. That's diabolical, Luke. That is a diabolical thought. Diabolical thought from you, Luke. Say it ain't so. Daniel, thank you for the super. Donating to the ATF, Ace Tattoo Fund. I've thought about it. But never quite made the leap. My brother has a bunch of crazy tats, kind of all over now. His arms, his chest. I think he might have one on his leg. I can't even remember. Maybe one day, Daniel. Thank you. Ride and respect. On the bright side, someone has to go money-wise. Guaranteed more dead weight off of the roster at least. Husky, happy to see us running back our goaltenders. Very concerned about Dylan and Kovacevic injuries. Feels like our forward group could be worse at this point. A big trade or two needs to happen. You guys are open for a lot. Oh, you guys are getting chatty. I'm trying to keep up here. I'm only a couple minutes behind, but there's a lot of chats. J Money, Ace, I'm going on hour 7 of my 8-hour shift, and you've been in my AirPod for the whole time. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I wish we had more to celebrate here, but getting Jake Allen back on a super team-friendly structured deal with some decent bottom 6 ads, even though it seems like Dadonov may have been acquired for the top 6, which I do think is a mistake. But either way, the forward group did, in fact, improve. I think that's undeniable. You look at the point totals, and you're like, again, the bar wasn't high. It didn't take much to represent improvement, and so we did improve today for sure. Did they improve enough? Probably not. And we all want more, but it's a start. Tasha, well, Fitz is kind of doing things in clusters, so maybe soon. Actually, understated facts, our top 4 are all lefties. Kairu's a righty. For sure. For sure. Yo, Holmes, Husky, it's valid to be concerned about Kovacevic and Dylan. However, the forward group didn't get worse at all. Yeah, the forward group definitely got better. And in terms of the injuries to Kovacevic and Dylan, I think that's why, Fitz signed Chalowski. Super low contract. It was like $800,000 as kind of insurance. Will he start as a everyday defenseman? Probably not. But with these injuries and some uncertainty, some of these guys are a little bit older, possibly wanting not want to have to rely on Seamus Casey as an everyday player maybe right away if the injuries are bad. Smart depth defensive signing. And I said earlier today that I thought we might see that. I wasn't sure that it was going to be Chalowski. I thought maybe he'd look somewhere else. But another insurance policy. Fitz is trying to cover any potential calamity situations. Drink a beer every time you say cap or trade. Oh, boy. John Fay, I said it 2 times and I'll say it again. Hit that like button for your boy Ace. Thank you, John. You always got my back. Yeah, Nichols posted that. Ryan and respect, a press conference to gaslight us into thinking he made a big splash. That or to say we lost out again. I don't think he'll ever say those types of things again. But he will say something or other, right? As he gets fed softball questions from the media. Maybe he's stepping down. Definitely not. We came in second. He's definitely never going to say that again. And Jace, no, I don't think that means that's it. And he's still, something could happen tonight or before that. 10:30 tomorrow morning is still 15 hours away. N712 Hockey wouldn't read much into the news conference. Tomorrow is the dev camp scrimmage. As someone who does freelance video assignments in the area, GM's always addressed media at scrimmage day, just FYI. Brandon, last year, Fitz offseason presser, he defended not adding scoring by saying we have enough. If he says the same thing, I swear. I think that was a different era. There was no reason to think we had issues with scoring until it happened. Because the year before, we scored at will and couldn't keep the puck out of our net because the defense and goaltending sucked. Last summer, he did do a lot to fix the defense and goaltending. It looked great last year, and then we couldn't score. It's like, can we get both things in the same year? Defense and goaltending on top with a team that could put pucks in the net. We could be a juggernaut. Hopefully, this is the year it all could come together. Devils logo tattoo if we win in the next 5 years. Yo, Holmes, that's not going to happen. Brandon, if we re-sign Bastion, my body will be in the Hudson. I don't think it'll happen, but we'll see. Nicole, a lot of people I talked to about this think that Nico will stay here because he loves Jersey, but I'm not so sure. A cup is tempting if he's not getting it here. I think he wants to win more than anything. The NHL is hard. Samuel, obviously we need some kind of change. Thinking the fan base needs something to get us going. Mark, we improved to be beat by the Canes in 6 next season. You guys are brutal. Brandon, I can't wait for it. The conference, there's always a meme that comes out. Pyro, either way, it was nice meeting you, Ace. Thanks for stopping by. We didn't trade anyone for Dadonov. He was signed in free agency. He was signed for $1 million base. I do want to see what the bonus details are because it could end up being substantially more. Brandon, maybe Fitz doesn't want to spend the summer on trades or dealing with the team. He's ending it today. No, it's definitely not happening. I collect records. I think I've almost figured out what depth scoring is. You guys are brutal. Brutal. D Dukes, I'd be interested to see who's on Dougie and Plott's trade list. I don't expect the Blues or Buffalo on there. I wouldn't either. But Hockey Buzz is reporting that Rossi is linked to Devils. Is that Eklund? Is Eklund Hockey Buzz? I really don't want Rossi. No more undersized players. Bring in the beefy dogs. Beefy dogs is what this team needs. Timo will be on Power Play 1, Brandon. He'll be there. Paro says, Ace is a beast, but damn, you guys in the chat can actually be legit horrible to each other. Oh, there's a lot of, we see some animosity from time to time. Most of the time it doesn't get crazy, but we've seen some bouts. Just got back watching the Yankees game. What are you talking about, baseball? Baseball? America's pastime? Pride and respect. People forget a lot of these foreign players left their home countries for the goal of winning. Nico may love NJ, but he didn't uproot his life just to stay stuck here in purgatory. Serve says Nico is a lifer. I'm certainly not as convinced as you are. I hope that is the case. Jay Snow, Kobe started to worry me last year. He led the D-men in turnovers. He started to show some cracks in that second half. He'll be all right. He will be all right. Kovacevic, warrior. Big nasty man. You need the big nasties on your blue line. Luke says Hockey Buzz is the worst. Might as well check the National Enquirer. Yeah, that's Eklund, right? I think Hockey Buzz is Eklund. Jay Snow, Siegenthaler has to have another good year. He was super vital for us. Yeah, Siegs was a beast. Siegs was an absolute beast. One of the most underrated defensive defensemen for this club and really league-wide. Monster. Monster. Is there anything else going on here? I mean, wow. People are sleeping on Grits. I think he's going to be decent in the bottom six. And I think because of the way the roster is constructed, as we all know, without a true number 5 and 6 for the top six, Gritsuk very well may get playing time in the top six. And if he could get that opportunity and produce there, that'd be a great kind of fortune for the Devils. I'm not counting on it. But yo, Holmes, baseball used to be cool before time clocks and oven mitts. What are oven mitts? Collect records. Thank you very much for the super. Cheers to Ace for 8+ hours. Yeah, I feel like I'm dying. I have to run, but here's to 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Laugh my ass off. Let's go Devils. Thanks a lot, Collect Records. Much appreciated. Hopefully there's some more deals that transpire before 10:30, and we maybe hear some other exciting news from Fitz one way or another. But thank you very much, Collect Records. Much appreciated. It's 7:19. It's still kind of early. Maybe Fitz isn't done. If we make a splash, we all get SST jerseys. Oh, man, wouldn't that be something? That would be something. Ride and respect. Glad Siegs had a solid year after everyone wanted him gone for one down year the season prior. Yeah, I think that injury really affected him. I had to deposit my apologies in the comments because I had been critical of Siegs at some points. I mean, that whole thing with Rempe was pretty sad. After he crushed Bastion and then Siegs went over to him and got pummeled. I mean, that really was really sorry. But he's kind of redeemed himself, in my opinion. Oh, I did see something about this. They're on their hands to steal the bases. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Michael, we need to dump Plot somewhere and get either Ehlers or Granlund. Granlund's gone. He's signed to the Ducks for mega dough. I'm not against dumping Palat, but I don't want Ehlers. Use that cap space to get somebody in a trade. Evan, don't watch the Yankees as a warning. Don't worry, I would never watch baseball, period. I would watch PBS before I watched baseball. Trevor, oven mitts, those, the gloves they put on to run the bases. It's pretty wild. Base runners now wear oven mitts over their hands to protect their precious digits from the metal spike when sliding. Legitimate oven mitts, pink ones too. Does anyone refuse to wear them? I'm just trying to do something here. I mean, this is... did we get a top 6 yet? Who do we got? Is Tuck coming? So this is what you guys are talking about. That is awful. Oh my God. I want to know, is there any guys that refuse to wear it because it's so ridiculous? I would respect any baseball player who was like, I'm not wearing this shit. This is ridiculous. Completely absurd. Ryan, what's up? Yo, Ace, just tuned in here. Jakey Jake, do you think we made a big mistake? 5 years for Allen? It's great because the cap hit. I was very against bringing Allen back. I like Jake Allen, and I thought it would have been great to bring him back in a different scenario had we had cap space, because I did want to improve this forward group. But $1.8 million, you got to bring him back for that. There was teams trying to pay him triple that. He wanted to be a Devil. Great tandem guy. Great insurance policy. If Markey gets hurt, he's not going to play all 5 years. He'll likely retire or be bought out or something towards the end of the deal, but that's a problem for down the line, and it's a great deal. Great. Probably, honestly, one of the better moves Fitz has made in quite some time, because there was true competition for him from the outside world. Paul, with only $8 million left in cap, someone is on the way out. Need to sign Glass and Luke. Only works if Luke is taking less than 8, which I don't think is happening. Neither do I. Neither do I. PBS has Antiques Roadshow. That shit is pretty good. They also used to show episodes of Mr. Bean. Mr. Coconuts, more people watch baseball than hockey. I think the same amount of fans watch hockey. I think the same amount of fans watch hockey is on your room. I don't know what that means. Obviously, hockey's not that popular in America. Paul, Anaheim and San Jose need to spend $15 million to get to the cap floor. Dougie or Palat could very well be used for those teams to hit the floor. They could, but do they have other guys they rather pay money to get to the floor? I'm sure they're out there kind of scouring what's available and deciding, who they want to spend the money on. And I'm sure they're well aware that Palat and or Hamilton are available. I don't know that Dougie is necessarily, but I'd have to imagine that Fitz, put out the APB to the league that if you need a guy to take up some cap space to get to the floor, I got your man. And Andre Palat, $6 million. Phil's back. What's going on? Fitz media tomorrow at 10:30. He better not be done. It'd be nice if something else happens before that. Luke, one of the worst free agent days I think ever. Talking league-wide snooze fest. Completely agreed. Complete snooze fest. My voice, I don't know. Something happened last night. I've been like this all day. No, I agree. You don't have to dump Dougie for a cap. The only way I'd be okay with just dumping him for cap is if they have another separate deal set up that will facilitate. But I do think you could get something back for Dougie, for sure. Luke is only getting 7.5. He hasn't proved enough for more. 2 injuries, he's an RFA. Oh, you're crazy. He's definitely getting more than that. Definitely getting more than that. Oven mitts are for the kitchen, not an MLB game. Luke Hughes takes 8 or less per year by 80. Should be given a suite for life in the Prue Center. Completely agree. Luke, these people have no idea. They're not aware of what his value probably will be in the next few years. And so people think like $8 million for Luke Hughes. Some of these people are shocked by it. The reality is with some of these comps that are out there, he wouldn't be wrong to demand 10.5 or 11 times 8. And it would suck to do that. That's not team friendly per se. And even a deal like that could be a relative bargain in years from now. I'm just hoping at this point that it's 9. 9 would be considered a super team friendly deal. It's never happening. The Brady dream is dead, guys. Let it go. John M. says, say all you want about Drury, but he fleeced the Hurricanes today and figured out ways to unload bad contracts. Fitz can't compete. Yeah. Brady is not going anywhere. I was just about to make this point, Holmes. He says safety equipment. The game is well over 100 years old. There was no need for it ever. It still isn't. Yeah, I mean, when did that? I don't watch baseball. I do remember vaguely seeing a photo or hearing something about this with these oven mitts. But yeah, I know for a fact that up until 2020, and all of the years of baseball, they never had that. So all of a sudden it was this grand necessity that people must wear these mitts or they're going to, I don't know. Do you think Luke will be better than Quinn like his dad said? No. It's crazy. I mean, listen, he's a top player in the league. If you're expecting his brother to be better, that's setting up a kid for failure. I hate when people do this. People are always like, oh, who's the next Marty Brodeur? Like, there is no next Marty Brodeur. I'm not saying, Quinn Hughes isn't on Marty level comparatively, but Quinn Hughes is easily one of the top few defensemen in the league today and one of the best players in the league. And to expect Luke to be better than him is pretty wild. I can't see it. Luke's short-term deal at 5.7. Oh, man. That would cost a lot more in the grand scheme of things. Insane Pollock, what up? Can't believe I was literally clicking through this whole live watching snippets and caught up and you're still live, legend. I'm fading. Khalil, you said Hamilton has value. Does Palat have value? No. Very different things. Palat, you celebrate if someone takes without retention because there really is no value. They're doing you a favor. On the flip side, Dougie, I believe, does have some value. Now, what exactly that is, I don't know, but he definitely has some value. Palat, you might have to give something, to entice a team in conjunction, with him to get a team to take him and free you of that cap space, especially if you're not retaining. It's getting late. I have to put the Crookshanks in the oven. They take time to cook. Palat has little to no value on a team with a cap. It probably would be one of those cap floor type teams. D Dukes. These 10 teams on Palat and Dougie's trade list are most likely contenders that aren't going to give up a top 6 or cap strap team that can't take on their contracts. It's not looking good. The only thing I will say to that is you never know if one or multiple of the teams on their list could be more of a geographic type of preference as opposed to the team itself. You never know. Even a rumor at this point would be great. Man, you guys are starved for anything, huh? Yeah, hit the like for your boy if you haven't. People are fighting in the comments. Yeah. He took a team friendly. What a move by Fitz to get that done. Definitely outside of the box. How am I still on? I don't know. We're hoping for something big, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. It's okay. It was a decent day. Phil says Dougie would be intriguing to a contender. He's a good right-hand D, especially a team that needs a power play quarterback. Luke, anything less than 8 years for Luke is malpractice. Even Booze Face can't f this up. Insane Pollock, definitely the worst NHL free agency I've ever lived through. Maybe there will be bigger deals in the next few days to avoid accusations of tampering. I don't know why everyone keeps saying that. I don't think that that's a real thing. I mean, maybe the league said it, but Ace, I know I said you have enough energy to go until 8 p.m., but I think your voice is telling you to stop talking and end the live. My voice was gone a long time ago. The draft sucked, and so did free agency. Agreed on both accounts there. John Fay, and yes, we are hungry. We need hockey in our lives. Without hockey, we'll all go insane. People still fighting about safety equipment. Insane Pollock, depending on the cap hit, I'd like Ehlers here. I'm not interested at all. I think there's way better usage of cap dollars. Phil says Fitz is done for the day, dudes. Don't wait up for something. Rate Fitz's job today out of 10. Somewhere in the middle of the road. Somewhere in the... Phil says Fitz gets a 5. No, these are, I think these are Halls. I got a whole bag of cough drops here. I think they're Halls. Wait, what is no joke? Ace, this is no joke. Way to go. Let's go Devils. I don't know. Did I miss something? John Ace, I don't know about you, but I think Fitz deserves a golf clap for his free agency today. I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, listen, the Allen thing was definitely a stroke of genius. I'll give him that. 2 good pieces added for the offense, but again, they should be bottom 6 pieces. If they got Dadonov to play in the top 6, that is not a good move. While it made the roster better, that's the equivalent of, getting Tatar to play in the top 6 last summer, and we saw how that worked out. And so if that is the goal, I don't think that that's a great move there. I like it for the bottom 6, but it seems like it very well could be a hopeful piece for the top 6 and still leaves holes in the top 6. So I'm kind of torn. I would say this is kind of a middle of the road performance, skewed slightly by the Jake Allen thing, because that was in terms of deal, that was the best deal for the day, because it was the way it was structured and everything. No news. So how about Prime Stahl brothers or Prime Hughes brothers? I don't even think this is a conversation until the Hughes brothers have some cups. The Stahl brothers do. Phil, we still have Palat in the top 6. Maybe, maybe not. LJ, if Niedermeyer was on that 06 team, we beat the Canes that series, cup run, potentially. But there's no way to know. There's no way to prove it. It's all just speculation. Another season that ended too prematurely. One of many Devils teams that was oh so promising. Unfortunate. Evan, what line does Dadonov play on? Ideally the 3rd or 4th. Ideally the 3rd or 4th. But he may have been a possible reach for a top 6 spot. Fitz has to go after this year. Demko at 8.5, no trade clause, LOLs. Yeah, I told you guys. I have to say, I told you so. The deals some of them were going to be mind-blowing. Brandon, for free agency, I'm giving him a 6 out of 10, but in terms of moving the team in the right direction, Fitz probably got a 3 out of 10. There's still too many holes in the forwards. Demko contract is nuts. LJ, it was an okay day, not horrible, underwhelming versus last year's free agency. Well, you knew that was going to be the case. I mean, come on. Stanley, if Dadonov is being penciled in for top 6 minutes, then Fitzgerald should be fired by the morning. Ownership needs to draw the line somewhere. Ride and respect. Marner looks so much happier in the Vegas presser. Looks like a weight off of his shoulders. I'd imagine. He's played under the scrutiny of that intense Toronto media for years. And now he's out in Vegas. I'm sure it's a little more of a lax environment. No state tax. Life is good for Mitch. Anson Meadows, Ace going for that Iron Man award. Stream stays up till tomorrow. We made it to the presser. 0 chance. There is absolutely 0 chance that I will be definitely signing off soon. This has been a marathon. A new record by far, which probably will never fall. Yeah, I don't see how it ever would. I mean, maybe I guess another July 1 might move its way into the mix in a future year if something substantial happens. Hey, imagine when Steve Cohen bought the Mets and realized, wait, I have to pay a guy $1.2 million and he's not even in the league anymore. Obviously referring to Bobby Bonilla, who's collecting those $1.2 million checks every July 1 it was a very long time. Carolina got fleeced on the Miller deal. Mark, anyone who says baseball is the most boring sport obviously hasn't watched golf. Baseball, world's slowest game. Hockey, world's fastest human-powered game. No, it's definitely not going to be an all-nighter. Sasha Ace, you should do one of those Fitz presser bingo cards. Oh, man. You guys are brutal. All right, everyone calm down. You guys are fighting about baseball, of all things, in the comments. Let's see. Maybe we make another move. It would be nice. We came in second. It takes two. I'll be at work, so I won't be able to watch the presser. Will you be able to watch it afterwards? Rapid blows the new black. When the Devils win a Stanley Cup, you can break this record. Thanks for making a mediocre day fun, Ace. You demand. Take care. Take care. It's possible that in a cup win, maybe that could be a potential record breaker. But we're at now approaching 9 hours. It's pretty damn long. Brandon Ace, you planning on having guests after the Fitz presser? Maybe tomorrow night. Maybe I'll come back on. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Frank says almost 8 p.m. I thought Fitzy said he wasn't coming back with the same team. Well, we got at least 2 new forwards added, or 3 actually. You got Juho Lamico, Connorbrown, Dadonov, and minus Holla. So there is some change there. I know some of you guys, I guess, wanted way more change, and obviously top 6 guys brought in, but there is definite change. It is not the same team. Will it be largely the same team? It is possible. I like Cooley a lot on the Rangers. Evan, this is why Ace is the best Devils YouTuber out there. Thank you, sir. Get to sleep. Sleep. It's early. It's only 7:45 Eastern. If this team can stay healthy and play like they did before Christmas, we are cup contenders if we land that top 6 winger. I agree. A lot of ifs. Got to play the way they did before Christmas. Got to get the top 6 winger and stay healthy. But if all of those things kind of came together, why not the New Jersey Devils? Cup win 24-hour stream call-ins, the whole thing. John Vay, 3 lives in the span of 3 days. Ace's voice is going to kill him. I guess. Yelling at my nephews and stuff. D Dukes, how long will Luke and Glass take to accept the qualifying offers? No idea. This could probably go on for a while. I think Luke might go on for a while. John, hockey was only boring when TVs were black and white and 15 inches, and there was only one camera at the rink covering the game. Technological advances certainly has made it better. Lazar works at Burger King now. You guys are terrible. SJ, no space for Glass, and Luke will need to trade someone. Fitz might have a master plan. What does Lamico bring? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. He hasn't played in the league in 3 years. But somehow they thought they found a find. They thought they found a diamond in the rough that no one knew about. I would love for them to be correct, but I've seen this song before. And I think it kind of will play out the way we all expect it to. He hasn't played in the NHL in 3 seasons. So what are we really expecting? I mean, people need to be realistic. Pulp Mystic looks like the same team as last year, no? Fitz exchanged Halla, Tuna, Bass, and Lazar for Brown. I guess technically we got a little worse, but freed up a tiny amount of cap space. But you're not including Dadonov and Juho Lamico. Thought he'd been live almost 9 hours. Yeah, it's crazy. We're coming towards the end here. I guess I'm going to give Fitz till 8 o'clock ish to see if he does something else. I don't think he will. So that could be the end of it, I suppose. Jason, no, realistically, I don't see how we really improved that much. I mean, maybe not night and day, but I would say we definitely improved. Just look at the guys' point totals. Like, look what we had in the bottom 6 last year. It was literally non-existent. Yeah, we did get better in the bottom 6. Mark says, John, I remember the mid-90s when I got a 32-inch Tune TV. It was like being at the movies. Brown and Dadonov ain't taking us to a cup. I don't think anyone said that they were, but could they be valuable depth pieces of a potential cup-winning team? I think they could be. But again, it's a lot of things have to work out for this Devils team to win a cup, obviously. It starts with staying healthy. It starts with the top guys kind of elevating their game a little bit and probably adding another legit top 6 guy that we have not seen. Phil, we're a good team missing one piece. Palat cannot be on the top line. I agree. Dadonov signed for $1 million base. He had 40 points, 20 and 20 last year in 80 games, half a point per game. Definitely an improvement for the bottom 6. My issue with the Death to Kong is that it certainly seems like this could be the 2025 version of Tatar, where Fitzy went out and gets him and expects that he's going to fill in the top 6 role, which I don't like. I like him for the bottom 6. I don't like him for the top 6. Kyle, bottom 6 looks a lot better. Still need a 3C. Yeah, and a top line winger. I do remember when we signed Clo. And St. Pollock looks like free agency is done league-wide. May not have seen any new deals in a while. What a lackluster day, right? It is definitely one of the most boring ones I've ever seen. Is there anything going on? I want more of a top 6 winger than 3C. Yeah, I think they're both important, but the top 6 winger to me is probably the single biggest one. But, 3C is definitely a big one as well. Wild stuff. We got kibbles and grits. How do we get the top 6 winger? There's tons of ways to get him. In a trade, obviously, and it would involve a combination or specific pieces, including Dawson Mercer, maybe Dougie Hamilton, Seamus Casey, Shimon Nemitz, first-round draft picks. The pieces are there. It depends on who you're targeting and from where. Every team is kind of at a different place in the trajectory of their organization, but there's certainly a way to try to go out there and get somebody. Phil, we can always put Mercer back at 3C or see how Glass or Cotter does. They're options. Still need another center. I would like to see a real 3C that could win some faceoffs brought in. TJK, Toffoli was the top 6 winger, but we stupidly decided to be sellers back in 2024. Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. Frank Palat is still a Devil for now. He may return for next season. A lot of people would be upset with that. It is what it is. Having Toffoli other than Palat right now would be nice for sure. Yeah, but again, I think people would be bagging on him too. I did think when we did not, we moved on from him, I did think we would find another top 6 guy somewhere in free agency or a trade. And they gambled on Tatar. And spent a lot of money on defense. The defense was way better. The offense this past season was a problem. The offense was a problem. Some nights the top guns went cold. The bottom 6 was virtually non-existent all year, and it's a recipe for disaster. Would Toffoli be being on this team help right now? Absolutely. There's no way you could say it wouldn't. Again, we're talking about guys like Dadonov and connorbrown as depth pieces being brought in, improving the roster. And so, like I said earlier, the bar is super low compared to what we had, throughout the season and at the end of season last year, including the playoffs, with several guys that should be in the AHL. So obviously having Toffoli on this roster would be an improvement, but do I think that, he would be the ideal guy right now? No. You got to go get a legitimate top 6 guy from somewhere. You just got to do it. Yeah, I don't want Ehlers. Yo, Holmes, Ace, we appreciate you out here sober and working harder than Fitz's. I appreciate that. Thank you. Cody Glass is a pretty good player. I don't know if he's going to be brought back. It seemed like we wanted him, but where's the deal? Jason, no, I think you're right about the Dadonov in the top 6. It seems like it could be one of those things. Tatar was the reach last year. It didn't pan out, and this could be the 2025 version of Tatar. Now, listen, is it possible that someone like Dadonov just somehow catches lightning in a bottle and goes crazy? It's possible. It's possible, but more likely than not, I think, what's going to happen is we're all going to be like, damn, I wish we had a top 6 guy that we brought in. Sneaking suspicion, but would love to see him overachieve and thrive in the role. Time will tell. It didn't work out for Tatar. Will there be a different scenario maybe for Dadonov? Brandon, we traded a first-round pick in pieces for Toffoli to be a rental here for half the season and didn't even get back first-round pick. What a disaster. He should have at least got the first back. I was a little stunned by that at the deadline myself. I thought for sure we'd be getting a first-round pick. That was not the case. And it was a little upsetting. But it is what it is. Sharon Govich kind of fell off a cliff last season, and so I think that eases the sting a little bit. Trevor posts from, I guess this is Daniel, you spell his name wrong, Amoya. Evgenii Dadonov and connorbrown had 17 combined 5 versus 5 goals after January 1st. The Devils got a combined total of 10 5 versus 5 goals from 6 lineup regulars after that date. So I think that tells you right there a pretty clear indication. Obviously, we did the point totals already as well, but there is no denying that this represents a improvement. The only flaw to this is he is counting Dadonov as a bottom 6 guy when we may see him forced into the top 6 for this Devils team next year. Mark, was it Legary that was up for one game and was throwing hits shift after shift? It was either 1 or 2 games. I remember him kind of being a physical presence as well. And he was just one of the guys along for the ride throughout the year that was called up and really only got 1 or 2 games. I forget if it was 1 or 2, and I thought he looked good in his showing. And he never got, along with any of the other young guys, no one really got an extended look. It was like they got a game or two, and then, the next guy got called up at some point. No one really got a chance to break through. SJ, hopefully when the top guys don't score, the Devils can score. Last year it was non-existent. I completely agree. Was Chalowski worth the re-sign? I think so. Super cheap depth defenseman. We've been injury riddled. We don't know the status of both Johnny Kovacevic and Brendan Dillon in terms of their injury, what the recovery time is. Have heard conflicting reports of what the situation with Dillon is, but it seems like there is a very good chance that Kovacevic will be injured to start the season and miss some time. And so for league minimum like that, for a depth defensive signing, I'm not mad at it. I think it was definitely worth the re-sign, just as kind of insurance. He may play in Utica. 2 fun facts why we can win the cup. We played like over a month and only allowed 20 shots or less. We beat the Panthers back-to-back with all injuries, so that was good to build on. I mean, listen, I can't be in the kumbaya crowd of everything's sunshine and unicorns. We did hold 7 teams, a new NHL record, 7 games in a row. Holding the opposition to 20 shots or less was glorious, and we did beat the Panthers in back-to-back games in their own barn in November. But that is November. The playoffs is a completely different beast, and the Florida Panthers are a different animal when that time comes. Yeah, Mark, Chalowski's worth the re-sign at $775K, considering Dumoulin got $4 million. Completely agree. Corey, the Allen re-sign was a good deal, but this team has no faith in their youth, and Dawes just got buried for no reason. Could have used the Allen money towards a better forward. I'm not going to be mad about the 1.8. If they came out with that $4.5 million, listen, I think all the money should have been spent on forwards, but it seems like Fitz had this plan all along to do a couple bottom 6 guys. Maybe we see something else, maybe we don't. But I don't think that the Allen money prevented them from doing anything else that he was looking to do. And so with a great deal like that, I'm completely okay with it. And it was a steal. Daniel, thank you again for donating to the ACS. Ace Cough Syrup Fund. Oh man, thank you for that. I'm gonna be pounding some of these cough drops here. As I guess, yeah, we're coming close to the end here. I don't think anything's gonna happen after this. We need Glass to be good at 3C or put the new guy at 4C and Mercer with Jack or Nico. Brown, Mercer, Gritzuk, hell of a third line. Brandon, at Corey, I agree there was no reason to sign Allen when we can't score. What's the point in having 2 good goalies when we can't score? At the $1.8 million, you had to do it. That's him giving the Devils a gift. I'm not going to risk it over that kind of money. That's a great insurance policy to have for that money. And again, I don't know, who Fitz is probably doing exactly what he planned on. Maybe he's still trying to bring in a top 6. Mark Legary should get more seasons this season on the 4th line. Is he still even under contract? I don't even know if he is. He is. I think we did sign him a couple months ago. Yeah, he could be a guy you see called up potentially. Death to Kong, I agree the top 6 needs help, but at least the bottom 6 doesn't look like an AHL roster, sort of. Yeah, I agree. You can't say that this team is not better on paper. They certainly are. Phil, a chance could shock us and make the team. Talked about him. Big-bodied, nasty kind of guy. Beast on the walls. Doesn't back down from the physicality and the rough stuff. I'm rooting for him to make the team. I would love to see it. I don't know if he does do that, then we may be further away from truly competing than we'd like to believe. Because it does seem like we do have a good amount of guys now fighting for those bottom 6 spots, but always love a kind of gritty guy, big body, powerful. Would love to see LeChance do it. Glass is going to be the 3C if we even sign him. I mean, where's the news, right? He'll only be 3C if we don't get a top 6 winger. SJ, I like LeChance kid. Maybe he surprises us. Insane Pollock, Florida's luck will eventually run out. Tampa's that, yeah, eventually. They might bag 2 more cups, though, before it's all said and done. Maybe the analytics showed our top 6 was fine. Well, then if that's the case, you need to realize then that the analytics are somewhat flawed. Tampa played dirty with cap on both cups. Analytics shouldn't be viewed as concrete. Yeah, they should be a piece of the puzzle, not the entire thing. Cannot be the end all be all. John, we trash plot so much. I think he will get 60 points next year. Oh my God. On the Devils or somewhere else? Khalil, it's crazy. We was supposed to be good in 23-24 in the 24-25 season. This year we might be decent or bad because the trade and signing. I think we're going to be decent next year. TJK, I would like to see LeChance get a shot maybe. He's going to have a chance to force his way on the roster. Yeah, Holmes Gary was signed 2 months ago. 1 year, 2-way deal. Preseason will reveal a lot this year. Who wants to make the team? Who wants to steal a roster spot? Who is going to rise? Who will rise to the occasion and make a push? Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? And I think Haminaho is another one of those guys that you could kind of put in that category of a guy who may, by conventional wisdom or the depth chart, technically be on the outside looking in, heading into training camp. Can he force his way with a good training camp and preseason onto the regular season roster? Husky and Chain, trading away Mercy at this point would be our detriment. If we are trading for a top 6, it should be done with our D-men and draft picks. I kind of lean towards that as well. I would like to keep Mercer here for sure, because in the end, if we traded him towards a top 6, Mercer is a solid bottom 6 we'd be moving off of. Depending on who the top 6 is, I would still consider it if you had to use him. Squires are still young. I still think he's a couple years away, but I would love to see him, develop into one of those next kind of wave of young guys coming up through the organization. Squires is 169 pounds. These kids need to be carnivorous. So that's kind of the new athlete. They're kind of small. LJ, end of the day, it's always going to be about a health, primarily Jack playing 70 plus. That's always going to be a big portion of the equation, right? Jack's got to stay healthy. He's got to produce. And if that happens, this team should be in a position to compete. But can that happen? Would love to see him get 82 this year. I would truly love to see Jack Hughes play all 82 this year and just go on a tear and have a monster season. Would love to see it. Let me just check a couple other things. I'm going to have to peace on out of here. You guys are nuts. Squires listed at 6'2", 165. My God, how is that even possible? He's listed at 165. It means he's really 150. Oh, man. Phil, Columbus has a sneaky offense, but iffy defense, and their goalie tandem stinks. Can't believe the league will drop to 4 preseason games of the new CBA and 84-game seasons. I'm not surprised. It's all about money. That's more money for the TV deals, et cetera, et cetera. Yo, Holmes, imagine Scott Stevens body checking a 165-pound NHL player. Oh, no, I can't. Size doesn't correlate to being injury-prone. Mercer isn't big, but an Iron Man. Yes and no. I can't say it's the end-all, be-all for injuries also. But if you're very frail, your frame is frail and you're light, you're probably not going to survive, playoff or all 82 games of the regular season. I think that's a fair kind of assessment. All right, let me check one more thing, and I think that's it. All right, so in the end, decent day of business for the New Jersey Devils. Jakeallen, the one I never saw coming. Fitzy pulls some magic tricks, signs him back at 1.8 for 5 years. That's absolutely insane. No one saw that coming. That was a great move. Connorbrown signed 4 years, $3 million. Dadonov, $1 million base salary. We don't know the details of his bonuses yet. I'd be curious to see that. Should be coming out soon. And the hopes and wishes for another top 6 guy continue. John Ace, congrats on hour 9. My God, if the free agency live, and another note, hit that like button for your boy Ace being live for 9 hours. So thanks, guys. Hit the thumbs up. I'm delirious. I'm delirious out here. Delirious. Mark, Ryan Graves and David Steckel were 2 big guys who avoided playing physical. I mean, there's a lot of big guys that avoid playing physical. He's got bonuses, Brandon, so it's going to be more than $1 million. They're probably he's old, but there's probably going to be bonuses like 20 games played, 40 games played, 60 games, and it could be a few $100,000 per bonus level. So his real compensation may end up being 2, 3 million maybe, depending on what it is. We'll see when the information comes out. All right, but that's it, guys. A new record. I hope I never break it. 9 hours live with you crazy Moes. Decent day for Fitz. The Allen deal is great. The bottom 6 is better. My main concern is that Dadonov is earmarked for the top 6. All the big contracts are still here. Does anything else happen? There's a presser tomorrow at 10:30. I'm working on some other stuff. And I will be back maybe even tomorrow night with the live, maybe back tomorrow with, I'll probably have a video coming out in the morning after I need to digest everything and watch some video and digest the kind of quotes and all the takeaways. So there'll probably be a video coming out in the morning. I'll probably be back with a live. But that's it, guys. Thank you all for joining me. Those of you that were here for whether it was a couple minutes, a long time, I don't know. Thank you for those that sent super chats. A lot of you, again, unfortunately, leaving disappointed, but I think it was a decent day for the Devils. The team did improve. Did they improve enough? I don't think just yet, but this was just day 1. I'm sure Fitz and his staff have their work cut out for them, trying to figure out a way to move some money around and make some things happen for your New Jersey Devils. But I will be back at some point tomorrow, probably. But that's it, guys. Day 1. Oh, Ride and Respect. Thank you. Been listening since lunchtime at work hours ago. God bless Ace. Thanks, Ryan. Really, Ride and Respect. Really appreciate it. My voice is gone. I will try to recover. And I appreciate all you guys. This has been a fun, while it's been not a great, super eventful day that many of you wanted, but it's been fun. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate everything. I will be back soon. Hit the thumbs up on the way out if you haven't. And that's it, guys. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Until next time, friends, let's go. Devil.